Section 18 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Rose. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century by Jules Verne. First part, Chapter 4, Part 2. Captain Cook's Second Voyage, 2a. A fresh visit to Tahiti and the Friendly Islands. Exploration of New Hebrides. Discovery of New Caledonia and Pine Island. Stay in Queen Charlotte's Sound, South Georgia. Accident to the Adventure. After leaving these islands on the 12th of April and sailing for Tahiti, Cook fell in 5 days later with the Pomotou archipelago. He landed on the Tioukea island of Byron. The inhabitants, who had cause to complain of earlier navigators, received the advances of the English coldly. The latter could only obtain about 24 coconuts and 5 pigs, which appeared plentiful in this island. In another settlement, a more friendly reception was met with. The natives embraced the newcomers and rubbed their noses in the same fashion as the New Zealanders. Oedidi bought several dogs, the long and white hair of whose skins serves as an ornament for karosses in his native land. Forster relates, "The natives told us that they broke up scurvy grass, mixed it with shellfish, and threw it into the sea on the approach of a shoal of fish. This bait intoxicated the fish for a time, and when they came to the surface it was easy to take them." The captain afterwards saw several other islands of this immense archipelago, which were similar to those he had left, especially the Pernicious Islands, where Rajawine had lost his sloop, the African, and to which Cook gave the name of Palliser Islands. He then steered for Tahiti, which the sailors, certain of the goodwill of the natives, regarded as a home. The Resolution cast anchor in Matavai Bay on the 22nd of April, and their reception was as friendly as had been anticipated. A few days later, King Otoo and several other chiefs visited the English and brought them a present of 10 or a dozen large pigs and some fruit. Cook's first idea was to remain in the spot only just long enough for Mr. Wales, the astronomer, to take observations, but the abundance of provisions induced him to prolong his stay. On the morning of the 26th, the captain, who had been to Oparé with some of his officers to make a formal visit to the king, observed a fleet of more than 300 pirogues drawn up in order on the shore. They were all completely equipped. At the same time, a number of warriors assembled on the beach. The officers' suspicions were excited by this formidable armament, collected in one night, but they were reassured by the welcome they received. This fleet consisted of no less than 60 large double pirogues, decorated with flags and streamers, and 170 smaller ones, intended for the transport of provisions, and the flotilla was manned with no fewer than 7,760 men, warriors or paddlers. "The sight of this fleet," says Forster, "increased our ideas of the power and wealth of the island. The entire crew was astonished. When we reflect upon the implements possessed by this people, we can but admire the patience and toil necessary to cut down these enormous trees, separate and polish the branches, and then to carry the heavy constructions to such perfection. These works are produced by them by means of a stone hatchet and saw, a piece of coral, and the hide of whales. The chiefs, and all who occupied a prominent fighting rank, were dressed in military style, that is to say, in a quantity of stuffs, turbans, helmets, and breastplates. The height of some of the helmets was most embarrassing to the wearers. The entire equipment appeared more appropriate for scenic effect than suitable for a battlefield. But, in any case, It added to the grandeur of the display, and the warriors did not fail to show themselves with a view to the most striking effect. Upon reaching Matavai, Cook learned that this formidable armament was destined for attack upon Eimeo, whose chief had revolted against the Tahitan yoke and become independent. During the following days the captain was visited by some of his old friends. All showed a desire to possess red feathers, which were of considerable value. One only attached more importance to a glass bead or a nail. The Tahitans were so impressed that they offered in exchange the strange mourning garments which they had refused to sell during Cook's first voyage. These garments are made of the rarest productions of the islands and the surrounding sea, and are worked with care and great skill, and no doubt are of great value to themselves. We bought no less than 10, which we brought to England. Oedidi, who had taken good care to procure some feathers for himself, could indulge in any caprice he liked. The natives looked upon him as a prodigy, and listened eagerly to his tales. The principal personages of the island, and even the king, sought his society. He married a daughter of the chief of Matavai, and brought his wife on board. Everyone was delighted to make him a present. Finally he decided to remain at Tahiti, where he had found his sister married to a powerful chief. In spite of the thefts, which more than once caused unpleasantness, the English procured more provisions on their stay in this port than ever before. The aged Oberea, who was like a queen in the islands during the stay made by the Dauphin in 1767, herself brought pigs and fruits in the secret hope of obtaining red feathers, which had so great a success. Presents were liberally given, and the Indians were amused with fireworks and military manoeuvres. Just before he left, the captain witnessed a curious naval review. Otoo ordered a sham fight, but it lasted so short a time that it was impossible to observe the movements. The fleet was to commence hostilities 5 days after Cook's departure, and he would have much liked to have waited for it, but, fearing the natives might suspect him of an attempt to overcome both conquered and victors, he determined to leave. The Resolution had scarcely left the bay when one of the gunners, seduced by the delights of Tahiti, and possibly by the promises of King Otoo, who, no doubt, thought a European might be of use to him, threw himself into the sea, but he was soon retaken by a boat launched by Cook in his pursuit. Cook very much regretted the fact that discipline obliged him to act in this way. The man had no relations or friends in England, and, had he requested permission to remain in Tahiti, it would not have been refused. On the 15th, the Resolution anchored in Owera harbour, in Huaheine Island. The old chief Orea was one of the first to congratulate the English upon their return, and to bring them presents. The captain presented him with red feathers, but the old chief appeared to prefer iron, hatchets, and nails. He seemed more indolent than upon the previous visit. His head was weaker, no doubt owing to his immoderate love for an intoxicating drink extracted from pepper by the natives. His authority was evidently despised, and Cook sent in pursuit of a band of robbers who had not refrained from pillaging the old king himself, and who had taken refuge in the centre of the island. Orea showed himself grateful for the consideration the English had always shown him. He was the last to leave the vessel before she sailed, on the 24th of April, and, when Cook said that they should never meet again, he shed tears and replied, "Send your children here, we will treat them well." On another occasion, Orea asked the captain where he should be buried. "At Stepney," said Cook. Orea begged him to repeat the word until he could pronounce it. Then 100 voices cried at once, "Stepney Morai no Toot." Stepney, the grave of Cook. In giving this reply, the great navigator had no prevision of his fate, or of the difficulty his fellow countrymen would have in finding his remains. Oedidi, who at the last moment had accompanied the English to Huaheine, had not met with so cordial a welcome as at Tahiti. his riches had strangely diminished, and his credit suffered in consequence. The narrative says, "He soon proved the truth of the proverb that a man is never a prophet in his own country. He left us with regrets which proved his esteem for us, and when the moment of separation arrived, he ran from cabin to cabin, embracing every one." It is impossible to describe the mental anguish of the young man when he left. He gazed at the vessel, burst into tears, and crouching in despair in the bottom of his pirogue, we saw him again stretching out his arms to us as we left the reef. Cook reconnoitred Hove Island, so called by Wallis, on the 6th of June. It is named Mohipa by the natives. A few days later he found several uninhabited islets surrounded by a chain of breakers, to which he gave the name Palmerston, in honour of one of the lords of the Admiralty. Upon the 20th, a steep and rocky island was discovered, crowned with large woods and bushes. The beach was narrow and sandy, and several natives of very dark complexion were seen upon it. They made menacing demonstrations, and were armed with lances and clubs. As soon as the English landed, they retired. Champions, however, advanced and endeavoured to provoke the strangers, assailing them with a storm of arrows and stones. Sparrman was wounded in the arm, and Cook just escaped being struck by a javelin. A general volley soon dispersed these inhospitable islanders, and the uncivil reception which was thus accorded well deserved the name bestowed upon their land of Savage Island. 4 days later Cook reached the Tonga archipelago once more. He stopped this time at Namuka, called Rotterdam by Tasman. He had scarcely cast anchor before the ship was surrounded by a crowd of pirogues, filled with bananas and every kind of fruit, which were exchanged for nails and old pieces of stuff. This friendly reception encouraged the naturalists to land and penetrate to the interior, in search of new plants and unknown productions. Upon their return they enlarged upon the beauty of this picturesque and romantic country, and upon the affability and cordiality of the natives. In spite of it, however, various thefts continued to take place, until a more important larceny than usual obliged the captain to resort to severity. A native, who opposed the seizure of 2 pirogues by the English as hostages until the stolen arms were restored, was wounded severely by a gunshot. During this second visit Cook bestowed the name of Friendly Islands upon this group, no doubt with a sarcastic meaning. Nowadays they are better known by the native name of Tonga. The indefatigable navigator continued his route in a westward direction, passed in succession Lepreux, Aurora, Whitsunday, and Mallicolo Islands, to which archipelago Bougainville had given the name of the Grand Cyclades. Cook gave his usual order to enter into friendly and commercial relations with the inhabitants. The first day passed quietly, and the natives celebrated the visit of the English by games and dancing, but on the morrow an incident occurred which led to a general collision. A native, who was refused access to the ship, prepared to launch an arrow at one of the sailors. His fellow countrymen at first prevented him. At the same moment Cook appeared on deck, his gun in his hand. His first step was to shout to the native, who again aimed at the sailor. Without replying, the native was about to let his arrow fly at him, when a shot anticipated and wounded him. This was the signal for a general discharge of arrows, which struck on the vessel and did but little damage. Cook then ordered a gun to be fired over the natives' heads, with a view to dispersing them. A few hours later the natives again surrounded the ship, and returned to their barter as if nothing had happened. Cook took advantage of these friendly indications to land an armed detachment for wood and water. 4 or 5 natives were collected on the beach. A chief, leaving the group, advanced to the captain, holding in his hand, as Cook also did, a green bough. The two branches were exchanged, and peace thus concluded. A few slight presents helped to cement it. Cook then obtained permission to take wood, but not to go far from the shore, and the naturalists who were anxious to prosecute their investigations in the interior were brought back to the beach in spite of their protestations. Iron implements had no value for these people. This made it extremely difficult to obtain provisions. Only a few agreed to exchange arms for stuffs, and exhibited an honesty in their transactions to which the English were unaccustomed. The exchanges continued after the Resolution had set sail, and the natives hurried in their pirogues to deliver the articles for which they had received the price. One of them, after vigorous efforts, succeeded in gaining the vessels, carrying his weapons to a sailor who had paid for them and forgotten it was so long ago. The native refused the recompense the sailor would have given, making him understand that he had been paid already. Cook gave the name of Port Sandwich to this harbour of refuge, which he left on the morning of the 23rd of July. He was most favourably impressed by the moral qualities of the natives of Mallicolo, but by no means in regard to their physical powers. Small and badly proportioned, bronze in colour, with flat faces, they were hideous. Had Darwinian theories been in vogue in those days, no doubt Cook would have recognized in them that missing link between man and monkey, which is the despair of Darwin's followers. Their coarse, crinkly black hair was short, and their bushy beards did not add to their beauty. But the one thing which made them most grotesque was their habit of tying a cord tightly across the stomach, which made them appear like great emmets. Tortoiseshell earrings, bracelets made of hog's teeth, large tortoiseshell rings, and a white flat stone which they passed through the cartilage of their nose, constituted their ornaments. Their weapons were bows and arrows, spears and clubs. The points of their arrows, which were occasionally 2 or 3 in number, were coated with the substance which the English thought was poisonous, from observing the care which the natives drew them out of a kind of quiver. The Resolution had only just left Port Sandwich when all the crew were seized with colic, vomiting, and violent pains in the head and back. 2 large fish had been caught and eaten by them, possibly whilst they were under the influence of the narcotic mentioned above. In every case, 10 days elapsed before entire recovery. A parrot and a dog which had also eaten of the fish died next day. Quiros' companions had suffered in the same way, and since Cook's voyage similar symptoms of poisoning have been noticed in these latitudes. After leaving Mallicolo, Cook steered for Ambrim Island, which appeared to contain a volcano, and shortly afterwards discovered a group of small islands, which he named Shepherd Islands, in honour of the Cambridge professor of astronomy. He then visited the islands of Two Hills, Montague, Hinchinbrook Islands, and the largest of all, Sandwich Island, which must not be mistaken for the group of the same name. All the islands, lying among and protected by breakers, were covered with rich vegetation, and were largely populated. 2 slight accidents interrupted the calm on board. A fire broke out, which was soon extinguished, and one of the sailors falling overboard was at once rescued. Coromango was discovered on the 3rd of August. The next day Cook reached its shore, hoping to find a watering place and facility for landing. The greater part of the sufferers from the poisonous fish had not yet recovered their health, and they looked forward to its speedy re-establishment on shore. But the reception accorded to them by the natives, who were armed with clubs, lances, and arrows, seemed wanting in sincerity. Cook was on his guard. Finding that they could not lure the English into landing, the natives endeavoured to force them. A chief and several men tried to snatch the oars from the sailors. Cook wished to fire his musket, but the priming would not go off. The English were immediately overwhelmed with stones and arrows. The captain at once ordered a general volley. Fortunately, half of the shots missed, or the slaughter would have been terrific. Forster says, "These natives appear to be of different race to those living in Mallicolo. They speak a different language. They are of medium height, but well shaped, and their features are not disagreeable. They were bronze in complexion, and they paint their faces black or red. Their hair is somewhat woolly and curly. The few women I saw appeared very ugly. I have seen no pirogues on any part of the coast. They live in houses covered with palm leaves, and their plantations are in straight lines and are surrounded by a hedge of reeds." It was useless to make a second attempt to land. Cook, having bestowed the name of Cape Traitor upon the scene of the collision, reached an island which he had seen the previous evening, and which the natives called Tana. "The highest hill of the same range is of conical shape," says Forster, "with a crater in the centre. It is reddish-brown and composed of a mass of burnt stones, perfectly sterile. From time to time it emitted a thick column of smoke like a great tree, increasing in width as it ascended. The Resolution was at once surrounded by a score of pirogues, the largest of which contained 25 men. The latter sought to appropriate everything within their reach, buoys, flags, the hinges of the rudder, which they tried to knock off. They only returned to the shore after a 4-pounder had been fired over their heads. The vessel made for the shore, but all the trifles that were distributed could not induce the natives to relinquish their attitude of defiance and bravado. It was clear that the smallest misunderstanding would lead to bloodshed. Cook imagined these people to be cannibals, although pigs, fowls, roots, and fruits abounded. During the stay, prudence prevented anyone leaving the shore. Forster, however, ventured a little way and discovered a spring of water, so hot that he could not hold his finger in it longer than a second. In spite of all their wishes, the English found it impossible to reach the central volcano, which emitted torrents of fire and smoke as high as the clouds, and projected enormously large stones into the air. The number of extinct volcanoes in every direction was considerable, and the soil was decidedly subject to volcanic eruptions. By degrees, though without losing their reserve, the Tanians became more at home with the strangers, and intercourse was less difficult. "These people," says Cook, "showed themselves hospitable, civil, and good-hearted, when we did not excite their jealousy. We cannot blame their conduct greatly, for after all, from what point of view can they have judged us? They could not possibly know our real intentions. We entered their country, as they dared not oppose us. We endeavoured to disembark as friends, but we landed and maintained our superiority by force of arms. Under such circumstances, what opinion could the natives form of us? It doubtless appeared far more plausible that we came to invade their country, than that which we visited them as friends. Time only and intimate relations could teach them our good intentions." However that might be, the English were at a loss to guess why the natives prevented their penetrating to the interior of the country. Was it owing to a naturally shy nature, or possibly because they were threatened with constant inroads from their neighbours? Their address in the use of arms, and their bearing supported this idea, but it was impossible to know with any certainty. As the natives did not value anything the English offered, they did not bring any great quantity of fruits and roots the latter longed for. They would not consent to part with their pigs, even for hatchets, the utility of which they had proved. The productions of the island included breadfruits, cocoa-nuts, a fruit like a peach called pare, yams, potatoes, wild pigs, nutmegs, and many others of which Forster did not know the names. End of section 18. Recording by bobrose. Section 19 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by bobrose. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2, Great Navigators of the 18th Century by Jules Verne. First part, Chapter 4, Part 2, Captain Cook's Second Voyage, 2b. On the 21st, Cook left Tanna, discovered successively Aromam and Anatom Islands, and coasted Sandwich Island. He passed Mallicolo and Quiros Land of the Holy Spirit, where he easily recognized St. James and St. Philip Bays, and left the archipelago after having named it New Hebrides, by which appellation it is now known. A new discovery was made on the 5th of September. No European foot had ever trodden the soil he now sighted. It was the northern extremity of New Caledonia. The first point recognized was called Cape Colnet, after one of the volunteers who saw it first. The coast was bordered by a chain of breakers, behind which 2 or 3 pirogues appeared to be paddling, so as to reconnoitre the newcomers. But at sunrise they brailed their sails and were seen no more. Having cruised for 2 hours along the outer reefs, Cook perceived an opening which he thought would enable him to draw near. He steered for it and landed at Balade. The country appeared sterile and uniformly covered with a whitish grass. Some trees with white trunks, like the willow in shape, were seen here and there. They were in the alleys. At the same time several houses like beehives were perceived. No sooner was anchor cast than 15 or more pirogues surrounded the vessel. The natives had sufficient confidence to approach and begin traffic. Some of them even entered the ship and inspected all the various parts of it with extreme curiosity. They refused to touch the dishes offered them, stewed peas, beef, and salt pork, but they voluntarily tasted the yams. They were most surprised at the goats, pigs, dogs, and cats, which were so strange to them that they had no words to designate them. Nails, all iron implements, and red stuffs appeared precious to them. Tall, strong, and well proportioned, with curly hair and beard, and of dark chocolate colour. They spoke a language which bore no resemblance to any which the English had hitherto heard. When the captain landed, he was received with joyful demonstrations, and with the surprise natural to people who are brought face to face with objects of which they had no previous idea. Some of the chiefs, enjoining silence, made short harangues, and Cook began the usual distribution of ironmongery and hardware. His officers mixed with the crowd to make observations. Many of the natives appeared afflicted with a kind of leprosy, and their arms and legs were greatly swollen. They were all but naked, wearing merely a cord tightened to the figure, from which hung scraps of stuff made from the fig tree. A few wore enormous cylindrical hats, open on 2 sides, like the hats of the Hungarian hussars. They hung tortoise-shell earrings, or rolls of leaves of the sugar-cane in their ears, which were pulled out and split. The English soon perceived a little village above the mangroves, which bordered the shore. It was surrounded by sugar-cane plantations, yams and banana trees, and watered by little canals cleverly diverted from the large river. Cook soon discovered that he need expect nothing of this race but permission to survey the country. These natives, he says, taught us a few words of their language which bore no resemblance to that of any other tribe. They were mild and peaceable in character, but extremely lazy. If we addressed them, they replied, but if we continued our way, seldom joined us in our excursions. If we passed their cabins without remark, they took no notice of us. The women were slightly more curious, and hid themselves in the bushes to look after us, but they would only approach in the company of the men. They appeared neither vexed nor alarmed when we shot birds. Indeed, if we were near their huts, The young people would point them out to us for the pleasure of seeing us fire. They appeared to have very little to do at this time of year. Having tilled the ground and sown roots and bananas, they awaited their crops next summer. Perhaps in this fact lay the explanation of their having no provisions to offer in traffic, for in other respects we found them fully alive to the hospitable instinct which more particularly commends the islanders of the South Seas to navigators. Cook's assertion of the indolence of the New Caledonians is perfectly true, but his stay amongst them was too short to enable him to appreciate their character thoroughly, and he certainly never suspected that they indulged in the horrible practice of cannibalism. He noticed no birds living in a wild state there, excepting quails, turtle-doves, pigeons, turkeys, ducks, teal, and a few smaller ones. He could not ascertain the presence of any quadrupeds, and he entirely failed in his endeavours to procure provisions. At Balade, the captain made several excursions into the interior, and climbed the mountains to gain a general view over the country. From the summit of a rock he clearly saw the two coasts, and ascertained that New Caledonia in this part was only 10 leagues in width. In its general features the country resembled various portions of New Holland, which is in the same latitude. The productions of both appear to be the same, and there is an absence of brushwood in the forests of both. Cook also observed the presence of minerals on the hills, and his discovery has been verified in late years by the proved existence of gold, iron, copper, coal, and nickel. A few of the crew met with a similar adventure here to that which had almost been fatal to them in the neighbourhood of Mallicolo. Cook relates it thus: "My secretary brought a fish which had been harpooned by a native, and sent it to me on board. This fish was of an entirely new species, and resembled that known as sunfish. It was of the order called Tetrodon by Linnaeus. Its head was hideous, wide, and long. Never suspecting that it might be poisonous, I ordered it to be served at table the same evening. Fortunately, so much time was consumed in drawing and describing it, that no time was left for the cooking, and only the liver was served. The 2 foresters and myself partook of it, and towards 3 in the morning we experienced a sensation of weakness and want of power in our limbs. I all but lost the sense of touch, and could no longer distinguish light from heavy objects when I desired to move them. A pot full of water and a feather appeared to me equally heavy. We first resorted to emetics, and afterwards we succeeded in inducing perspiration, which relieved us greatly. In the morning, a pig which had eaten the entrails of the fish was found dead. When the natives came on board and saw the fish hanging up, they made us understand that it was unwholesome. They showed their disgust of it, but neither in selling it, or even after being paid for it, had they given the slightest hint of such aversion. Cook next proceeded to the survey of the greater part of the eastern coast. During this excursion he met with a native as white as a European. His complexion was attributed to illness. This man was an albino, like those already met with in Tahiti and the Society Islands. The captain was anxious to acclimatize pigs in New Caledonia, but he had the greatest difficulty in inducing the natives to accept a hog and a sow. He was forced to insist upon their usefulness, the facility of breeding them, and to exaggerate their value before the natives would consent to their being landed. Cook describes the New Caledonians as tall, robust, active, polite, and peaceable. He gives them the rare character of honesty. But his successors in this country, more especially D'Entrecasteaux, discovered to their detriment that they did not perceive this quality. Some of them had the thick lips, flat nose, and general appearance of the Negro. Their naturally curly hair added to the resemblance. "If I were to guess," says Cook, "at the origin of this people, I should take them to be an intermediate race between the people of Tanna and the Friendly Islands, or between those of Tanna and New Zealand, or possibly between all three, for their language is in some respects a sort of mixture of that of these different countries. The frequency of war amongst them is indicated by the number of their offensive weapons, clubs, spears, lances, slings, javelins, etc. The stones used for their slings are smooth and oval. Their houses are built on a circular plan, most of them being like beehives, with the roof of considerable height and terminating in a point. They always have one or two fires alight, but as there is only one outlet for the smoke, through the doorway, no European could live in them. They subsisted entirely upon fish and roots, such as yams, and the bark of a tree, which was but little succulent. Bananas, sugar canes, and breadfruit were rare, and coconuts did not flourish so well as in the island previously visited by the English. The number of inhabitants appeared considerable, but Cook justly remarked that his arrival had brought about a general reunion of all the tribes, and Lieutenant Pickersgill decided during his hydrographical excursions that the country was sparsely populated. The New Caledonians buried their dead. Many of the crew visited their cemeteries, and especially the tomb of a chief, which was a kind of mound decorated with spears, javelins, arrows, and darts, which were stuck around it. Cook left the harbour of Balade and continued to coast New Caledonia without finding fresh provisions. The aspect of the country was universally sterile, but quite to the south of this large land a smaller one was discovered, to which the name of Pine Island was given on account of the number of pine trees upon it. They were a species of Prussian pine, very appropriate for the spars needed for the Resolution. Cook accordingly sent a sloop and some men to choose and cut the trees he needed. Some of them were 20 inches in diameter and 70 feet high, so that a mast could have been formed of one, had it been needed. The discovery of this island had a certain value, as, with the exception of New Zealand, it was the only one in the entire Pacific Ocean which produced wood fit for masts and poles. In steering southward toward New Zealand, Cook sighted a small uninhabited island on the 10th of October, upon which the botanist reaped a plentiful harvest of unknown vegetables. It was Norfolk Island, so named in honour of the Howard family. It was afterwards colonized by a part of the mutineers of the Bounty. The Resolution anchored again in Queen Charlotte's Sound. The gardens, so anxiously planted by the English, had been entirely neglected by the New Zealanders. But in spite of this, several plants had grown marvellously. The natives were very shy of appearing at first, and seemed to care little for any intercourse with the strangers, but when they recognized their old friends, they testified their delight most extravagantly. When asked why they had been so reserved at first, they evaded a reply, and there was no doubt that they were thinking of murder and combats. This aroused Cook's apprehensions for the fate of the Adventure, of which he had heard nothing since his last stay in port, but he could obtain no reply to the questions he put. He was only to learn what had occurred in his absence when he reached the Cape of Good Hope and found letters from Captain Furneaux. After once more landing some pigs, with which he wished to endow New Zealand, the captain set sail for Cape Horn on the 10th of November. After a vain cruise, he at last sighted the eastern shore of Tierra del Fuego, near the entrance to the Straits of Magellan. The portion of America which now met our view, says Cook, was dreary enough. It seemed to be cut up into small islands, which, though by no means high, were very black and almost entirely barren. In the background we saw high ground covered with snow, almost to the water's edge. It is the wildest shore I have ever seen, and appears entirely composed of mountains and rocks, without a vestige of vegetation. The mountains overhang horrible precipices, the sharp peaks of which arise to great height. Probably there is nothing in nature which presents so wild in appearance. The interior mountains are covered with snow, but those bordering the sea are not. We imagined the former to belong to Tierra del Fuego, and the latter to be ranged over small islands in such a way as to present the appearance of an uninterrupted coast. The captain still thought it better to remain some time in this desolate region to procure fresh victuals for his crew. He found safe anchorage in Christmas Sound, where, as usual, he made a careful hydrographical survey. Several birds were shot, and Mr. Pickersgill brought 300 seagulls' eggs and 14 geese on board. I was thus enabled, says Cook, to distribute them to the entire crew, a fact which gave the greater satisfaction as it was near Christmas. Without this timely supply, they must have contented themselves with beef and salt pork. Some of the natives, belonging to the nation called Pecherais by Bougainville, came on board without any pressing. Cook's description of these savages recalls that of the French explorer. They preferred the oily portions of the flesh of the seals upon which they lived, a taste which Cook attributed to the fact that the oil warmed their blood and enabled them to resist the intense cold. If, he adds, the superiority of a civilized to a savage life could ever be called in question, a single glance at one of these Indians would be sufficient to settle the question. Until it is proved that a man perpetually tortured by the rigor of climate is happy, I shall never give in to the eloquent declamations of those philosophers who have never had the opportunity of observing human nature in all its phases, or who have not felt what they have seen. The Resolution at once set sail and doubled Cape Horn. The Strait of Le Maire was then crossed, and Staten Island reconnoitred. Here a good anchorage was found. Quantities of whales abound in these latitudes. It was now their pairing season, and seals and sea lions, penguins and garnets, appeared in shoals. Dr. Sparman and myself, says Forster, narrowly escaped being attacked by one of these sea monsters upon a rock where several of them were assembled, appearing to wait the upshot of the struggle. The doctor had fired at a bird, and stooped to pick it up, when the sea lion growled, and showing his tusks, seemed disposed to attack my companion. From where I was posted, I shot the animal stark dead, and at the report of my gun, the herd, seeing their companion fall, fled along the coast. Several of them threw themselves into the sea with such haste that they jumped 10 or 15 roods straight upon the pointed rocks. But I do not think they hurt themselves much, for their skin is very hard, and their fat is so elastic that it is easily compressed. After leaving Staten Island, Cook set sail on the 3rd of January for the southeast, to explore the only part of the ocean which had hitherto escaped him. He soon reached southern Georgia, seen in 1675 by La Roche, and again by Monsieur Guyot Duclos in 1756, when in command of the Spanish vessel the Leon. This discovery was made on the 14th of January, 1775. The captain landed in 3 places, and took possession in the name of King George III of England, bestowing his name upon the newly found country. Possession Bay is bordered by pointed rocks of ice, exactly similar to those which had been met with in the high southern latitudes. The interior of the country, says the narrative, is no less savage and frightful. The summits of the rocks are lost in the clouds, and the valleys are covered with perpetual snow. Not a tree or even the smallest shrub is to be seen. After leaving Georgia, Cook penetrated further to the southeast, amidst floating ice. The continual dangers of the voyage overcame the crew. Southern Thule, Saunders Island, and Chandeleur Islands, and finally Sandwich Island were discovered. These sterile and deserted archipelagos have no value for the merchant or geographer. Once certain of their existence, it was unnecessary to remain, for to do so was to risk in exploring them the valuable records the Resolution was taking to England. Cook was convinced by the discovery of these isolated islands, quote, that nearer the pole there is a stretch of land where the greater part of the floating ice spread over this vast southern ocean is formed, end quote. This ingenious theory has been confirmed in every particular by the explorers of the 19th century. After another fruitless search for Cape Circumcision, mentioned by Bouvet, Cook decided to regain the Cape of Good Hope, and he arrived there on the 22nd of March, 1775. The Adventure had put into this port, where Captain Furneaux had left a letter relating all that had happened in New Zealand. Captain Furneaux arrived in Queen Charlotte's Sound on the 13th of November, 1773, and took in wood and water. He then sent one of his boats under Lieutenant Rowe to gather edible plants. As the lieutenant did not return on board either in the evening or the next morning, Captain Furneaux, feeling sure that an accident had happened, went in search of him. The following is a short account of what he learned. After various useless searchings, the officer in command of the sloop came upon some traces as he landed upon the shore near Grass Creek. Portions of a boat and some shoes, one of which had belonged to an officer of the watch, were found. A sailor, at the same time, noticed a piece of fresh meat, which was taken to be the flesh of a dog, for it was not known then that the people of this place were cannibals. "We opened," said Furneaux, "about 8 baskets which we found on the beach, tightly corded. Some were full of roast flesh, and others of roots used by the natives for bread. Continuing our search, we found more shoes, and a hand, which we recognized as that of Thomas Hill, because T.H. was tattooed upon it in the Tahitan fashion." At a short distance, an officer perceived 4 pirogues and a number of natives assembled round a large fire. The English landed and fired a regular volley, which put the Zealanders to flight, with the exception of 2, who left with the greatest sang-froid. One of them was severely wounded, and the sailors advanced up the beach. A frightful scene was soon presented before our eyes. We saw the heads, hearts, and lungs of many of the crew upon the sands, and at a little distance dogs were devouring the entrails. The officer had not a sufficient force with him, being backed by only 10 men, to meet this fearful massacre with fitting vengeance. The weather, too, became bad, and the savages collected in large numbers. It was necessary to regain the Adventure. "I do not believe," says Captain Furneaux, "that this butchery was premeditated on the part of the natives, for in the morning Mr. Rowe said that he observed 2 vessels pass us, and remain all the forenoon in sight of the ship. The bloodshed was most likely the result of a quarrel, which was instantly fought out, or possibly as our men took no measures for their own safety, their want of caution tempted the Indians." The natives, having heard one discharge, were encouraged by observing that a gun was not an infallible instrument, that it sometimes missed fire, and that once fired it was necessary to reload before firing again. In this fearful ambuscade, the Adventure lost 10 of her best sailors. Furneaux left New Zealand on the 23rd of December, 1773, doubled Cape Horn, and put into the Cape of Good Hope, and reached England on the 14th of July, 1774. After Cook had taken in provisions and repaired his vessel, he left False Bay on the 27th of May, put into St. Helena, Ascension Island, and Fernando de Noronha at Fayal, one of the Azores, and finally at Plymouth on the 29th of July, 1775. During his voyage of 3 years and 18 days, he had only lost 4 men, that is to say, without reckoning the 10 sailors who were massacred at New Zealand. No former expedition had reaped such a harvest of discoveries and hydrographical, physical, and ethnological observations. The learned and ingenious investigations pursued by Cook elucidated many of the difficulties of earlier navigators. He made various important discoveries, amongst others, that of New Caledonia and Easter Island. The non-existence of an Antarctic continent was definitely ascertained. The great navigator received the fitting reward of his labours almost immediately. He was nominated ship's captain 9 days after his landing, and was elected a member of the Royal Society of London on the 29th of February, 1776. End of section 19. Recording by bobrose.
Section 20 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century. By Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 5, Part 1. Captain Cook's Third Voyage. 1a. Search for the lands discovered by the French. Kerguelen Islands. Stay at Van Diemen's Land. Queen Charlotte's Strait. Palmerston Island. Great rejoicings in the Tonga Islands. At this date the idea which had sent so many explorers to Greenland was in full force. The question of the existence of a northern passage between the Atlantic and the Pacific, by way of the Asiatic or American coasts, was eagerly discussed. And should such a passage exist, was it practicable for ships? The attempt had quite lately been made to discover this outlet in Hudson or Baffin Bays, and it was now determined to seek it in the Pacific. The task was an arduous one. The lords of the Admiralty felt that it was essential to send out a navigator who had experience of the dangers of the polar seas, and one who had shown presence of mind in the face of danger. One, moreover, whose talents, experience, and scientific knowledge might be of use in the powerful equipment then in course of preparation. In Captain Cook alone were all the requisite qualities to be found. The command was offered to him, and although he might have passed the remainder of his days in peace at his post in the Greenwich Observatory, in the full enjoyment of the honour and glory he had gained by his 2 voyages round the world, he did not hesitate for a moment. 2 ships, the Resolution and the Discovery, were placed under his command. The latter was under the orders of Captain Clerke, and the equipment of both was similar to that of the last expedition. The instructions given to the commander of the expedition enjoined his reaching the Cape of Good Hope and steering south in search of the islands recently discovered by the French in 48 degrees of latitude, towards the meridian of the island of Mauritius. He was then to touch at New Zealand, if he thought well, to take in refreshments at the Society Islands, and to land the Tahitan Mai there; then to proceed to New Albion, to avoid landing in any of the Spanish possessions in America, and from thence to make his way by the Arctic Ocean to Hudson and Baffin Bays. In other words, he was to look in an easterly direction for the North-West Passage. This once effected, after a stay at Kamtchatka, he was to make another attempt to reach England by the route he might judge most productive of good results for geography and navigation. The 2 vessels did not start together. The Resolution set sail from Plymouth on the 12th of July 1776, and was rejoined at the Cape of Good Hope by the Discovery on the 10th of the following November, she having left England only on the 1st of August. The 2 ships were detained at the Cape until the 30th of November by the repairs needed by the Discovery. Much damaged by tempest, she required caulking. The captain profited by this long delay to buy livestock, which he intended to land at Tahiti and New Zealand, and also to stock his vessels with the necessary stores for a 2 years' voyage. After steering southwards for 20 days, 2 islands were discovered, in 46 degrees 53 minutes south latitude and 37 degrees 46 minutes east longitude. The strait which separates them was crossed, and it was found that their steep sterile coasts were uninhabited. They had been discovered with 4 others, from 9 to 12 degrees further east, by the French captains Marion Dufresne and Crozet, in 1772. On the 24th of December, Cook found the islands which M. de Kerguelen had surveyed in his 2 voyages of 1772 and 1773. We will not here relate the observations made by Cook upon this group. As they agree in every particular with those of M. de Kerguelen, we can reserve them until we relate the adventures of that navigator, and content ourselves with remarking that Cook surveyed the coasts carefully and left them on the 31st of December. The vessels were enveloped in a thick fog, which accompanied them for more than 300 leagues. Anchor was cast in Adventure Bay, in Van Diemen's Land, on the 26th of January. It was the same spot at which Captain Furneaux had touched 4 years later. The English were visited by a few natives, who received the presents offered to them without showing any satisfaction. The narrative says, "They were of ordinary height, but rather slightly built. Their skin was black and their hair of the same color, and as woolly as that of the negroes of New Guinea, but they had not the thick lips or flat noses of African negroes. There was nothing disagreeable in their features, and their eyes struck us as beautiful. So did their teeth, but they were very dirty. Most of them anointed their hair and beards with a yellow ointment, and some even rubbed their faces with the same stuff." Concise as this account is, it is not the less valuable. The race of Tasmanians is extinct, the last of them died a few years ago. Cook weighed anchor on the 30th of January, and took up his station at his usual point in Queen Charlotte's Strait. The vessels were soon surrounded by pirogues, but not a single native ventured to go on board, they were so fully persuaded that the English had come to avenge their murdered comrades. Once convinced that the English had no such intentions, they banished their mistrust and reserve. The captain soon found out by Mai's interpretation, he understanding the Zealand language, the right cause of this terrible catastrophe. It appeared that the English had been seated on the grass, taking their evening meal, when the natives committed several thefts. One of them was caught and struck by a sailor. At his cry, his companions rushed upon the sailors of the Adventure, who killed 2 of them, but unfortunately succumbed to numbers. Several of the Zealanders pointed out to Cook the chief who had directed the carnage, and urged Cook to kill him. But to the great surprise of the natives and the stupefaction of Mai, the captain refused. Mai remarked, "In England they kill a man who assassinates another. This fellow killed 10, and you take no revenge." Before he left, Cook landed pigs and goats, hoping that these animals might at length become acclimatized to New Zealand. Mai had a wish to take a New Zealander to Tahiti. 2 offered to go, and Cook agreed to receive them, warning them at the same time that they would never see their native land again. But no sooner had the vessels lost sight of the shores of New Zealand than they began to weep. Sea sickness added to their distress, but as they recovered from it, their sadness disappeared, and they soon attached themselves to their new friends. An island named Mangea was discovered on the 29th of March. At Mai's representations, the inhabitants decided to come on board. Small but vigorous and well proportioned, they wore their hair knotted upon the top of the head. They wore long beards, and were tattooed in all parts of their bodies. Cook could not carry out his earnest wish to land, as the people were too hostile. A new island, similar to the last, was discovered 4 leagues further on. The natives appeared more friendly than those of Mangea, and Cook profited by this fact, and landed a detachment under Lieutenant Gore, with Mai as interpreter. Anderson, the naturalist, an officer named Barnes, and Mai landed alone and unarmed, running the risk of being maltreated. They were received with solemnity, and conducted through a crowd of men, with clubs on their shoulders, to the presence of 3 chiefs, whose ears were adorned with red feathers. They soon perceived a score of women who danced in a grave and serious fashion, paying no attention to their arrival. The officers were separated from each other, and observing that the natives hastened to empty their pockets, they began to entertain fears for their safety, when Mai reappeared. They were detained all day, and forced several times to take their clothes off, and allow the natives to examine the color of their skin, but night arrived at last without the occurrence of any disagreeable incident. The visitors regained their sloop, and cocoa nuts, bananas, and other provisions were brought to them. The English may have owed their safety to the description Mai had given of the power of their weapons, and the experiment he made before them of setting fire to a cartridge. Mai had recognized 3 of his fellow countrymen in the crowd on the beach. These Tahitans had started in a pirogue to reach Ulitea Island, and had been driven out of their course by contrary winds. As they expected a short voyage, they had not provided themselves with food. Famine and fatigue had reduced their number to 4 men, all of them half dead, when the pirogue capsized. The unfortunate wretches managed to seize the side of their boat and support themselves in the water until they were picked up by the inhabitants of this island, Waterloo. It was now 12 years since fate threw them upon this shore, more than 200 leagues from their native island. They had contracted family ties and friendly alliances with these people, whose manners and language were not unlike their own. They refused to return to Tahiti. Cook says, "We may find in this incident a better explanation of the way in which detached portions of the globe, and particularly the islands of the Pacific, have been peopled, than in any other theories, especially in regard to those which are far from any other continent, and at a great distance from each other. Waterloo Island is situated in 20 degrees 1 minute south latitude, and 201 degrees 45 minutes east longitude." The 2 vessels afterwards reached a neighboring island called Wenoa, upon which M. Gore landed to get fodder. Although the ruins of houses and tents were seen, it was uninhabited. On the 5th of April, Cook arrived in sight of Harvey Island, which he had discovered during his second voyage in 1773. At this time it appeared to him deserted. He was, therefore, astonished to see several pirogues leave the shore and approach the ships, but the natives could not find courage to go on board. Their fierce appearance and noisy offers did not promise well for their friendly intentions. Their language was still more like that of Tahiti than that of the last island they had visited. Lieutenant King was sent in search of good anchorage, but could not succeed in finding a suitable harbor. The natives, armed with spears and clubs, appeared disposed to resent any attempts at landing. Cook, in his great need of wood and water, determined to reach the friendly islands. He was sure of finding refreshments for his men and forage for his beasts there. The season was too far advanced, and the distance between these latitudes and the pole too great to allow of anything being attempted in the southern hemisphere. The wind obliged him to relinquish his idea of reaching Middleborough or Eoa as he had at first intended. He therefore directed his course towards Palmerston Island, where he arrived on the 14th of April, and where he found birds in abundance, scurvy grass, and cocoa nuts. This island was merely a collection of 9 or 10 islets, very slightly raised, appearing almost like the points of reefs belonging to one coral bank. The English reached Comango Island on the 28th of April, and the natives brought them quantities of cocoa nuts, bananas, and other stores. They then proceeded to Anamoka, which is also part of the Tonga or Friendly Archipelago. On the 6th of May, a chief of Tonga Tabou, named Finaou, visited Cook. He called himself king of all the Friendly Islands. "I received," says Cook, "a present from this great personage of 2 fish, which were brought to me by one of his servants. I paid him a visit after dinner. He came to meet me as soon as he saw me land. He appeared some 30 years of age, tall and of slender form, and I have met no countenance in these islands so European in type." When all the provisions of this island were exhausted, Cook visited a group of islets called Hapae, where his reception was friendly, owing to the orders given by Finaou, and where he procured pigs, water, fruits, and roots. Some of the native warriors exhibited their skill in various singular combats, with clubs and boxing. "What most surprised us," says the narrative, "was to see 2 great women enter the lists, and attack each other with their fists, without the least ceremony, and with as much skill as the men. Their fight lasted about half a minute, when one of them declared herself beaten. The victorious heroine received as much applause from the assembled multitude as is usually accorded to a man who has overcome his rival by his skill and address. There was no cessation of the fêtes and games. A dance was executed to the sound of 2 drums, or rather of 2 hollow trunks, by 105 performers, supported by a vocal choir. Cook reciprocated these demonstrations by putting his soldiers through their artillery exercises, and letting off fireworks, which produced indescribable astonishment in the minds of the natives. Not wishing to be outdone in the attempt at display, the natives gave a concert, and then a dance, executed by 20 women crowned with China roses. This magnificent ballet was followed by another performance by 15 men. But we shall never end if we attempt to give an account of the wonders of this enthusiastic reception. It justly gained for the Tonga archipelago the name of Friendly Islands. On the 23rd, Finaou, who had represented himself as king of the entire archipelago, came to inform Cook of his departure for the neighboring island of Vava'o. He had excellent reasons for this, as he had just heard of the arrival of the real sovereign, named Futtafa'ih, or Poulahu. Cook at first refused to recognize the newcomer in this character, but he soon had irrefutable proof that the title of king belonged to him. Poulahu was extremely stout, which with his short height made him look like a barrel. If rank is proportioned to size in these islands, he was without exception the greatest chief the English had met with. Intelligent, grave, and dignified, he examined the vessel and everything that was new to him in detail, put judicious questions, and inquired into the motives of the arrival of these vessels. His followers objected to his descending below decks, saying that it was taboo, and that it was not allowed for anyone to walk over his head. Cook, however, promised through the interpreter Mai that no one should be allowed to walk over his cabin, and so Poulahu dined with the captain. He ate little and drank still less, and invited Cook to land with him. The marks of respect lavished upon Poulahu by all the natives convinced Cook that he had been entertaining the real sovereign of the archipelago. End of section 20. Section 21 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 5, Part 1. Captain Cook's Third Voyage. 1b. On the 29th of May, Cook set sail on his return to Anamuka, thence to Tonga Tabou, where a feast or keiva, more magnificent than any he had seen, was given in his honor. That is to say, the dances of the night were performed in front of Finaou's house. We saw 12 dances during the time. They were executed by women, and in the midst of them we noticed the arrival of a number of men, who formed a ring within that of the dancing women. 24 men, who executed a third, made a movement with the hands, which was greatly applauded, and which we had not previously seen. The orchestra was renewed once. Finaou appeared upon the scene at the head of 50 dancers, most magnificently apparelled. His garment consisted of cloth and a large piece of gauze, and round his neck small figures were suspended. Cook, after a stay of 3 months, thought it well to leave these enchanting islands. He distributed a share of the cattle he had bought at the Cape, and explained, through Mai, the way of feeding them and their utility. Before leaving, he visited a cemetery, or fiatoka, belonging to the king, composed of 3 good-sized houses, placed on the edge of a sort of hill. The planks of these buildings, and the artificial hills which supported them, were covered with pretty movable pebbles, and flat stones, placed erect, surrounded the whole. One thing which we had not previously seen was that the buildings were open on one side, and within there were 2 wooden busts, roughly carved, one at the entrance and the other a little within. The natives followed us to the door, but dared not pass the threshold. We asked them the meaning of the busts. They assured us that they did not represent any divinity, but were intended to recall 2 chiefs who were buried in the fiatoka. Leaving Tonga Tabou on the 10th of July, Cook repaired to the small of Eoa, where his old friend Tai One received him cordially. The captain learned from him that the property of the various islands in the archipelago belonged to the chiefs of Tonga Tabou, which was known as the land of the chiefs. Thus Poulahu had 150 islands under his rule. The most important are Vavao and Hamao. As for the Viti Islands, which are comprised in this number, they were inhabited by a warlike race, very superior in intelligence to those of the Friendly Islands. We can only refer to some of the many and interesting particulars collected by the captain and the naturalist Anderson, which relate to the gentleness and docility of the natives. Cook could do nothing but praise the welcome accorded to him each time he stayed in the archipelago. But then he did not guess the project entertained by Finaou and the other chiefs of assassinating him during the nocturnal feast of Hapae and of seizing his vessels. The navigators who succeeded him were not lavish in their praises, and if we did not know his sincerity, we should be tempted to think that the illustrious mariner gave the name of Friendly Islands to this group satirically. The inhabitants of Tonga Island always mourned the death of a relation by hitting themselves on their cheeks, and by tearing them with whales' teeth, a custom which explains the many tumors and cicatrices they have on the face. If their friends are dangerously ill, they sacrifice one or two joints of their little finger to propitiate the divinity, and Cook did not meet with one native in 10 who was not mutilated. The expression taboo, he says, which plays so great a part in the language of this people, has a very wide significance. When they are not allowed to touch anything, they say it is taboo. They also told us that if the king enters a house belonging to one of his subjects, the house becomes taboo, and the owner of it may not live in it any longer. Cook fancied he had made out their religion. Their principal god is Kalafoutonga, and in his anger he destroys plantations and scatters illness and death. The religious ideas of all the islands are not alike, but the immortality of the soul is unanimously admitted. Although they do not offer fruit or other productions of the earth to their divinity, they sacrifice human victims. Cook lost sight of the Tonga Islands on the 17th of July, and the expedition arrived in sight of an island called Tabouai by the inhabitants upon the 8th of August, after a series of tempestuous winds, which caused serious damage to the Discovery. All the eloquence of the English failed to bring the natives on board. Nothing would induce them to leave their boats, and they contented themselves with inviting the strangers to visit them. But as time pressed, and Cook had no need of provisions, he passed the island without stopping, although it appeared to him fertile, and the natives assured him that it abounded in pigs and fowls. Strong, tall, and active, the natives had a hardy and savage appearance. They spoke the Tahitan language, which made intercourse with them easy. Some days later, the verdant summits of Tahiti appeared on the horizon, and the two vessels were not slow in stopping opposite the peninsula of Tairabon, where the welcome Mai received from his compatriots was as indifferent as possible. His brother-in-law, Chief Oati, would scarcely consent to recognize him, but when Mai showed him the treasures he brought back, amongst them all the famous red feathers, which had been so successful in Cook's last voyage, Oati changed his demeanor, treated Mai affably, and proposed to change names with him. Mai was overcome by these demonstrations of tenderness, and, but for Cook's interference, would have been robbed of all his treasures. The ships were well supplied with red feathers. Therefore fruits, pigs, and fowls appeared in great abundance during the stay in port. Cook, however, soon proceeded to Matavai Bay, where King Otoo left his residence at Panay to pay his old friend a visit. Mai was disdainfully received by his friends there also, and although he threw himself at the king's feet, when he presented him with a tuft of red feathers and 3 pieces of gold cloth, he was scarcely noticed. But as at Takabou, the treatment changed suddenly upon the discovery of Mai's fortune, but he being only happy in the company of vagabonds, who laughed at him good-naturedly even while they robbed him, was unable to acquire the influence over Otoo and the principal chiefs, which was necessary to the development of civilization. Cook had long heard that human sacrifices were common in Tahiti, but he had always refused to believe it. A solemn ceremonial which he saw at Atahour no longer allowed him to doubt the existence of the practice. In order to gain the favourable assistance of the Atoua or Godon in an expedition against the island of Eimeo, a man of the lowest social rank was killed by blows with clubs in the king's presence. As an offering, the hair and one eye of the victim was placed before the king, last signs of the cannibalism which formerly existed in this archipelago. At the end of this barbarous ceremony, which was a blot in the memoirs of so peaceable a people, a kingfisher alighted in the foliage. "It is Atoua!" cried Otoo, delighted at the happy augury. Next day the ceremony was to be continued by a holocaust of pigs. The priests, like the Roman augurs, sought to read the history of the expedition in the dying struggles of the victims. Cook, who had silently assisted at the ceremony, could not conceal the horror with which it inspired him. Mai interpreted for him, eloquently and forcibly. Towha could scarcely contain his anger. "If the king had killed a man in England," said Mai, "as he has done the unhappy and innocent victim he has offered to his gods, it would have been impossible to save him from hanging, a punishment reserved for murderers and assassins." Mai's severe reflection was a little out of place. Cook should have remembered that manners vary with countries. It is absurd to attempt to apply to Tahiti, as punishment for that which is their custom, a punishment reserved in London for what is considered a crime. "Every man's house is his castle," says a popular proverb, which European nations have too often forgotten. Under the pretext of civilization, they have often shed more blood than would have flowed if they had not interfered. Before he left Tahiti, Cook bestowed all the animals he had had so much difficulty in bringing from Europe upon Otoo. They were geese, ducks, turkeys, goats, sheep, horses, and cattle. Otoo was at a loss to express his gratitude to the Areke no Pretonne, King of Britain, especially when he found that the English could not take a large pirogue on board which he had constructed as an offering for his friend the King of England, it being too large. The Resolution and the Discovery left Tahiti on the 30th of September, and anchored at Eimeo. In this place their stay was marked by a painful incident. Frequent thefts had occurred for several days, when a goat was stolen. To make an example, Cook burnt 5 or 6 cabins, and set fire to a large number of pirogues, threatening the king with his anger if the animal were not immediately produced. As soon as he had obtained satisfaction, the captain started for Huaheine, with Mai, who was to settle on that island. A sufficiently large space of land was ceded by the chiefs of the Ouare settlement in return for such presents. Upon this, Cook had a house built and planted a garden, where he planted European cabbages. Mai was left with 2 houses, 2 goats, and fowls. At the same time he was presented with a present of a coat of mail, of a complete set of armor, powder, balls, and guns. A portable organ, an electrical machine, fireworks, and domestic and agricultural implements completed the collection of useful and ornamental presents intended to give the Tahitans an idea of European civilization. Mai had a sister married at Huaheine, but her husband occupied too humble a position for him to attempt to despoil him. Cook then solemnly declared that the native was his friend, and that in a short time he should return to ascertain how he had been treated, and that he should severely punish those who had acted badly to him. His threats were likely to be effective, as a few days earlier some robbers, caught in the act by the English, had had their heads shaved and their ears cut. A little later, at Raiatea, in order to force the natives to send back some deserters, Cook had carried off the entire family of the chief Oreo on one rope. The moderation exhibited by the captain in his first voyage constantly diminished. Every day he became more severe and exacting. This change in his conduct was fatal to him. The 2 Zealanders who had asked to accompany Mai were landed with him. The elder readily consented to live at Huaheine, but the younger conceived such an affection for the English that it was necessary to use force, as it were, to land him, amid the most touching demonstrations of affection. At the last moment, as anchor was weighed, Cook bid farewell to Mai, whose expression and tears testified to his comprehension of all he was to lose. Although Cook left satisfied with having loaded the young Tahitan, who had trusted himself to him with benefits, he was also full of anxious fears as to his future. He knew his light and inconstant character, and he left him weapons with some regret, fearing that he might make a bad use of them. The king of Huaheine gave Mai his daughter in marriage, and changed his name to Paori, by which he was afterwards known. Mai profited by his high station to show his cruelty and inhumanity. Always armed, he began to try his skill with pistol and gun upon his fellow countrymen. His memory, therefore, is hated in Huaheine, and the memory of his crimes was for a long time associated with that of the English. Cook visited Raiatea before leaving the island. He found his friend Ore deprived of supreme authority. Then he went to Bolabole on the 8th of December, and bought of the king pony and anchor, which Bougainville had lost in the roadstead. During his long sojourns in the different islands of the Society Archipelago, Cook completed his geographical, hydrographical, and ethnological investigations, as well as his studies of natural history. In this difficult task he was seconded by Anderson and by his entire staff, who invariably showed the greatest zeal in their efforts for the advancement of science. On the 24th of December, Cook discovered another low island. It was uninhabited, and the crew obtained abundance of turtle there. It was named Christmas Island, in honor of the solemn anniversary of the morrow. Although 17 months had passed since he had left England, Cook considered his voyage as only begun. Indeed, he had not as yet been able to put the part of his instructions relating to the exploration of the southern Atlantic and the search for a north passage into execution. End of section 21. Section 22 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 5, Part 2. Captain Cook's Third Voyage, 2a. Discovery of the Sandwich Islands. Exploration of the western shore of America. From thence to Bering Straits. Return to the Hawaiian group. History of Rono. Death of Cook. Return of expedition to England. On the 18th of January, 1778, in longitude 160 degrees and latitude 20 degrees north, the two vessels perceived the first islands of the Sandwich or Hawaiian archipelago. It did not take long to convince the navigators that they were inhabited. A large number of pirogues left Atooi or Tavaille Island and surrounded the ships. The English were not a little surprised at hearing these natives speak in the Tahitan language. On this account the intercourse between them was soon friendly, and next day numbers of the islanders agreed to go on board. They showed their astonishment and admiration at the sight of so many unknown objects by their looks, gestures, and continual exclamations. Iron they were acquainted with, and called hamaite. But their covetousness was soon excited by so many curiosities and precious things, and they tried to appropriate them both by honest and by illicit means. Their cleverness and their taste for thieving was as keen as is usual with the natives of the southern seas. It was necessary to take 1,000 precautions, and they were often taken in vain, to guard against their larceny. The English, when they approached the shore, under charge of Lieutenant Williamson, to sound and search for anchorage, were forced to repulse the attempts of the natives by force. The death of one of them repressed their turbulence in a measure, and gave them an exalted opinion of the strength of the new arrivals. As soon, however, as the Resolution and Discovery had cast anchor in Owaimea Bay, Cook had himself taken on shore. He had scarcely touched land, when the natives assembled in a crowd upon the strand, prostrated themselves at his feet, and welcomed him with signs of the most profound respect. This extraordinary reception gave promise of a pleasant stay, for provisions appeared to be abundant. Fruits, pigs, fowls began to arrive from all parts. At the same time a party of natives assisted the English sailors in filling the casks with water, and in carrying them on board. Anderson and the draughtsman Weller were encouraged by this friendly conduct to advance into the interior. They were not long in coming upon a morai, similar in every respect to the Tahitian morais. This discovery confirmed the English in the ideas induced by the similarity of the language with that of the Tahiti. An engraving in Cook's narrative represents the interior of this morai. In it two figures may be seen, standing, the top of the heads disappearing in high cylindrical hats, similar to those on the statues in the Easter Island. In any case, the singular resemblance gives rise to reflection. Cook remained 2 days more in this anchorage, and could only extol the traffic with the natives. He then explored the neighboring island of Oneeheow. In spite of his great wish to explore the interesting archipelago, he set sail, and from a distance perceived Oahu Island and the reef of Tahura, which he designated by the general appellation of Sandwich Archipelago. This name has been superseded by the native appellation of Hawaii. Strong and vigorous, although of medium height, the Hawaiians are represented by Anderson as being of frank and loyal character. Not so serious as the natives of the Friendly Islands, they are less frivolous than the Tahitans. Clever, industrious, and intelligent, their plantations showed a knowledge of rural economy, and an extensive taste for agriculture. They not only abstained from showing the childish and common curiosity which the English had so often noticed, but they inquired into their customs, and evinced a certain regret for their own inferiority. The population appeared considerable, and was estimated at 30,000 in Tavai Island alone. In their style of dress, their choice of food, their manner of preparing it, and their general habits, they conform to the customs of Tahiti. This identity of two populations separated by a large stretch of sea gave the English much food for reflection. During his first stay, Cook did not become acquainted with any chief, but Captain Clerke, of the Discovery, at last received a visit from one. He was a young and well-made man, wrapped up from head to foot. The natives testified their respect by kneeling before him. Clarke made him several presents, and in return received a vase decorated with 2 small figures, fairly well sculptured, which served for the kava, a favorite drink of the Hawaiians, as well as the natives of Tonga. Their weapons comprised bows, clubs, and lances, the latter made of a strong and durable wood, and a sort of poignard called papoa, terminating in a point at both ends. The custom of taboo was just as universally practiced as in the Friendly Islands, and the natives were always careful to ask if things were taboo before they touched them. On the 27th of February, Cook continued his course to the north, and soon fell in with the sea wrack of the rocks mentioned by the narrator of Lord Anson's voyage. On the 1st of March he steered for the east, in order to approach the American coast, and 5 days later he recognized New Albion, so named by Francis Drake. The expedition, coasting at a distance, surveyed Cape Blanc, already seen by Martin d'Aguilar on the 19th of January 1603, and near which the geographers placed a large opening to the strait, the discovery of which they attributed to him. Shortly afterwards, the latitude of Juan de Fuca was reached, but nothing resembling it was discovered, although this strait really exists, and divides the continent from Vancouver's Island. Cook soon reconnoitred a bay in latitude 49 degrees 15 minutes, to which he gave the name of Hope Bay. He anchored there to obtain water, and give a little rest to his worn-out crews. The coast was inhabited, and 3 boats approached the vessel. One of the savages, he says, rose up, and with many gesticulations made a long speech, which we understood as an invitation to land. In addition, he threw feathers towards us, and many of his companions threw us handfuls of dust or red powder. The native who usurped the post of orator was clothed in a skin, and in each hand he held something which he shook, and which emitted a sound like that of a child's rattle. When he was tired of haranguing and exhorting, of which we did not understand a word, he rested, but 2 other men took up the speech in succession. Their speeches were not so long, and they did not declaim so vehemently. Many of the natives had their faces painted in an extraordinary way, the feathers fixed in their heads. Although they appeared friendly, it was impossible to persuade any of them to come on board. However, as the vessels had cast anchor, the captain had the sails furled, took in the topmasts, and unrigged the mizzenmast of the Resolution, in order to allow of repairs. Barter with the Indians soon commenced, and the most rigorous honesty prevailed. The objects offered were bear and wolf skins, and those of foxes, deers, and polecats, weasels, and especially otters, which are found in the islands east of Kamtchatka. Also clothes made by a kind of hemp, bows, lances, fish-hooks, monstrous figures, and a kind of stuff of hair or wool, bags filled with red ochre, trinkets of copper and iron, shaped like horseshoes, which they wore hung from the nose, human ears and hands, not yet free from flesh, struck us most among the things they offered us. They made us clearly understand that they had eaten the portions that were missing, and we indeed perceived that these hands and ears had been on the fire. The English were not long in ascertaining that these natives were as habitual robbers as any they had hitherto met with. They were even more dangerous, as, possessing iron implements, they could easily cut the cords. They combined their thefts with intelligence, and one of them amused the sentinel at one end of the boat, whilst another snatched the iron from the other end. They sold a quantity of very good oil, and a great deal of fish, especially sardines. When the numerous repairs needed by the ships were made, and the grass required for the few goats and sheep remaining on board had been shipped, Cook set sail on the 26th of April, 1778. He gave the name of King George's Sound to the spot where he had stayed, although it was called Nootka by the natives. The vessels had scarcely gained the open sea when a violent tempest overtook them, during which the Resolution sprung a leak on the starboard side below the water line. Carried away by the storm, Cook passed the spot selected by geographers as the situation of the Strait of Admiral de Fonte, although he greatly wished to dispel all doubts on the subject. The captain therefore continued along the American coast, surveying and naming the principal points. During this cruise he had constant intercourse with the Indians, and was not slow in noticing that their canoes had been replaced by boats, of which only the framework was wood, and over which were spread sealskins. After a stay at Prince William's Sound, where the leak of the Resolution was repaired, Cook resumed his voyage, reconnoitred and named Elizabeth and St. Hermogene Capes, Banks Point, Capes Douglas and Bede, St. Augustine's Mount, the river Cook, Kodiak Island, Trinity Island, and the islands called Shumagin by Bering. Afterwards he passed Bristol Bay, Round Island, Calm Point, Newenham Cape, where Lieutenant Williamson landed, and Anderson Island, so called in honor of the naturalist who died there of disease of the chest. Later King Island and Prince of Wales Cape, the most western extremity of America. Cook then passed the Asiatic coast and entered into communication with the Chukchis, entered Bering Strait on the 18th of April, and next week came in contact with ice. He tried in vain to survey in various directions. The iceberg presented an insuperable barrier. On the 17th of April, 1778, the expedition was in latitude 70 degrees 41 minutes. During an entire month he coasted the iceberg in the hope of finding an opening which might enable him to proceed to the north, but in vain. It was remarked that the ice was clear and transparent except in the upper part, which was slightly porous. I supposed, says Cook, that it was frozen snow, and it appeared to me that it must have been formed in the open sea, both because it is improbable, or rather impossible, that such enormous masses could float down rivers which contain too little water for a boat, and also because we perceived no produce of the earth, which we must have done if it was so formed. Up to this date the passage through Bering's Strait had been the least used to reach the northern latitudes. Cook's observation is valuable, as it proves that beyond this aperture a vast extent of sea without land must exist. It may possibly be, this was the view held by the lamented Gustave Lambert, that this sea is open. No greater distance north has ever been attained since Cook's time, except on the Siberian coast, where Plover and Long Islands were discovered, and where at this moment as we write Professor Nordenskjold is exploring. Translator's note. On the 5th of September, 1879, a telegram from Stockholm announced that the Swedish Arctic expedition under Professor Nordenskjold had made the northeast passage from Europe to Japan, and that the Swedish exploring vessel, the Vega, had arrived at Yokohama by way of Bering Straits. The end of note. After most careful exploration and repeated efforts to reach higher latitudes, Cook, seeing that the season was advanced, and encountering more icebergs daily, had no choice but to seek winter quarters in a more clement country, before continuing his expedition the following summer. He therefore retraced his route as far as the Unalaska Island, and on the 26th of October steered towards the Sandwich Islands, hoping to complete his survey of them during his wintering there. An island was discovered on the 26th of November. The natives sold quantities of fruits, roots, breadfruits, potatoes, taro, and eddy roots, which they exchanged for nails and iron implements. It was Maui Island, which forms part of the Sandwich Archipelago. Shortly afterwards, Owhaihe or Hawaii was sighted, the summits of which were covered with snow. The captain says, "We never met savages so liberal as these in their views. They usually sent the different articles they wished to sell to the ships. They then come on board themselves, and finished their trade on the quarter deck. The Tahitans, in spite of our constant stays there, have not the same confidence in us. I conclude from this that the inhabitants of Owhaihe are more accurate and true in their reciprocal trade than those of Tahiti, for the latter have no honor among themselves, and are thus not inclined to believe in the honor of others." End of section 22. Section 23 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First part, Chapter 5, Part 2. Captain Cook's Third Voyage, 2b. On the 17th of January, Cook and Clerke cast anchor in a bay, called by the natives Karakakoa. The sails were unbent from the yard. The yards and the topmasts struck. The vessels were crowded with visitors and surrounded by pirogues, and the shore was covered by a curious multitude. Cook had never previously seen so much excitement. Among the chiefs who came on board the Resolution, a young man named Parea was soon remarked. He said he was Yakane, but it was not known that was the title of office, or if it suggested a degree of relationship or reliance with the king. However, he evidently had great authority over the common people. Some presents, opportunely given, attached him to the English, and he rendered them more than one service. If Cook, on his first visit to Hawaii, pronounced that the natives were little disposed to robbery, he was not of the same opinion this time. Their large numbers gave them many facilities for thieving trifles, and encouraged them to think that their larceny would not be punished. It became evident at last that they were encouraged by their chiefs, for several stolen objects were found in the possession of the latter. Parea and another chief named Kanena brought an old man on board whose name was Koa. He was very thin, and his body was covered with white scruff from immoderate use of ava. He was a priest. When he was presented to Cook, he put a sort of red mantle which he had brought upon his shoulders, and gravely delivered a long discourse as he gave him a little pig. It was soon proved that it was intended as a form of adoration, for all the idols were clothed in similar stuff. The English were immensely astonished at the whimsical ceremonies of homage presented to Cook. They only understood them later, through the researches of the learned missionary Ellis. We shall give a brief account of his interesting discovery. It will make the recital of the events that followed plainer. According to tradition, a certain Rono, who lived under one of the ancient kings of Hawaii, had killed his wife, whom he tenderly loved, in a transport of jealousy. The grief and sorrow which followed upon his act drove him mad. He ran about the island, quarrelling with and striking everybody. At last, tired out but not satiated with murder, he embarked, promising to return one day upon a floating island, bringing cocoanuts, pigs, and dogs. This legend had been embodied in a national song, and became an article of faith with the priests, who added Rono to their list of deities. Confident in the fulfilment of the prediction, they awaited his coming every year, with a patience which nothing could exhaust. Is not there a strange resemblance between this legend and that relating to the Mexican god Quetzalcoatl, who, forced to fly from the wrath of a more powerful god, embarked upon a skiff of serpent skin, promising those who accompanied him to return at some later time and visit the country with his descendants? As soon as the English ships appeared, the high priest Koa and his son Onela declared that it was Rono himself, fulfilling his prediction. From that moment Cook was a divinity for the entire population. As he went about, the natives prostrated themselves. The priests made him speeches or addressed prayers to him. They would have sprinkled him with incense had that been fashionable at Hawaii. The captain felt that there was something extraordinary in these demonstrations, but, unable to understand it, he resigned himself, for the sake of the crew and for the advancement of science to the mysterious circumstances he was unable to unravel. He was obliged to give himself up to all kinds of ceremonies, which appeared, to him at least, ridiculous. Thus he was taken to a morai, a solid construction of stone 40 rods long and 14 high. The summit was well built, and was surrounded by a wooden balustrade, upon which were hung the ears of the captives sacrificed to the gods. At the opening of the platform were 2 large wooden figures with grinning faces, and bodies draped in red stuff, the heads surmounted by a large piece of sculpted wood, the shape of a reversed cone. There Koa mounted with Cook upon a sort of table, under which lay a rotten pig and a quantity of fruit. Some men brought a living pig in a procession, and some scarlet cloth in which it was wrapped. The priests then sang some religious hymns, while the assistants were devoutly prostrated at the entrance of the morai. After various ceremonies, which it would take too long to describe, a pig, cooked in the oven, was presented to the captain, with fruits and the roots which were used in the preparation of ava. The ava, says Cook, was then handed round, and when he had tasted it, Koa and Parea divided the flesh of the pig into several pieces, which they placed in their mouths. I felt no repugnance when Parea, who is very clean, gave me something to eat, says Lieutenant King, but Cook, to whom Koa offered the same attention, could not swallow a morsel, as he thought of the putrid pig. The old man, wishing to redouble his politeness, tried to give him pieces already chewed, and one can easily imagine that the disgust of our captain increased. After the ceremony, Cook was conducted to his boat by 4 men carrying sticks, who repeated the same words and phrases as at the landing, in the midst of a kneeling host of the natives. The same ceremonies were observed every time the captain landed. One of the priests always walked before him, announcing that Rono had landed, and ordering the people to prostrate themselves. If the English had reasons to feel satisfied with the priests, who loaded them with attentions and presents, it was otherwise with the Karis, or warriors. The latter encouraged the robberies which were perpetrated daily, and in other ways exhibited disloyalty. Still, up to the 24th of January, 1779, no important event occurred. Upon that day the English were surprised to see that none of the pirogues left the river to trade with the ships. The arrival of Terreobo had made the bay taboo, and prevented any communication with the strangers. Upon the same day the chief, or rather king, went without ceremony to the ships. He had but 1 pirogue, in which were his wife and children. On the 26th, Terreobo paid a second visit, which was official. Cook, says the narrative, noticing that the prince landed, followed him and arrived about the same time. He conducted them to the tent. They were scarcely seated when the prince rose, and in a graceful manner threw his mantle over the captain's shoulders. He further placed a hat of feathers upon his head, and a curious fan in Cook's hands, at whose feet he also spread 5 or 6 very pretty mantles of great value. Terreobo and the principal chiefs of his suite asked many questions of the English as to the time of their leaving. The captain wished to ascertain the opinion the Hawaiians had formed of the English, but he could only learn that they supposed them to be the natives of a country where provisions were scarce, and that they had simply come there to fill their stomachs. This conviction arose from the emaciated appearance of some of the sailors, and from the desire to ship fresh victuals. There was no fear, however, of exhausting their provisions, in spite of the immense quantity which had been consumed since the English arrived. It is very likely that the king wished for time to prepare the present he intended to offer the strangers upon their leaving, and accordingly, the day before the one fixed upon, the king begged Captains Cook and Clerk to accompany him to his residence. Enormous heaps of every kind of vegetable, parcels of stuff, yellow and red feathers, and a herd of pigs were collected together. All of this was a gratuitous gift to the king from his subjects. Terreobo chose about 1/3 of these articles, and gave the rest to the 2 captains, a more valuable present than they had ever received either at Tonga or Tahiti. On the 4th of February the vessels left the bay, but the damage received by the Resolution forced her to put in again in a few days. The vessels had scarcely cast anchor before the English noticed a change in the conduct of the natives. Still all went on peaceably until the afternoon of the 13th. Upon that day several chiefs wished to prevent the natives from assisting the English in filling their casks. A tumult ensued. The natives armed themselves with stones and became threatening. The officer in command of the detachment was ordered by Cook to draw upon the natives if they persisted in throwing stones or became insolent. Under these circumstances a pirogue was fired into, and it was soon apparent that a robbery had been committed by its crew. At the same time a still more serious dispute arose. A sloop belonging to Parea was seized by an officer who took it to be the Discovery. The chief hastened to claim his belongings and to protest his innocence. The discussion grew animated, and Parea was overthrown by a blow from an oar. The natives, who had hitherto been peaceable observers, armed themselves with stones, forced the sailors to retire precipitately, and took possession of the pinnace which had brought them. Parea, forgetful of his resentment at the moment, interposed, and restored the pinnace to the English, together with several things which had been stolen. "I am afraid the Indians will force me to violent measures," said Cook upon learning what had passed. "We must not allow them to believe that they have gained an advantage over us." The boat of the Discovery was stolen upon the 13th or 14th of February. The captain determined to possess himself of the person of Terreobo or some other of the leading persons, and to keep them as hostages until the stolen objects were restored to him. He therefore landed with a detachment of marines, and pursued his way to the king's residence. He was received with the usual marks of respect on the road, and perceiving Terreobo and his 2 sons, to whom he said a few words on the theft of the sloop, he decided to pass the day on board the Resolution. The matter took a happy turn, and the 2 young princes embarked upon the pinnace, when one of Terreobo's wives begged him with tears not to go on board. 2 other chiefs joined her, and the natives, frightened by the hostile preparations they saw, began to crowd round the king and captain. The latter hurried to embark, and the prince appeared willing to follow him, but the chiefs interposed, and used force to prevent his doing so. Cook, seeing that his project had failed, and that he could only put it into execution by bloodshed, gave it up, and walked quietly along the shore to regain his boat, when a rumour spread that one of the principal chiefs had been killed. The women and children were therefore sent away, and all directed their attention to the English. A native armed with a pahoa defied the captain, and as he would not cease his threats, Cook discharged his pistol. The native, protected by a thick mat, did not feel himself wounded, and so became more audacious. Several others advanced, and the captain discharged his gun at the nearest and killed him. This was the signal for a general attack. The last that was seen of Cook was his signing to the boats to cease firing, and to approach, that his small troop might embark. In vain. The captain was struck and fell to the earth. The natives, says the narrative, uttered cries of joy when they saw him fall. They at once dragged his body along the shore, and taking the poniard one after the other, they all attacked him with ferocious blows, until he ceased to breathe. Thus perished this great navigator, assuredly the most illustrious produced by England. The boldness of his undertakings, his perseverance in carrying them out, and the extent of his knowledge, all made him a type of the true sailor of discovery. What immense service he had rendered to geography! In his first voyage he reconnoitred the Society Islands, proved that New Zealand is formed of 2 islands, explored the strait that separated them, and surveyed its coast, and lastly he visited the entire eastern coast of New Holland. In his second voyage he proved the chimerical character of the long talked of Antarctic continent, the dream of stay-at-home geographers. He discovered New Caledonia, southern Georgia, the Sandwich Islands, and penetrated farther into the southern hemisphere than anyone had done before him. In his third expedition he discovered the Hawaiian archipelago, and surveyed the eastern coast of America to the 43rd degree, that is to say, an extent of 3,500 miles. He passed through Bering Straits, and ventured into the Arctic Sea, which was the horror of navigators, until the icebergs opposed an impenetrable barrier to his progress. It is needless to praise his qualities as a seaman. His hydrographical works remain, but above all, his careful treatment of his crews deserves to be remembered. To it was due their ability to bear the long and trying voyages which he made with so little loss of life. After this fatal day the English folded their tents and returned on board. Their offers for the recovery of the body of their unfortunate captain were in vain. In their anger they were about to have recourse to arms, when 2 priests, friends of Lieutenant King, brought a piece of human flesh at the instance of the other chiefs, which weighed from 9 to 10 pounds. It was all, they said, that remained of Rono's body, which had been burned according to custom. This sight of course made the English still more anxious for reprisals, and the natives on their side had to avenge the death of 5 chiefs and a score of men. Every time the English landed at their wandering place, they found a furious crowd armed with stones and sticks. In order to make an example, Captain Clerke, who had taken the command of the expedition, set fire to the abodes of the priests, and massacred those who opposed them. On the 19th of February, however, an interview was arranged, and the remains of Cook, his hands, recognizable by a large scar, his head, stripped of flesh, and various other debris were made over to the English, who 3 days later paid them the last honors. After that, barter was resumed as if nothing had happened, and no other incident occurred during the remainder of the stay in the Sandwich Islands. Captain Clerke had relinquished the command of the Discovery to Lieutenant Gore, and hoisted his flag upon the Resolution. After completing the survey of the Hawaiian Islands, he set sail for the north, touched at Kamchatka, where the Russians made him heartily welcome, passed through Bering Strait, and advanced as far as latitude 69 degrees 50 minutes north, where his further progress was barred by icebergs. On the 22nd of April, Captain Clerke died of pulmonary phthisis, aged 38. Captain Gore then assumed the command in chief, put in again at Kamchatka, again at Canton, and at the Cape of Good Hope, and anchored in the Thames on the 1st of October 1780, after more than 4 years' absence. The death of Captain Cook caused a general mourning throughout England. The Royal Society of London, of which he was a member, struck a medal in his honour, the cost of which was covered by public subscription, to which persons of the highest rank subscribed. The Admiralty petitioned the king to provide for the family of the deceased captain. The king granted a pension of £200 to his widow, and £25 to each of his 3 sons. The charts and drawings relating to his last voyage were engraved at the expense of the government, and the proceeds of their sale divided among Cook's family, and the heirs of Captain Clerke and Captain King. Although the family of the great navigator is extinct, a proof of the esteem in which his memory is held was given in the solemn meeting of the French Geographical Society on the 4th of February, 1879. A large number assembled to celebrate the centenary of Cook's death. Amongst them were many representatives of the Australian colonies, which are now so flourishing, and of the Hawaiian archipelago, where he met his death. A quantity of relics belonging to the great navigator, his charts, Weber's magnificent water-colours, and the instruments and weapons of the oceanic islanders decorated the walls. This touching homage, after the lapse of 100 years, was accorded by a people whose king had bidden them not to thwart Cook's scientific and civilizing mission, and was well calculated to awake an echo in England, and to draw yet closer the bonds of that good fellowship which exists between England and France. End of section 23. Section 24 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 1. French Navigators, 1a. Discoveries made by Bouvet de Lozier in the southern seas. Surville, the land of the Arsacides. Incident during the stay at Port Praslin. Arrival upon the coast of New Zealand. Death of Surville. Marianne's discoveries in the Antarctic Ocean. He is murdered at New Zealand. Kerguelen in Iceland and the Antarctic regions. The contest between the watches. Fleurien and Verdun de la Crenne. In the earlier half of the 18th century, a discovery had been made which was destined to exercise a favourable influence upon the progress of geographical science. Jean-Baptiste Charles Bouvet de Lozier, a captain of one of the East India Company's ships, was so struck by the immensity of the space surrounding the southern pole, known to geographers as Terra Australis Incognita, that he begged for the privilege of prosecuting discoveries in these unknown regions. His importunities were long disregarded, but at length, in 1738, the company consented, in the hope of opening new facilities for trade. Two small frigates, the Aigle and the Marie, fully equipped, left Brest upon the 19th of July, 1738, under command of Bouvet de Lozier. After a stay of a month at St. Catherine's Island, upon the coast of Brazil, they put to sea again upon the 13th of November, and steered for the southeast. On the 26th, heavy fog set in, so that the vessels could only keep in company by constant firing, and were obliged to tack about continually, at the risk of running foul of each other. Upon the 5th of December, although it would have appeared impossible, the fog increased in density to such an extent that those on board the Aigle could hear the movement of the Marie, though they could not see her. The sea was covered with kelp, and seagulls, never found at the distance from land, were shortly afterwards seen. Upon the 15th of December, says M. Favre, in his Memoir de Bouvet, in 48 degrees 50' southern latitude (Paris is the northern latitude 48 degrees 50'), and in the 7 degrees western longitude the meridian of Teneriffe, an enormous iceberg was perceived towards 5 or 6 in the morning. Shortly afterwards many others were seen, surrounded by ice floes of various sizes. The Marie, signalling danger, tacked about, but Bouvet, annoyed by this action, which was likely to affect the confidence of the crews, crowded sail on the Aigle, and, by passing the Marie, showed his determination to maintain his southern course. To reassure his men, he asserted that it was considered a lucky omen to meet with ice, as it was a certain indication of land at hand. The course was continued to the south, and Bouvet's perseverance was soon rewarded by the appearance of land, to which he gave the name of Cape Circumcision. It was steep, covered with snow, and so shut in by large icebergs that it was impossible to approach to within 7 or 8 leagues. It appeared to measure from 4 to 5 leagues from north to south. This land was supposed, says M. Favre, judging from Piotr Goss's charts, which were used by Bouvet, to be situated in 45 degrees southern latitude, and 26 degrees and 27 degrees east of the meridian of Teneriffe, or between 5 degrees 30' and 6 degrees 3' east of that of Paris. Bouvet would much have liked to make closer acquaintance with this region, but the fogs and contrary winds prevented his reaching it, and he was obliged to satisfy himself with observing it from a distance. Upon the 3rd of January 1739, says Bouvet in his report to the company, we made up for what we had lost during the preceding days, and about 4 in the afternoon, the fog clearing somewhat, we distinctly saw land. The coast, broken throughout its entire length, formed several bays. The summits of the mountains were covered with snow, the sides appeared wooded. After several fruitless attempts to near the coast, Bouvet was forced to relinquish his idea. His sailors were worn out with fatigue, discouraged and enfeebled by scurvy. The Marie was sent to the Isle of France, and the Aigle directed her course to the Cape of Good Hope, which she reached upon the 28th of February. We had penetrated, says Bouvet in his report already cited, 12 or 15,000 leagues into the unknown sea. For 70 days we had encountered almost continuous fog. We had been for 40 days in the midst of ice, and we had had snow and hail almost every day. Several times our decks and rigging were covered with them. Our shrouds and sails were frozen. On the 10th of January it was impossible to work our fore topsail. The cold was severe for men accustomed to a warm climate and who were lightly clad. Many had chilblains on the hands and feet. Still they were forced constantly to tack about, bring to, get under way, and tack soundings at least once a day. One of the sailors belonging to the Aigle, having been sent to loosen the fore topsail, became frozen in the foretop. He had to be lowered by a whip, and circulation was with difficulty restored. I have seen others with tears gushing from their eyes as they handled the sounding line. And all this was in the fine season, and I ameliorated their condition by every means in my power." We can readily understand that such small results did not tempt the East India Company to continue their efforts in these latitudes. If they were productive of no good, they cost heavily in the loss of men and ships they entailed. Still, Bouvet's discovery was a first blow to the existing belief in an Antarctic continent. He gave the start, and various navigators, amongst them 2 Frenchmen, followed it up. In our short record of this expedition, which is scarcely known, we have testified to an appreciation of our countryman, who was the pioneer of Antarctic navigation, and who deserves the credit of furnishing an example to the great English explorer James Cook. Another of the East India Company's captains, who had distinguished himself in various battles against the English, Jean-François Marie de Surville, was destined to make important discoveries in Oceania, some 30 years later, and to rediscover, almost simultaneously with Cook, the lands first seen by Tasman, and which he called Staten Island. The following is an account of the circumstances. Messieurs Law and Chevalier, governors in French India, determined to send a vessel at their own risk to trade in the southern seas. They admitted Surville to their schemes, and sent him to France to obtain the needful authority from the company, and to superintend the equipment of the vessel. The Saint Jean Baptiste was made ready for sea at Nantes, and provisioned for 3 years, with every requisite for a distant expedition. Surville then reached India, where Law provided him with 24 native soldiers. Leaving Angley Bay on the 3rd of March 1769, the Saint Jean Baptiste put in successfully at Masulipatam, Yanao, and Pondicherry, where her equipment was completed. Surville left the last named port on the 2nd of June, and steered his course for the Philippines. On the 20th of August he cast anchor off the Bashees, or Bashi Islands. Dampier had so named them after an intoxicating drink which the natives compounded from the juice of the sugar cane, into which they infused a certain black seed. Several of Dampier's crew had formerly deserted in these islands. They had received from the natives a field, agricultural instruments, and wives. The recollection of this fact incited 3 of the sailors belonging to the Saint Jean Baptiste to follow their example. But Surville was not the man to allow his crew to melt away in such a manner. He seized 26 Indians, and signified his intention of keeping them as hostages until his men were brought back to him. Among the Indians thus seized, says Crozet in his narrative of Surville's voyage, there were several courageous enough to throw themselves into the sea, and, much to the surprise of the crew, they had sufficient courage and skill to swim to one of their pirogues, which was far enough from the vessel to be secure from danger. Pains were taken to make the savages understand that they had been treated in this way in order to make their comrades bring back the 3 deserters. They made signs that they understood, and were then released, with the exception of 6, who had been taken on shore. The haste with which they left the ship, and flung themselves into their pirogues, augured badly for their return. Much surprise was therefore felt, when in a short time they were seen returning with joyful acclamations. Doubt was no longer possible, they could only be bringing the deserters back to the commander. They came on board, and proceeded to deposit on deck, what? 3 magnificent pigs, tied and bound. Surville did not appreciate, and he objurgated the natives so fiercely that they jumped into their pirogues and disappeared. 24 hours later the Saint Jean Baptiste left the Bashees, taking 3 captive Indians to replace the deserters. Upon the 7th of October, after a lengthened route to the southeast, land, to which the name of Première Vue was given, was sighted in 6 degrees 56 minutes southern latitude, and 157 degrees 30 minutes longitude east of Paris. The explorers coasted along it until the 13th of October, upon which day an excellent port was discovered, shielded from every wind, and formed by a number of small islands. M. de Surville cast anchor and named it Port Praslin. It is situated in 7 degrees 25 minutes southern latitude, and 151 degrees 55 minutes eastern longitude, reckoning from the Paris meridian. Upon entering this port, the French saw several Indians, armed with spears, and carrying a sort of shield. The Saint Jean Baptiste was very soon surrounded by pirogues, manned by a crowd of Indians, who were profuse in menacing gestures. However, they were pacified at last. About 30 of the boldest clambered on to the deck, and examined everything they saw with close attention. It soon became needful to check their advances, as there were many sick among the crew, and it was unwise to allow too many natives on board. In spite of the welcome they received, the natives were still doubtful, and their looks expressed distrust. The slightest movement on board the vessel was sufficient to make them jump into their pirogues or the sea. One only showed a little more confidence, and Surville gave him several presents. The Indian acknowledged the attention by saying he could point out a spot where good water was to be had. The captain gave orders to arm the boats, and entrusted the command to his lieutenant, L'Abbé. The savages appeared impatient for the departure of the boats from the ship, says Fleurien in his Découvertes des Français, and they were no sooner lowered than they were followed by all the pirogues. One of these appeared to lead the others. In it was the Indian who had offered his services to Surville. At the back of the pirogue a man stood erect, holding in his hands a bunch of herbs, raising them above his head with a rhythmical movement. In the center of the same pirogue stood a young man, resting upon a spear, who gravely watched all that went on. Red flowers were in his ears, and passed through the cartilage of his nose, and his hair was powdered with white lime. Certain thrilling symptoms aroused the suspicion of the French, who soon found themselves in a cul-de-sac, where the natives persisted in declaring that fresh water was to be found. L'Abbé, in spite of all the persuasions of the natives, did not wish to imperil his boats in 2 or 3 feet of water, with a muddy bottom, and therefore allowed only a corporal and 4 soldiers to disembark. They soon returned, asserting that they had seen on all sides nothing but marsh, in which the men would sink to the waist. It was evident that the natives had meditated treason. L'Abbé took good care not to let them suspect that he had detected their design, and asked them to point out a spring. The natives then led the boats some 3 leagues away, to a spot from whence it was impossible to see the ship. The corporal was again sent forward with some men, but he found only a very poor spring, barely affording sufficient water to slake the thirst of his party. During his absence, the natives did all in their power to induce L'Abbé to land, pointing out to him the abundant cocoanuts and other fruit trees, and even attempting to possess themselves of the boat hook. More than 250 of these natives, says the narrative, armed with spears from 7 to 8 feet long, with swords or wooden clubs, arrows and stones, and some carrying shields, were assembled on the shore, observing the movements of the boats. When the detachment, consisting of 5 men, proceeded to re-embark, the natives fell upon them, wounding one soldier with a blow from a club, the corporal with a spear, and many others in different ways. L'Abbé himself was hit by 2 arrows in the thigh, and on the leg by a stone. The traitors were fired upon. The first volley so astonished them that they remained motionless. It was the more fatal, as, being fired only 3 or 5 fathoms from the boats, every shot took effect. The amazement of the natives gave the opportunity for a second discharge, which completely routed them, the death of their chief greatly hastening their flight. L'Abbé, who had recognized him, apart from the others, with his hands raised to heaven, striking his breast and encouraging the assailants by his voice, aimed at him and shot him dead. The natives carried off their wounded, leaving 30 or 40 dead upon the field of battle. It was then possible to land, and picking up such of the enemy's weapons as were scattered about, the victors contented themselves with towing away one of their pirogues and destroying the others. Surville was extremely anxious to capture an Indian who might serve him as a guide, and who, convinced of the superiority of European weapons, might warn his countrymen against opposing the French. With this view he hit upon a singular expedient. He ordered 2 negro sailors to be placed on board the pirogue he had seized, had their heads powdered, and disguised them so cleverly that the natives were likely to be deceived. In fact, a pirogue, soon after approaching the Saint Jean Baptiste, the men who were in it, seeing what they took to be 2 of their own people, trafficking with the strangers, drew nearer. So soon as the French imagined they were at a fair distance, they launched 2 boats in pursuit. The natives gained ground. It was then decided to fire, in order to stop them. One of the natives was killed at once, and his boat capsizing, he fell into the sea, and the other, who was only 14 or 15 years of age, endeavored to reach the shore by swimming. He defended himself most courageously, says the narrative, sometimes making believe to bite himself, but really biting those who held him. His hands and feet were tied, and he was taken on board. He counterfeited death for an hour, but when he was made to sit up, and he fell back on deck, he took good care to fall on his shoulders instead of his head. When he was tired of playing this game, he opened his eyes, and, seeing that the crew were eating, he asked for a biscuit, ate it with a good appetite, and made many expressive signs. He was bound securely, so that he might not throw himself overboard. During the night it was necessary to resort to firing, to disperse the pirogues, which approached with a view to surprising the ship. Next day the native was taken in a boat to a small islet, since called Aiguade Island. Scarcely had he landed, when it was perceived that he had almost cut through the ropes with a sharp shell. The young savage was taken by a different route to the shore, when he perceived that he was to re-embark, and biting the sand in his fury. The sailors succeeded at last in finding an abundant spring and plenty of wood. One of the trees they cut appeared to have dyeing properties, for it tinged the sea with red. Some of the bark was boiled, and pieces of cotton steeped in the decoction turned deep red. Welcome refreshment was afforded to the crew by the palm cabbages, good oysters, and various shellfish which abounded. There were indeed many sufferers from scurvy on board the Saint Jean Baptiste. Surville had looked forward to this stay to cure them, but the rain, which fell ceaselessly for 6 days, aggravated their complaint to such a degree that 3 of them died before they left the anchorage. The port was named Praslin, and the large island or archipelago to which it belonged, Arsacides, in reference to the deceitful nature of its inhabitants. Port Praslin, says Fleurien, would be one of the finest ports in the world if the bottom were better. It is of circular shape, reckoning all the islands discovered from the spot where the Saint Jean Baptiste cast anchor. The ferocity of the people inhabiting the islands of Port Praslin was such that it was impossible to penetrate into the interior, and it was only possible to examine the sea coast. We perceived no cultivated ground, either in the trip we made to the further end of the port, nor upon the Aiguade Island, which was explored throughout. Such are the superficial particulars which Surville and his crew were able to collect. Fortunately, they were supplemented by those furnished by the captive native, whose name was Lovasalega, and who possessed a great faculty for learning languages. According to his account, the island produced palms, cocoa-nut trees, various almond trees, wild coffee, the ebony tree, the takamahak, as well as numerous resinous and gum trees, the banana, sugar-cane, yams, aniseed, and lastly a plant called binao, which is used by the natives as bread. Cockatoos, wood pigeons, lories, and blackbirds, somewhat larger than those of Europe, abounded in the woods. In the marshes the curlew, sea lark, a species of snipe, and ducks were to be found. The only quadrupeds the country produced were goats and half-wild pigs. The natives of Port Praslin, says Fleurien, quoting from the manuscript in his possession, are of ordinary height, but strong and muscular. They do not appear to be all of one origin, a valuable remark, for some are perfectly black, whilst others are copper-coloured. The former have woolly hair, which is very soft to the touch. Their foreheads are small, their eyes slightly sunken, while the lower parts of their face is pointed and adorned with a small beard. Their expression is fierce. Some of the copper-coloured natives have smooth hair. They usually cut it round the head, as high as the ear. A few only retain a little, shaped like a cap, on the top of the head, shaving off the remainder with a sharp stone, and leaving only a circular fringe about an inch deep at the bottom. Their hair and eyebrows are powdered with lime, which gives them a yellowish hue. Both men and women are stark naked, but it must be allowed that their nudity is not so startling as would be that of an European without clothes, for the faces, arms, and generally every part of their bodies are tattooed. Sometimes the taste of these designs is really wonderful. They pierce their ears and the cartilage of their nose, and the nostrils often hang down from the weight of the ornaments to the upper lip. The commonest ornament worn by the natives of Port Praslin is a necklace made of men's teeth. It was at once concluded that they were cannibals, although the same customs had been met with among people who were not. Lova's confused replies, and the half-broiled head of a man, found by Bougainville in a pirogue in Choiseul Island, placed the existence of this barbarous practice beyond the possibility of doubt. End of section 24. Section 25 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century. By Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 1. French Navigators. 1b. On the 21st of October, after 9 days' rest, the Saint Jean-Baptiste left Port Praslin. On the next and ensuing days, lofty and mountainous land was constantly in sight. Upon the 2nd of November, Surville descried an island which received the name of Contrariété, from the contrary winds which for 3 days checked the progress of the ship. This island presented a delightful appearance. It was well cultivated, and, judging from the number of pirogues which constantly surrounded the Saint Jean-Baptiste, it must have been well populated. The natives could scarcely be persuaded to go on board. At last a chief sprang on deck. His first act was to possess himself of a sailor's clothes. He next visited the poop, and took the white flag, which he wished to appropriate. It was only after some difficulty that he was dissuaded from the attempt. Lastly, he climbed up the mizzenmast, and from that elevated position observed all parts of the vessel. Then, coming down, he began to jump about, and addressing himself to those he had left in the canoes, he invited them, by words and gestures, to join him on deck. About a dozen ventured. They resembled the natives of Port Praslin, but they spoke a different language, and could not make themselves understood by Lova Salega. Their stay on board did not last long, for one of them having possessed himself of a bottle and thrown it into the sea, the captain showed some annoyance, which induced them to return to their pirogues. The land appeared so inviting, and the sufferers from scurvy were in such pressing need of green provisions, that Surville determined to send a boat to test the disposition of the natives. It had no sooner left the vessel than it was surrounded by pirogues, manned by a number of warriors. Hostilities were imminent, but a few shots dispersed the assailants. During the night a flotilla advanced towards the Saint Jean-Baptiste, and Surville, from motives of humanity, did not wait until the natives were close, but at once fired several pieces, charged with grape shot, which put them to flight. It was useless to think of landing, and Surville regained the open sea. He discovered successively the Three Sisters Island and Gulf and Deliverance Islands, the last of the group. The archipelago, just explored by Surville, was no other than that of the Solomon Islands, which, as we have mentioned, was discovered in the first instance by Mendana. That skilful navigator had traced and surveyed 140 leagues, besides drawing a series of 14 very curious views of this sea coast. If Surville's crew were not to be decimated by death, it was necessary at all risks to reach land, where he might disembark the sick and procure fresh provisions for them. He resolved to steer for New Zealand, which had not been visited since the time of Tasman. On the 12th of December, 1769, Surville descried land in 35 degrees 37 minutes southern latitude, and 5 days later he cast anchor in a bay which he called Lauriston. At the extremity was a creek which received the name of Chevalier. Cook had been in search of this land since the beginning of October, and was fated to pass by Lauriston Bay a few days later without observing the French vessel. Whilst anchoring in Chevalier Creek, Surville was overtaken by a frightful tempest, which brought him within an ace of destruction, but his sailors had such confidence in his nautical ability that they felt no anxiety, and obeyed his orders with a sang-froid of which, unfortunately, the Maoris were the sole spectators. The sloop which was conveying the sick to the land had no time to reach the shore before the storm broke in all its fury, and she was driven into Refuge Creek. The sailors and invalids were cordially welcomed by a chief called Naginoui, who received them into his cabin, and bestowed upon them all the green provisions which he could procure during their stay. One of the boats, which was towed behind the Saint Jean Baptiste, was carried away by the waves. Surville saw it stranded in Refuge Creek. He sent in search of it, but only the rudder was found. The natives had carried it off. The river was searched in vain. There was no trace of the boat. Surville would not allow this theft to go unpunished. He made signs to some Indians who were near their pirogues to approach him. One of them ran to him at once, and was immediately seized and carried on board. The others fled. He seized one pirogue, says Crozet, and burned the other, set fire to the huts, and returned to the ship. The Indian who was taken was recognized by the surgeon as the chief who had so generously assisted them during the storm. It was the unfortunate Naginoui, who, after the services he had rendered the whites, could hardly have anticipated such treatment at their hands when he obeyed Surville's signal. He died on the 24th of March, 1770, near the island of Juan Fernandez. We will pass over the observations made by the French navigator upon the natives and upon the productions of the New Zealand, as they are merely a repetition of those of Captain Cook. Surville, convinced that he could not obtain the provisions he needed, put to sea a few days later, and steered between the parallels of 27° and 28° southern latitude, but the ravages of the scurvy, which increased daily, decided him on steering for the coast of Peru without delay. He sighted it on the 5th of April, 1770, and 3 days later cast anchor off the Chilica Bay at the entrance of Callao. In his haste to reach the land and seek help for the sick, Surville was unwilling to allow anyone else to visit the governor. Unfortunately, his boat was capsized by the waves that break over the bar, and only one of the crew was saved. Surville and all the rest were drowned. Thus miserably perished this great navigator, too early for the services he might have rendered to his country and to science. As for the Saint Jean Baptiste, she was detained for 3 years before Lima by the interminable delays of the Spanish customs. Labbé assumed the command, and took her back to Lorient on the 23rd of August, 1773. As we have already related, Messier de Bougainville had taken a Tahitan named Auturu to Europe. When this native expressed a desire to return to his native land, the French administration had sent him to Mauritius, with orders to the governor of that colony to facilitate his return to Tahiti. A naval officer, Marion Dufresne, availed himself of this opportunity, and offered Poivre, the governor of Mauritius and Bourbon, to send the young Auturu to Tahiti at his own expense, and in a vessel belonging to him. He only required that a vessel belonging to the state might be assigned to him, and a small sum of money advanced to assist him in the preparations for the expedition. Nicolas Thomas Marion Dufresne was born at Saint-Malo on the 22nd of December, 1729, and had entered the naval service very young. On the 16th of October, 1746, he was made lieutenant of a frigate, and at the time of his offer was still only captain of a fire ship. Still he had served everywhere with distinction, and nowhere more successfully than in the Indian seas. The mission for which he offered himself was merely a pretext for a voyage of discovery in the southern seas. Poivre, an intelligent governor and a friend to progress, approved of Dufresne's project, and gave him detailed instructions for the enterprise he was about to undertake in the southern hemisphere. At this time Cook had not yet proved the non-existence of an Antarctic continent. Poivre would dearly have liked to have discovered the northern portions of the land he imagined to lie near the French colonies, and where he hoped to meet with a more temperate climate. He calculated upon finding timber for masts, and many other necessities there, such as provisions, which he was now obliged to obtain at heavy cost from the metropolis. Moreover, there might be a safe port, where vessels could find shelter from the storms which almost periodically ravaged the islands of Mauritius and Bourbon. The government had just sent a ship's lieutenant, M. Kerguelen, to make discoveries in these unknown seas. Marion's expedition, which was to try a different route, could not fail to aid in the solution of the problem. On the 18th of October 1771, the Mascarin, commanded by MaryAnn, and the Marquis de Castries, under the Chevalier de Clusmer, midshipmen, set sail. They put in first at Bourbon Island. There they took Auturu on board. He was unfortunately infected with smallpox, which he had caught in the Mauritius, and the illness soon declared itself, so that it was necessary to leave Bourbon lest he should communicate it to the inhabitants. The two vessels then made for Port du Pin, on the coast of Madagascar, in order to allow the malady to run its course, before proceeding to the Cape, where they were to complete provisioning. Young Auturu soon died of the disease. Under these circumstances, was it necessary to return to Mauritius, disarm the ship, and give up the expedition? MaryAnn thought not. With greater freedom of action, he determined to make himself famous by a new voyage, and he inspired his companions with enthusiasm like his own. He soon reached the Cape of Good Hope, when he completed in a few days the provisioning necessary for the 18th month's journey. A southerly route was chosen towards the land discovered in 1739 by Bouvet de Lozier, and which was to be looked for east of the meridian of Madagascar. Nothing remarkable occurred from the 28th of December 1771, the day upon which the vessels had left the Cape, until the 11th of January. It was then discovered, by taking the longitude 20 degrees 43 minutes east of the Paris meridian, that they were in the parallel, 40 to 41 degrees south, of the islands named in Van Keulen's chart as Dina and Marvezen, and not marked at all upon French maps. Although the presence of land birds induced MaryAnn to suppose that he was not far from the islands, he left these latitudes on the 9th of January, convinced that his search for the southern continent ought to occupy his entire attention. The 11th of January found him in 45 degrees 43 minutes southern latitude, and although it was summer in these regions, the cold was severe, and snow fell without ceasing. 2 days later, in a dense fog, which was succeeded by rain, MaryAnn discerned land which extended a distance of 5 leagues from the west-southwest to the east-northeast. The soundings gave a depth of 80 fathoms, with a bottom of coarse sand mixed with coral. This land stretched away till it could be seen behind the vessels, that is to say, over a distance of 6 to 7 leagues. It appeared to be very lofty and mountainous. It received the name of Hope, marking MaryAnn's great desire to reach the southern continent. 4 years later Cook called it Prince Edward's Island. To the north lay another territory. Crozet, editor of MaryAnn's Voyage, says, "I noticed, in coasting along this island, that to the northeast there existed a creek, opposite to what appeared to be a large cavern. All around the cavern he remarked a number of large white spots, which looked like a flock of sheep. Had time allowed, he might have found anchorage opposite the creek. I fancied I saw a cascade issuing from the mountains. In rounding the island we discovered 3 islets detached from it, 2 of them situated in the large bay formed by the coast, and the third on its northern extremity. The island itself was about 7 or 8 leagues in circumference, without verdure, and apparently barren. The coast was healthy and safe. Monsieur MaryAnn named it Cavern Island. These 2 southern territories are situated in 45 degrees 45 minutes southern latitude, by 34 degrees 31 minutes east of the Paris meridian, half a degree east of the route pursued by Bouvet. Next day about 6 leagues of the coast of the Land of Hope was made out. It looked fertile. The mountains were lofty and covered with snow. The navigators were about to look for anchorage, when, during the sounding operations, the 2 ships ran foul of each other and were both damaged. 3 days were occupied in repairs. The weather, which had hitherto been fine, broke up, and the wind becoming violent, it was necessary to continue the course following the 46th parallel. New lands were discovered on the 24th of January. At first, says Crozet, they appeared formed of 2 islands. I took a sketch at a distance of 8 leagues, and shortly afterwards we took them for 2 capes, imagining we could see in the far distance a stretch of land between them. They are situated in 40 degrees 5 minutes southern latitude, and about 48 degrees eastern longitude, reckoning from the meridian of Paris. Monsieur Marion named them les îles froides, or the cold islands. Although little progress was made during the night, the islands were invisible next morning. Upon this day the Castries signalled land, which stretched some 10 or 12 leagues east-south-east, but a dense fog, lasting no less than 12 hours, continued rain, and cold, which was severe and trying to lightly clad men, made any approach nearer than 6 or 7 leagues impossible. The coast was seen again upon the 24th, as well as new land, which received the name of the Arid Island, and is now known as Crozet Island. Marion was at length able to lower a boat, and ordered Crozet to take possession of the larger of the 2 islands in the name of the king. It is situated in 46 degrees 30' southern latitude, and 43 minutes eastern longitude, reckoning from the Paris meridian. Monsieur Marion called this land La Prise de Possession. It is now known as Marion Island. This was the 6th island discovered by us in these southern waters. From a height I discerned snow in many of the valleys. The land appeared barren, and covered with very small grass. I found neither tree nor bush in the island. Exposed to the continual ravages of the stormy west winds which prevailed the entire year in these latitudes, it appeared uninhabitable. I found nothing there but seals, penguins, seagulls, Mother Carey's chickens, and every variety of aquatic birds, usually met with by navigators in the open sea, when passing the Cape of Good Hope. These creatures, never having seen a man, were not wild, and allowed us to take them in the hand. The female birds sat tranquilly upon their eggs, others fed their youngs, whilst the seals continued their gambols in our presence, without appearing in the least alarmed. Marion continued to steer between 46 degrees to 47 degrees latitude, in the midst of a fog so dense that it was impossible to see from one end of the deck to the other, and without constant firing the ships must have parted company. Upon the 2nd of February the 2 ships were in 47 degrees 22' eastern longitude, that is to say, without 1 degree 10' of the lands discovered upon the 13th of the same month by the king's vessels La Fortune and La Gros Ventre, commanded by Monsieur de Kerguelen and Saint Wallarn. Doubtless, but for the accident to the Castries, Marion would have fallen in with them. Having reached 90 degrees east of the Paris meridian, Marion changed his route, and directed his course to Van Diemen's Land. No incident occurred during the cruise, and the 2 vessels cast anchor in Frederick Henry Bay. Boats were at once lowered, and a strong detachment made its way to the shore, where some 30 natives were found, and the country, judging from the fires and smoke, must have been well populated. The natives of the country, says Crozet, came forward willingly. They picked up wood and formed a sort of pile. Then they presented the newcomers with pieces of dried wood, which they had lighted, and appeared to invite them to set fire to the pile. No one knew what the ceremony might mean, and it was accordingly tried. The natives did not appear surprised. They remained about us, without making any demonstration either of hostility or friendship, and their wives and children were with them. Both men and women were of ordinary height, black in color, with woolly hair, and all were naked. Some of the women carried their children tied on to their backs with rushes. All the men were armed with pointed sticks and stones, which appeared to us to be sharp, like hatchets. We attempted to win them over by small presents. They disdainfully rejected all that we offered, even iron, looking-glasses, handkerchiefs, and pieces of cloth. Fowls and ducks which had been brought from the ship were shown to them as evidence that we wished to trade. They took them, looked at them as if they had never seen such things before, and threw them aside with an angry air. An hour had been spent in the attempt to gain the goodwill of the savages, when Marion and Du Clesmeur landed. A lighted brand was also presented to them, and fully persuaded that it was a peaceful ceremony, they did not hesitate to light the pile which was prepared. They were mistaken, for the natives immediately retired, and flung a volley of stones, which wounded the 2 captains. They retaliated by a few shots, and the whole party re-embarked. After another attempt at landing, which the natives opposed with great bravery, it was necessary to repulse them by a volley, which wounded several and killed 1. The crew then landed and pursued the natives, who made no attempt to resist them. 2 detachments were sent in search of a watering place, and of trees suitable for repairing the masts of the Castrier. 6 days passed in fruitless search, fortunately not wholly wasted, as many curious observations were made on behalf of science. From the considerable number of shells which we found at short distances, says Crozet, we concluded that the ordinary food of these savages was mussels, cockles, and various shellfish. End of section 25. Section 26 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 1. French Navigators, 1c. Is it not strange to find, among New Zealanders, the remains of food similar to that which we are now familiar on the Scandinavian coasts? Is not man everywhere the same, and incited by the same needs to the same actions? Finding it waste of time to seek for water and wood with which to remast the Castrier and repair the Mascarin, which leaked a good deal, MaryAnn started on the 10th of March for New Zealand, and reached that island 14 days later. New Zealand, discovered by Tasman in 1642, and visited by Cook and Surville in 1772, was now becoming known. The two vessels made for land at Mount Egmont, but the shore was so steep at that point that MaryAnn put back to sea, and returned to reconnoitre the land upon the 31st of March, in 36 degrees 30 minutes latitude. He coasted along the shore, and in spite of contrary winds returned northward as far as the Three Kings Islands. He found it impossible to land there. It was therefore necessary to reach the mainland, and anchor was cast opposite Cape Maria Van Diemen, the most northerly extremity of New Zealand. The anchorage was soon perceived to be bad, and after many attempts MaryAnn stopped at Cook's Island Bay on the 11th of May. Tents were erected on one of the islands, where wood and water were found, and the sick were installed there under a strong guard. The natives came on board, some of them even slept there, and trade, facilitated by the use of a Tahitian vocabulary, was carried on in grand style. I remarked with surprise, says Crozet, that among the savages who came on board were 3 distinct species of men. One of these appeared to be the original native, and was of a yellowish-white color, taller than the others, the usual height being from 5 foot 9 to 5 foot 10 inches. He had smooth black hair. The more swarthy and somewhat smaller men had slightly curling hair. And lastly, the genuine negro, with woolly hair and of smaller stature than the others, but usually broader chested. The first have very little beard, whilst the negroes have a great deal. The curious observation was afterwards verified. It is unnecessary to linger over the customs of the New Zealanders, or over MaryAnn's minute description of their fortified villages, their arms, clothing, and food. These details are already known to our readers. The French pitched 3 camps on land. The first, for the sick, upon Matuaro Island. The second upon the mainland, which served as a depot and as a means of communication with the third, which was workshop of the carpenters, and was some 2 leagues away in the midst of a wood. The crew, persuaded by the friendliness of the natives, made long excursions into the interior, and received a hearty welcome everywhere. Confidence was at length so fully established that, in spite of Crozet's representations, MaryAnn ordered the sloop's boats to be disarmed. This was unpardonable imprudence in a country where Tasman had given the name of Assassin Bay to the first point on which he landed, where Cook had met with cannibals and had been nearly massacred. On the 8th of June MaryAnn landed, and was received with even greater demonstrations of friendship than usual. He was proclaimed head chief of the country, and the natives placed 4 white feathers in his hair as insignia of royalty. 4 days later he again landed with 2 young officers, Messieurs de Vadricourt and Léaud, a volunteer and captain of arms, and a few sailors, 17 persons in all. Evening approached, but no one came back to the ship. At first no anxiety was felt, for the hospitable customs of the natives were well known. It was supposed that MaryAnn had slept on shore, to be ready to visit the workshops in the morning. On the 13th of June the Castrier sent her boat for the daily supply of wood and water. At 9 o'clock a man was seen swimming towards the ships. A boat was lowered to help him on board. It was one of the rowers, the only one who had escaped from the massacre of his comrades. He had received 2 lance thrusts in his side, and been much ill-treated. From his account it appeared that the natives had at first shown their usual friendliness. They had even carried the sailors, who feared getting wet, ashore upon their shoulders. But when the crew dispersed to pick up their cargo of wood, the natives reappeared, armed with spears, tomahawks, and clubs, and threw themselves in parties of 6 and 7 upon each of the sailors. The survivor had been attacked by 2 men only, who had wounded him with 2 lance thrusts, and as, fortunately, he was not far from the sea, he had succeeded in reaching the shore, where he hid himself in some brushwood. From thence he had witnessed the massacre of all his companions. The savages had the bodies stripped and commenced cutting them up, when he stole noiselessly from his concealment and threw himself into the sea, hoping to reach the ship by swimming. Had all the 16 men who accompanied MaryAnn, and of whom no news was received, met a like fate? It seemed probable. In any case, it was needful to take immediate precautions for the safety of the 3 camps. Chevalier de Clusmer at once took the command, and, thanks to his energy, the disaster did not assume worse proportions. The sloop of the Mascarin was armed and sent in search of MaryAnn's boats and sloop, with orders to warn all the camps and carry help to the most distant, where masts and spars were being made. On the road, upon the shore, the 2 boats were discovered near the village of Takuri. They were surrounded by natives, who had pillaged them after massacring the sailors. Without waiting to regain possession of the boats, the officer put on all speed in the hope of reaching the workshop in time. Fortunately, it had not yet been attacked by the natives. All work was immediately stopped, the utensils and weapons were collected, the guns were loaded, and such objects as could not be removed were buried beneath the ruins of the shed, which was set on fire. The retreat was accomplished among crowds of natives, crying in sinister voices, "Takuri mate MaryAnn!" "Takuri has killed MaryAnn!" 2 leagues were traversed in this manner, during which no aggression was attempted against the 60 men who composed the detachment. Upon their arrival at the sloop, the natives approached them. Crozet first sent all the sailors who carried loads on board. Then, tracing a line on the ground, he made it understood that the first native who passed it would immediately be fired upon. An order was then given to the natives to seat themselves, and it must have been an imposing spectacle to see thousands obeying unresistingly, in spite of their desire to seize the prey which was escaping before their eyes. Crozet embarked last, and no sooner had he set foot in the sloop than the war cry was uttered, whilst javelins and stones were thrown from every direction. Hostilities had succeeded threats, and the savages rushed into the water the better to aim at their foes. Crozet found himself obliged to prove to these wretches the superiority of his weapons, and gave orders to fire. The New Zealanders, seeing their comrades fall wounded or dead without their appearing to have been touched, were quite amazed. They would all have been killed had not Crozet stopped the firing. The sick were taken on board without accident, and the encampment, reinforced and put on guard, was not molested. Next day the natives, who had an important village upon Matuaro Island, endeavoured to prevent the sailors from fetching the water and wood they needed. The latter then marched against them, bayonet in hand, and followed them up to their village, where they shut themselves in. The voice of the chief inciting them to battle was heard. Firing was commenced as soon as the village was within range, and that was so well directed that the chiefs were the first victims. As soon as they fell, the natives fled. Some 50 were killed, the rest were driven into the sea, and the village was burned. It was useless to dream of bringing to the shore the 5 masts, made with great difficulty from the cedars which had been cut down, and the carpenters were obliged to repair the mast with pieces of wood collected on the ships. The provisioning of the ships with the 700 barrels of water and 70 loads of wood, necessary for the voyage, would infallibly occupy at least a month, for there remained only 1 sloop. The fate of MaryAnn and the men who had accompanied him was still unknown. A well-armed detachment therefore started for the village of Takuri. It was abandoned. Only men too old to follow the flight of their companions remained, and were seated in the doors of their huts. An effort was made to take them. One of them, without any apparent effort, at once struck a soldier with a javelin he held in his hand. He was killed, but no injury was inflicted upon the others who were left in the village. All the houses were thoroughly searched. In Takuri's kitchen a man's skull was found, which had been cooked some days before. Some fleshy parts still remained, which bore the impress of the cannibal's teeth. On a wooden spit a piece of human thigh, 3 parts eaten, was found. In another house a shirt was recognized as having belonged to the unfortunate MaryAnn. The collar was soaked in blood, and 2 or 3 holes were found in the side, also blood-stained. In various other houses, portions of the clothes and the pistols belonging to young Vaudricourt, who had accompanied the captain, were brought to light. The boat's arms and quantities of scraps of the unfortunate sailor's clothing were also discovered. Doubt was unfortunately no longer possible. An account of the death of the victims was drawn up, and Chevalier du Clesmeur searched MaryAnn's papers to discover his projects and the plans for the prosecution of the voyage. He found only the instructions given by the governor of Mauritius. A council was held with the ship's officers, and bearing in mind the lamentable condition of the vessels, it was decided to abandon the search for new lands, and to make for Amsterdam or Rotterdam Island, then for the Mariana and Philippines, where there was a chance of disposing of the cargo before returning to Mauritius. On the 14th of July, Du Clesmeur left Treason Port, as he named the bay of these islands, and the vessels steered towards Amsterdam and Rotterdam Islands, to the north of which they passed on the 6th of August. Navigation was aided by splendid weather, a fortunate circumstance, as scurvy had made such ravages among the sailors that very few of them were in a condition to work. At length, on the 20th of September, Guaham Island, the largest of the Mariana group, was discovered. It was impossible to cast anchor until 7 days later. The account published by Crozet contains very precise and circumstantial details regarding the island, with its productions and inhabitants. We will only transcribe from it one phrase, as explicit as it is short. Guaham Island, he says, appeared to us a terrestrial paradise. The air was excellent, the water good, the vegetables and fruits were perfect, the herds of cattle, goats, and pigs innumerable, every species of fowl abounded. Amongst the vegetable productions, Crozet mentions rima, the fruit of which is good to eat when it has attained its full growth and is still green. In this condition, he says, the natives gather for food. They remove the rough skin and cut it in slices like bread. When they wish to preserve it, they cut it in round pieces, and dry it in the sun or in oven, in the form of very small cakes. This natural biscuit preserves its bread-like qualities for several years, and far longer than our best ship's biscuits. From Port Agana, Crozet reached the Philippine Islands, and anchored off Cavite, in Manila Bay. This was the spot where the Castries and Mascarin parted, to go back to Mauritius separately. Some years previously, a gallant officer of the Royal Navy, Chevalier Jacques Raymond de Géron de Grenier, who was one of that group of distinguished men, the Chazelets, the Bordas, the Fleuriens, the Dumarts de Gompy, the Chaberts, the Verdens, the Lacrens, who contributed so zealously to the progress of navigation and geography, had employed his leisure, during a stay in the Isle of France, in exploring the adjacent seas. He had made a very profitable cruise in the corvette the Heure de Bergère, during which he rectified the position of St. Brandon's Rock and of the Saya de Malia sandbank, examined separately St. Michel, Roque Pire, and Agalega in the Seychelles archipelago, and corrected the charts of Adu and Diego Garcia Islands. Convinced of the connection of the currents with the monsoon, which he had thoroughly studied, he proposed a shortened route, always open, from the Isle of France to the Indies. It would be a saving of 800 leagues, and was well worth serious consideration. The Minister of Marine, who had seen Grenier's proposition well received by the Naval Academy, decided to entrust its examination to the ship's officer, who was accustomed to work of the kind. He selected Yves Joseph de Kerguelen. During 2 expeditions, undertaken in 1767 and 1768, for the encouragement and protection of the cod fisheries on the coast of Iceland, the Navigator had surveyed a great number of ports and roadsteads, collected astronomical observations, rectified the map of Iceland, and accumulated a mass of particulars concerning this little known country. It was he, indeed, who gave the earliest authentic account of geysers, those springs of warm water which occasionally reach to such great heights, and he also supplied curious details of the existence of fossil wood, which prove that at an early geological period Iceland, now entirely devoid of trees, possessed enormous forests. Kerguelen had at some time published novel details of the manners and customs of the inhabitants. The women, he said, have dresses, jackets, and aprons made of a cloth called vadmal, which is made in Iceland. They wear an ample robe above their jackets, rather like that of the Jesuits, but not so long as the petticoats, which they allow to be seen. These robes are of different color, but generally black. They are called hempe. They are trimmed with velvet or some other ornament. The head dresses look like pyramids or sugar loaves, 2 or 3 feet high. The women ornament the head with a large handkerchief of very coarse cloth, which stands upright, and cover it with another, finer one, which forms the shape of which I spoke. Lastly, Kerguelen had collected very interesting documents relating to Denmark, the Laplanders, the Samoyeds, the Faroe Islands, the Orkney and Shetland Islands, which he had thoroughly explored. Kerguelen, entrusted with the examination of the route proposed by Grenier, asked permission of the minister to employ his ship to explore all the southern lands discovered in 1739 by Bouvet de Lozier. The Abbé Terray, who had just succeeded the Duke of Praslin, gave him command of the ship Le Berrier, which brought 300 able-bodied seamen and provisions for 14 months from Lorient, together with some ammunition for Mauritius. The Abbé Rochon was associated with Kerguelen for making astronomical observations. Upon reaching Mauritius on the 20th of August, 1771, Kerguelen exchanged the Berrier for the La Fortune, to which a small vessel, the Gros Ventre, with 16 guns and a crew of 100 men, was attached under command of Monsieur de Saint Alouarn. As soon as the 2 vessels were equipped, Kerguelen set sail and steered northward in search of the Mahé Islands. During a great storm, the sounding lines of the Fortune gave an ever decreasing depth, first 30, then 20, and at last only 14 fathoms. Anchor was then cast, and it held fast throughout the tempest. Daybreak at least relieved our anxieties, says Kerguelen. We perceived neither land nor rock. The Gros Ventre was 3 leagues distant. Her captain could not believe that I was at anchor, for the noise of the thunder and dazzling lightning prevented his hearing or seeing my signals. This is the sole instance of a vessel anchoring in the night in the open sea upon an unknown coast. I set sail and allowed the vessels to drift, taking constant soundings. I at first found 14, then 20, then 25, at last 28 fathoms. Then I suddenly lost the bottom altogether, proving that we had passed above a submarine mountain. This new bank, which I called Fortune Bank, stretched northwest and southeast. It is situated in 7 degrees 16 minutes southern latitude and 55 degrees 50 minutes eastern longitude. The Fortune and the Gros Ventre then made for 50 degrees southern latitude, which was the route recommended by the Chevalier de Granier. The 2 captains were aware that the winds constantly blew from the east at this season of the year, and therefore went to the Maldives, and coasted along Ceylon from Point de Galet to Trincomalee. Upon their return the monsoon had changed. The prevailing winds were west and southwest, as Grenier had predicted. The route suggested by him had undeniable advantages, and these have been so amply confirmed by experience that no other is now followed. End of section 26. Section 27 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 1. French Navigators, 1d. Returning to Mauritius on the 8th of December, Kerguelen hurried his preparation for departure to such an extent that he was able to start upon the 12th of January, 1772. He steered southward, for, supposing that he found land in that direction, the nearest would naturally be the most useful for the French colony. From the 1st of February, numbers of birds seemed to indicate the proximity of land. Hail succeeded snow. The vessels experienced foul weather, boisterous winds, and a heavy sea. The first land was sighted upon the 12th. Next day a second was discovered, and shortly afterwards a very lofty and extensive cape. The following day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the sun having dispelled the clouds, a line of coast extending some 25 leagues was clearly seen. The vessels were then in 49 degrees 40 minutes southern latitude and 61 degrees 10 minutes eastern longitude. Unfortunately, storm succeeded storm, and the two vessels with great difficulty escaped being cast ashore. Kerguelen was driven northward by currents, shortly after he had sent a boat to attempt a landing. "Finding myself so far from land," says Kerguelen, "I reflected upon the best course to be pursued. I remembered that the state of my mast was too bad to allow me to crowd sail and leave the coast, and that, having no sloop to carry my anchors, I was exposed to extreme danger whilst near the shore, that in the dense fog it was all but impossible to find the Gros Ventre, from which I had been separated for several days. It was the more difficult on account of the tempest we had experienced, and the variable winds that prevailed. These reflections, and my conviction that the Gros Ventre was an excellent sailor, and that she was provisioned for 7 months, determined me to return to Mauritius, which I reached upon the 16th of March. Fortunately, no accident had happened to the Gros Ventre. Her boat had returned in time. M. de Boisguienec, who had landed, had taken possession of the land with all the usual formalities, and left some writing in a bottle, which was found by Captain Cook in 1776. Kerguelen returned to France, but his successful enterprise had gained him many enemies. When, upon the 1st of January, 1772, the king nominated him captain and Chevalier de Saint Louis, the attacks upon him increased. The most malignant slanders were circulated. They even went the length of accusing him of having scuttled the Gros Ventre in order to derive all the benefit accruing from the discovery which he had made in concert with M. de Saint Ouallarn. The minister, however, was not influenced by these slanders, and decided to entrust the command of a second expedition to Kerguelen. The Roland and the frigate Oiseau left Brest upon the 26th of March, 1772, the latter under command of M. de Saux de Rosnevet. Upon reaching the Cape, Kerguelen was obliged to put in for 40 days. The entire crew was suffering from putrid fever, probably owing to the dampness of the new vessel. This appeared the more probable, says the narrative, because all the dried vegetables, such as peas, beans, lentils, etc., together with the rice and a quantity of biscuits, were spoiled in the store room. The vegetables emitted a kind of steam which was infectious, and the store rooms became infested with number of white worms. The Roland left the Cape upon the 11th of July, but she was almost immediately overtaken by a frightful tempest, which carried away 2 topsails, the jib, and the mizen-mast. Finally Mauritius was reached by means of jury-masts. Messieurs de Rochet and Poivre, who had contributed so essentially to the success of the first expedition, had been succeeded by Messieurs de Ternay and the intendant Maillard. They appeared determined to offer every possible obstacle to the execution of Kerguelen's orders. They gave him no fresh victuals, of which the crew had pressing need, and there were no means of replacing the masts destroyed by the tempest. In lieu of the 34 sailors who had to go to the hospital, he was provided only with the disgraced or maimed soldiers, of whom he was glad to rid himself. An expedition to the southern seas so equipped could only come to a disastrous end, and that was precisely what happened. On the 5th of January, Kerguelen sighted the lands he had discovered in his first voyage, and between that date and the 16th he recognized various points, Croix Island, Reunion Island, Roland Island, which in his estimation made more than 80 leagues of coast. The weather continued extremely severe, thick fogs, snow, hail, and gales succeeding each other. On the 21st the vessels could only keep in company by constant firing. Upon that day the cold was so severe that several of the sailors fainted on deck. The officers, says Kerguelen, insisted that the ordinary ration of biscuit was not enough, and that without more the crew could not possibly resist the cold and fog. I increased each man's rations by 4 ounces of biscuit daily. Upon the 8th of January, 1774, the Roland signalled the frigate at Reunion Island. Communication with her was opened, and M. Resnevet declared that he had found an anchorage in a bay behind Cape Français, that he had sent a boat on the 6th to take soundings, and that upon landing to take possession, the men had killed a sea lion and some penguins. Once again the prostrate conditions of the crew, the bad quality of the victuals, and the dilapidated state of the vessels, prevented Kerguelen from making a thorough investigation of this desolate archipelago. He was forced to return, but instead of returning to Mauritius, he landed in Antonguille Bay, Madagascar, where he was sure of obtaining lemons, limes, custard apples, and other antiscorbutics, as well as fresh meat. An adventurer named Beniowski, whose history is sufficiently curious, had just founded a French colony there, but he was in need of everything. Kerguelen gave him ammunition, bricks, iron implements, shirts, blankets, etc., and finally ordered his carpenters to build a store shed for him. 34 of the crew of the Roland had died since leaving the southern regions, and if Kerguelen had remained another week in these latitudes, he would have lost 100 men. On his return to France, Kerguelen met with nothing but ill will and calumny, in return for so much fatigue so bravely borne. The feeling against him was so strong that one of his officers was not ashamed to publish a memoir, in which all the facts were dressed up in the most unfavourable shape, and the failure of the enterprise thrown upon Kerguelen. We do not assert that he was entirely free from blame, but we consider the verdict of the Council of War, which deprived him of his rank and condemned him to detention in the Chateau of Saumur, most unjust. No doubt the judgment was found to be excessive, and the government discerned more malice than justice in it, for a few months later Kerguelen was restored to liberty. The gravest charge against him was that of having abandoned his sloop and a portion of his crew in the southern seas, who but for the opportune arrival of the Fortune must have perished. Probably, however, even this was much exaggerated, for a letter exists from the abandoned officer, M. de Rosilly, afterwards vice admiral, in which he begs to serve again under Kerguelen. The account of these expeditions is an extract from the apology published by Kerguelen during his imprisonment, a work which was confiscated by government, and on that account is extremely rare. We must now turn our attention to the account of expeditions which, although they did not result in discoveries, had an importance of their own. They contributed to the rectification of charts, to the progress of navigation and geography, but, above all, they solved a long-standing problem, the determination of longitude at sea. To decide upon the position of a locality, it is first necessary to obtain its latitude, that is to say, its distance north or south from the equator, and its longitude, or in other words, its distance east or west from some known meridian. At this period, no instrument for determining the position of a ship existed but the rope known as a log, which, thrown into the sea, measured the distance which the ship made every half minute. The proportionate speed of the vessel per hour was deduced from it. But the log is far from immovable, and the speed of a vessel is not always the same. Hence arose two important sources of error. The direction of the route was determined by the mariner's needle or compass, but everyone knows that the compass is subject to variations, and that the vessel does not invariably follow the course it indicates, and it is no easy matter to determine the exact difference. These inconveniences once admitted, the question was to find a method exempt from them. With Hadley's quadrant, latitude could be determined within a minute, that is to say, to the third of a league, but such an approximate exactitude was not possible in deciding longitudes. When once the different phenomena of the variation of the magnetic needle, either of declination or inclination, should be fully understood, it would be easy. But how to obtain this knowledge? It was well known that in the Indian Sea, between Bourbon, Madagascar, and Rodriguez, a variation of 4 degrees in the declination of the needle was equivalent to a variation of 5 degrees in the longitude, but it was equally admitted that the declination of the magnetic needle was subject to variations in the same localities, for which no cause could be assigned. Verdun de la Crenne, writing in 1778, says a declination of 12 degrees from north to south 20 years ago indicated a longitude of 61 degrees west of Paris in any given latitude. It is very probable that within the last 20 years the declination has varied 2°, which makes the longitude deduced from it wrong by 2½ degrees, or nearly 50 nautical miles. If the right time is known on board, that is to say, the correct time by which the meridian could be computed at the moment of any given observation, and if at the same time the exact time at the port from which the ship had started, or that if any known meridian could be ascertained, the difference of time would evidently give that of the meridians, at the rate of 15 degrees per hour, or 1 degree per 4 minutes. The problem of the longitude could thus be reduced to a determination, at a given moment, of the time at any given meridian. To achieve this, it was necessary to have a watch or clock which should preserve a perfect isochronism in defiance of the state of the sea or differences of temperature. Many attempts had been made. Besson in the 16th century, Huygens in the 17th century, and again Sully, Harrison, Dutertre, Gallandre, Rivas, Leroy, and Ferdinand Berthoud had attempted to solve the problem. The English and French governments, moreover, convinced of the value of a perfect instrument, had offered a high reward for its invention. The Academy of Sciences had instituted a competition. In 1765 Leroy sent in 2 watches for competition, whilst Berthoud, who was in the king's service, was unable to do so. Leroy's watches passed successfully through the various trials to which they were subjected on land. It remained to be proven whether they would be equally trustworthy at sea. The Marquis de Constanvaux had the frigate Aurora built at his own cost for the experiment. Leroy, however, decided that a cruise, with constant stoppages at Calais, Dunkirk, Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and Boulogne, lasting only from the 25th of May to the 29th of August, was far too short, and he demanded a second trial. This time his watches were sent on board the frigate of Enjouée, which, leaving Havre, put in at St. Pierre, near Teneriffe, at Salé in Africa, at Cadiz, and finally, after a voyage of 4 months and a half, at Brest. The trial had been a serious one, the latitudes and the state of the sea having both changed constantly. If the watch had neither lost nor gained, it won the prize, which was in fact assigned to Leroy. The Academy, however, knew that many other scientific men had bestowed their attention upon the subject, and for various causes had been unable to exhibit. They therefore proposed the same subject for the competition of 1771, and in 1773 they doubled the prize. F. Berthoud imagined that he had reached perfection, but his watch had still to be tested by the trial of a long sea voyage. The Isis, a frigate of 18 guns, was equipped at Rochefort at the latter end of 1768, and placed under command of Chevalier de Vaux de Florian, known later as Carré de Florian. Florian, then a midshipman, was already, though only 30 years of age, a well-known savant. We have already mentioned his name, and shall find further occasion to do so. But that his disinterestedness might be above suspicion, he selected several officers to assist him in observing the motions of the watch which was entrusted to him. Starting in November 1768, the Isis put in successfully at Cadiz, the Canary Islands, Goree, the Cape Verde Islands, Martinique, San Domingo, Terra Nuova, the Canaries, Cadiz again, and reached Aes Island on the 31st of October, 1768. The watches, carried through climates alternately cold, hot, and temperate, had experienced every vicissitude of climate, and at the same time had been exposed to all the variations of the sea in the roughest season of the year. After the trial, which had redounded so much to his honour, Berthoud obtained the rank and pension of an inspector of nautical watches. The expedition had other results which concern us more particularly. Florian took a number of astronomical observations and hydrographical surveys, which resulted in a well-founded condemnation of the maps of his country. For a long time, he says in his account of his voyage, I did not attempt criticism of the maps belonging to the Society. I wished to limit myself to giving new details, by which they might be rectified. But I found such numberless and dangerous mistakes, that I should have considered myself culpable towards mariners if I had neglected fully to point them out. A little further on, he justly criticizes the maps of a geographer who had at one time been famous. I will not undertake, he says, to enumerate all the errors which I had found in M. Bellin's maps. Their number is infinite. I shall content myself simply with proving the necessity for the work I did, by indicating the more glaring faults, either by comparing the positions of various places upon his maps with the positions they should have occupied if M. Bellin had been willing to use the astronomical observations which have been published at various times, or by comparing other positions with those which we have determined by our own observations. Lastly, after giving a long list of errors in the situation of the most frequented places of Europe, of Africa, and America, he winds up with these judicious words: "Upon glancing at a list of the various errors I have discovered in M. Bellin's maps, one is led to a reflection, sad but true and inevitable. If the maps of the best known part of the globe, and on which the greater number of observations have been taken, are so far from correct, what exactitude can we hope to find in maps representing less frequented shores and islands, drawn and arranged by guesswork?" Up to this time, the watches had been examined separately and by different judges. Now arose the question of submitting them simultaneously to the same test, and of seeing which one come out victorious. For this purpose the frigate La Flore was equipped at Brest, and the command was given to a most distinguished officer, Verdun de la Crenne, who was to become vice admiral in 1786. The various stages of the expedition were Cadiz, Madeira, the Salvage Islands, Teneriffe, Gorée, Martinique, Terra Nuova, Iceland, which our explorers had some trouble to find, the Faroe Islands, Denmark, and Dunkirk. The narrative published by Verdun de la Crenne, like that of Fleurien, abounds in rectifications of every kind. It is easy to see how carefully and exactly the soundings were taken, with what care the coasts were surveyed, but not a little interesting also is that which is altogether wanting in Fleurien's publication: descriptions of the countries and critical reflection upon the manners and customs of the different peoples visited. Amongst the most interesting particulars contained in two large quarto volumes, we must mention those relating to the Canary Islands and their ancient inhabitants, the Serers and Yolofs, on Iceland, and the accurate remarks made by Verdun upon the subject of the meridian of Faroe Islands. It was the most easterly meridian of these islands, he says, that Ptolemy chose for the first meridian. It would doubtless have been easy for him to have selected Alexandria for the first meridian, but this great man was aware that such a choice would bring no real honor to his country, that Rome and other ambitious towns might covet this imaginary glory, that every geographer, every narrator of voyages, arbitrarily choosing his own meridian, would engender confusion or at least embarrassment in the mind of the reader. Clearly Verdun regarded the question of the first meridian from a high standpoint, as all really disinterested minds still do. It gives him yet another claim to our sympathy. Let us conclude with a quotation from this author: "The watches came out of the contest with honor. They had borne heat and cold, they had been becalmed, they had endured shocks as well as the vessels which carried them when it was wrecked at Antigua, and when it received charges of artillery. In a word, they fulfilled the hopes we had indulged, they deserve the confidence of navigators, and lastly, they are of great service in the determination of longitude at sea." The solution of the problem was found. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 2. French Navigators. 2a. The Expedition of La Pérouse. St. Catherine's Island. Conception Island. The Sandwich Islands. Survey of the American Coast. French Port. Loss of 2 boats. Monterey and the Indians of California. Stay at Macao. Cavite and Manila. En route for China and Japan. Formosa. Quelpert Island. The coast of Tartary. Ternay Bay. The Tartars of Saghalien. The Orotchis. Straits of La Pérouse. Ball at Kamtchatka. Navigator Islands. Massacre of M. de Langle and several of his companions. Botany Bay. No news of the expedition. D'Entrecasteaux sent in search of La Pérouse. False news. D'Entrecasteaux Channel. The coast of New Caledonia. Land of the Arcades. The natives of Bucca. Stay in Port Carteret. Admiralty Islands. Stay at Amboine. Lewin Land. Newts Archipelago. Stay in Tasmania. Fate in the Friendly Islands. Particulars of the stay of La Pérouse at Tonga. At Tonga Tabou. Stay at Balado. Traces of La Pérouse in New Caledonia. Vanikoro. Sad fate of the expedition. The result of Cook's voyage, except the fact of his death, was still unknown, when the French government resolved to make use of the leisure which the peace just concluded had secured to the navy. The French officers, desirous of emulating the success of their old rivals the English, were fired with a noble emulation to excel them in some new field. The question arose as to the fittest person for the conduct of an important expedition. There was no lack of deserving candidates; indeed, in the number lay the difficulty. The minister's choice fell upon Jean-François Gallo de la Pérouse, whose important military services had rapidly advanced him to the rank of captain. During the last war he had been entrusted with the difficult mission of destroying the English posts in Hudson's Bay, and in this task he had proved himself not only an able soldier and sailor, but a man who could combine humanity with professional firmness. Second to him in the command was M. de Langle, who had ably assisted him in the expedition to Hudson's Bay. A large staff embarked upon the two frigates La Boussole and L'Astrolabe. On board the Boussole were La Pérouse, Clenard, who was made captain during the expedition, Morneron, an engineer, Bernizet, a geographer, Rollin, a surgeon, Lepont d'Agelet, an astronomer of the Academy of Sciences, Lamanon, a physicist, Duché de Vancy and Prévost the younger, draughtsman, Collignon, a botanist, and Guéry, a clockmaker. The Astrolabe, in addition to her commander, Captain de Langle, carried Lieutenant de Monte, who was made captain during the voyage, and the celebrated Monge, who, fortunately for the interests of science, landed at Teneriffe upon the 30th of August, 1785. The Academy of Sciences and the Society of Medicine had drawn up reports for the Minister of Marine, in which they called the attention of the navigators to certain points. Lastly, Fleurion, the superintendent of ports and naval arsenals, had himself drawn up the maps for the service of the expedition, and added to it an entire volume of learned notes and discussions upon the results of all known voyages since the time of Christopher Columbus. The two ships carried an enormous amount of merchandise for trade, as well as a vast quantity of provisions and stores, a 20-ton boat, 2 sloops, masts, and reserve sets of sails and riggings. The two first frigates sailed upon the 1st of August, 1785, and anchored off Madeira 13 days later. The French were at once charmed and surprised at the kind and cordial welcome accorded them by the English residents. Upon the 19th La Pérouse put into Teneriffe. The various observations, he says, made by MM. de Florian, Verdun, and Borda upon Madeira, the Salvage Islands, and Teneriffe, leave nothing to be wished for. Our attention was therefore confined to testing our instruments. This remark proves that La Pérouse was capable of doing justice to his predecessors, and we shall have other opportunities of observing that quality in him. While the astronomers devoted themselves to estimating the regularity of the astronomical watches, the naturalists, with several officers, ascended the peak and collected some curious plants. Morneron succeeded in measuring this mountain with much greater accuracy than his predecessors. Herberdin, Feuillet, Bouguer, Verdun, and Borda, who calculated its heights respectively at 2,409, 2,213, 2,100, and 1,904 fathoms. Unfortunately, his work, which would have settled the discussion, never reached France. Upon the 16th of October the isles, or rather rocks, of Martin Vaz were seen. La Pérouse ascertained their position, and afterwards made for the nearest, Trinity Island, which was only some 9 leagues to the west. The commander of the expedition sent a sloop on shore, in charge of an officer, in the hope of finding water, wood, and provisions. The officer had an interview with the Portuguese governor, whose garrison consisted of about 200 men, 15 of whom wore uniforms, and the rest merely shirts. The poverty of the land was obvious, and the French re-embarked without having obtained anything. After a vain search for Ascension Island, the expedition reached St. Catherine's Island off the coast of Brazil. After 96 days' navigation, we read in the narrative of the voyage published by General Millet-Mureaux, we had not one case of illness on board. The health of the crew had remained unimpaired by change of climate, rain, and fog. But our provisions were of first-class quality. I neglected none of the precautions which experience and prudence suggested to me, and above all, we kept up our spirits by encouraging dancing every evening among the crew, whenever the weather permitted, from 8 o'clock till 10. St. Catherine's Island, of which we have more than once had occasion to speak in the course of this narrative, extends from 27 degrees 19 minutes 10 seconds south latitude to 27 degrees 49 minutes. It is only 2 leagues wide, and is divided in its narrowest part from the mainland by a channel of 200 fathoms. The town of Nostra Senora del Desterra, the capital of the colony, where the governor resides, is built at the point of this narrow entrance. The population amounts at the utmost to 3,000, and there are about 400 houses. The appearance of the town is very pleasant. According to Frezia's account, this island was a refuge in 1712 for the vagabonds who fled there from different parts of Brazil. These were Portuguese subjects in name only, and recognized no other authority. The country is so fertile that the inhabitants can live quite independently of any neighbouring colony. The ships in the harbour gave them shirts and coats, of which they had absolutely none, in exchange for provisions. This island is extremely fertile, and the soil can easily be made to grow sugar–cane, but inhabitants are so poor that they cannot buy the needful slaves for the labour. The French vessels found all that they needed in this spot, and their officers were cordially received by the Portuguese authorities. The following fact will give an idea of the hospitality of these people. "My boat," says La Pérouse, "having been upset in a creek where I was having wood cut, the inhabitants, after assisting in saving it, insisted on our shipwrecked sailors using their beds, and themselves slept on mats upon the floor of the room where they received them so hospitably. A few days later they brought to my vessel the sails, mast, grapnel, and flag of the boat, which would have been of great use to them for their pirogues." The Boussole and the Astrolabe weighed anchor upon the 19th of November, and directed their course to Cape Horn. After a violent storm, during which the frigates behaved very well, and after 40 days' fruitless search for the large island discovered by a Frenchman, Antoine de la Roche, and called Georgia by Captain Cook, La Pérouse crossed the Straits of Le Maire. Finding the winds favourable, he decided not to remain in Good Success Bay at this advanced season of the year, but immediately to double Cape Horn, in the hope of avoiding a possible delay that would have exposed his ships to injury and his crew to useless fatigue. The friendly demonstrations of the Fuegians, the abundance of whales which had never before been disturbed, the immense flocks of albatross and petrels, did not change his resolve. Cape Horn was rounded more easily than could have been expected. Upon the 9th of February the expedition was in the Straits of Magellan, and upon the 24th anchor was cast in Concepcion harbour, which La Pérouse preferred to that of Juan Fernandez on account of the exhaustion of his provisions. The robust health of the crews astonished the Spanish governor. Possibly this was the first time a vessel had rounded Cape Horn and arrived in Chili without any sick on board. The town, which was destroyed by an earthquake in 1757, had been rebuilt 3 leagues from the sea, upon the shore of the river Biobio. The houses are of 1 story, and the town of La Concepcion contains 10,000 inhabitants. The bay is one of the most commodious in the world. The sea is smooth and almost free from currents. This part of Chile is wonderfully fertile. 1 ear of corn reproduces 60. Vines are equally prolific, and the country teems with innumerable flocks, which multiply beyond all credence. In spite of these prosperous conditions, the country made no progress, on account of the prohibitive system which at this time prevailed. Chile, with its productions, which might easily have fed the half of Europe, its wool, which might have sufficed for the manufactures of France and England, its meats, which might have been preserved, had no commerce whatever. At the same time the duty upon imported goods was excessive, so that living was very dear. The middle class, as the bourgeoisie is now called, did not exist. The population consisted of 2 classes, the rich and the poor, as the following passage shows. "The dress of the women consists of a plaited skirt of the ancient gold or silver tissues which were formerly manufactured at Lyons. These petticoats, which are kept for grand occasions, are often inherited like diamonds, and are handed down from generation to generation. They are only worn by a small number of the highest class; the others have scarcely the means of clothing themselves at all." We will not follow La Perouse into his details of the enthusiastic reception given to him, and we will pass over in silence his description of balls and toilettes, which never for a moment induced him to lose sight of the object of his voyage. So far the expedition had only passed through regions often before visited by Europeans. It was now about to penetrate to less known realms. Anchor was raised upon the 15th of March, and after a voyage entirely free from incident, the 2 frigates anchored upon the 9th of April in Cook's Bay, Easter Island. La Perouse affirms that Mr. Hodges, the painter, who accompanied the celebrated English navigator, has given a very unjust representation of the inhabitants. Generally their physiognomies are pleasing, but they cannot be said to have much character. This is by no means the only point upon which the French navigator differs from Captain Cook. He believed the famous statues, of which one of the draughtsmen made an excellent sketch, to have been the work of the present generation, whose numbers he estimates at 2,000. It appeared to him also that the absolute lack of trees, and therefore of lakes and rivers, was due to the extravagant waste of wood by the earlier races. No disagreeable incident occurred during the stay. Robberies, it is true, were frequent, but as the French intended remaining only 1 day on the island, they thought it superfluous to give the population stricter ideas of honesty. After leaving Easter Island upon the 10th of April, La Perouse followed the same route as Cook had done in 1777, when he sailed from Tahiti to the American coast. But he was 100 leagues farther west. La Perouse indulged in the hope of making discoveries in this little known region of the Pacific Ocean, and he promised to reward the sailor who should first sight land. Upon the 29th of May the Hawaiian archipelago was reached. The naval watches proved of great assistance upon this occasion, and justified the opinion entertained of them. Upon reaching the Sandwich Islands, La Perouse found a difference of 5 degrees between the longitude given and that obtained by him. Without the watches he would have placed this group 5 degrees too far east. This explains why the islands discovered by the Spanish, Mendana, Queros, etc., are much too near the American coast, and also the non-existence of the group called by the Spaniards La Mesa, Los Majos, and Las Desgraciadas, which there is every reason to suppose was none other than the Sandwich Archipelago, as mesa in Spanish means table, and Captain King compares the mountain called Mauna Loa to a plateau or table land. He did not, however, trust to conjecture. he crossed the reputed site of Los Majos, and found not the slightest trace of land. "The aspect of Monet," says La Perouse, "is delightful. We saw water tumbling in cascades from the summit of the mountains, and reaching the sea after watering the Indian plantations, of which there are so many that each village extends over 3 or 4 leagues. All the huts are, however, on the sea shore, and the mountains are so close that the habitable portion of the land appeared to me to be less than half a league in depth. One must be a sailor, and, like us, have been reduced to a bottle of water per day in a burning climate, to realize the sensations we experienced. The trees which crowned the mountains, the green fields, the banana trees which surrounded the dwellings, all combined to charm our senses with an inexpressible delight. But the sea broke violently on the shore, and, like Tantalus, we were obliged to devour with our eyes what was completely beyond our reach. The 2 frigates had no sooner anchored than they were surrounded by pirogues, full of natives, offering pigs, potatoes, bananas, taro, etc. Clever traders, they attached most value to bits of old iron rings. Their acquaintance with iron and its use, for which they were not indebted to Cook, is another proof that this people had known the Spaniards, to whom the discovery of the group is probably due. The welcome accorded to La Perouse was most cordial, in spite of the military force by which he had thought proper to protect himself. Although the French were the first to land on Monet Island, La Perouse did not think it his duty to take possession. "The usual European custom in such matters," he says, "is perfectly ridiculous. Philosophers may well sigh when they see men, simply because they have guns and bayonets, thinking nothing of 60,000 of their fellow men, and, without the least respect for the most sacred rights, looking upon a land whose inhabitants have cultivated it in the sweat of the brow, and whose ancestors lie buried there, as an object fit for conquest." La Perouse does not pause to give any details about the inhabitants of these Sandwich Islands. He only passed a few hours there, whilst the English remained for 4 months. He therefore rightly refers to Captain Cook's narrative. During their short stay the French bought more than 100 pigs, mats, fruits, a pirogue, ornaments made of feathers and shells, and handsome helmets decorated with feathers. The instructions furnished La Perouse before his departure enjoined him to survey the American coast, of which a portion, extending to Mount Elias, had, with the exception of Nootka Port, been merely sighted by Captain Cook. On the 23rd of June he reached 60° north latitude, and in the midst of a long chain of snow-covered mountains recognized the Mount Elias of Behring. After skirting along the coast for some time, La Perouse sent 3 boats, under command of one of his officers, M. de Monte, who discovered a large bay, to which he gave his name. Following the coast at a short distance, surveys were taken, which were uninterrupted as far as an important river which received the name of Behring. Apparently it was that to which Cook had given this name. End of Section 28. Section 29 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second Part, Chapter 1, Part 2. French Navigators, 2b. Upon the 2nd of July, in 58° 36' latitude, and 140° 3' longitude, what appeared to be a fine bay was discovered. Boats, under command of Messieurs de Pierrevert, de Flasson, and Boutevilliers, were sent to examine it. Their report being favourable, the 2 frigates arrived at the entrance of the bay, but the Astrolabe was driven back to the open sea by a strong current, and the Boussole was forced to join her. At 6 o'clock in the morning, after a night passed under sail, the vessels again approached the bay. But, says the narrative, at 7 in the morning, when we were close to it, the wind veered so suddenly to west-north-west and north-north-west that we were forced to give way, and even to bring our ships to the wind. Fortunately the tide carried our frigates into the bay, and we escaped the rocks on the east by half a pistol's range. I anchored in 3½ fathoms, with a rocky bottom, half a cable's length from the shore. The Astrolabe had anchored in the same depth, and upon a similar bottom. In all the 30 years I have spent at sea, I have never seen two vessels in greater danger. Our situation would have been safe had we not anchored upon a rocky bottom, which extended several cables' length around us, and which was different from what Messieurs de Flasson and Boutevilliers had reported. We had no time to make reflections. It was above everything necessary to get out of our dangerous anchorage, to which the rapidity of the current was a great obstacle. However, by dint of much skilful tacking, La Pérouse succeeded. Ever since their entry into the bay, the vessels had been surrounded by pirogues swarming with savages. The natives showed a decided preference for iron in exchange for fish and the skins of otters and other animals. After a few days' stay their number increased rapidly, and they became, if not dangerous, at least a nuisance. La Pérouse established an observatory upon one of the islands in the bay, and set up tents for the sailmakers and smiths. Although these posts were most carefully watched, the natives, gliding along the ground like snakes, scarcely stirring a leaf, managed, in spite of our sentinels, to commit various thefts, and one night they were clever enough to enter the tent where Messieurs de Lonston and Darbaud, who were in charge of the observatory, slept. They carried off a silver-mounted gun, as well as the clothes belonging to the two officers, who had placed them for safety under their pillows. They escaped the notice of a guard of 12 men, and the two officers were not even awakened. But now the stay of the expedition in this port drew to a close. The soundings, surveys, plans, and astronomical observations were completed, but before finally leaving the island, La Pérouse wished thoroughly to explore the depths of the bay. He imagined that some large river must empty itself into it, which would enable him to penetrate into the interior, but in all the openings he entered he found only vast glaciers, which extended to the very summit of Fairweather Mount. No accident or sickness marred the success which had so far attended the expedition. "We thought ourselves," said La Pérouse, "the most fortunate of navigators, for having reached so great a distance from Europe without having had one invalid or a single sufferer from scurvy. But the greatest misfortune, and one it was impossible to foresee, now awaited us." Upon the chart of the Port des Français, drawn up by Messieurs Monneron and Bernizet, the soundings alone remained to be indicated. The naval officers were bound to accomplish the task, and 3 boats, under the orders of Messieurs d'Escures, de Marchainville, and Boutin, were selected for the undertaking. La Pérouse, acquainted with the somewhat rash zeal of Messieurs d'Escures, advised him on the eve of departure to act with most careful prudence, and only to attempt the soundings in the channel if the sea was smooth. The boats left at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was as much a party of pleasure as of duty, as the crews were to hunt, and breakfast under the trees. "At 10 in the morning," says La Pérouse, "I saw our little boat return. Somewhat surprised, for I had not expected it so soon, I asked Monsieur Boutin, before he came on deck, whether he had any news. At first I feared an attack from the natives, and Monsieur Boutin's expression was not calculated to reassure me, for it was profoundly sad. He soon related to me the terrible disaster he had just witnessed, and from which he had escaped by the presence of mind which enabled him to see the best course to pursue in the dreadful peril. Carried, whilst following his commander, into the midst of breakers caused by the tide rushing with a speed of 3 or 4 leagues per hour out of the channel, he thought he could place his boat stern on the breakers. The boat yielding to their force, and being impelled by this tide, would not fill, but would be carried safely outside. Soon, however, he saw breakers ahead of his boat, and found himself in the open sea. More concerned for the safety of his companions than for his own, he again approached the breakers, and in the hope of saving some life he again braved them, but was repulsed by the tide. Finally he mounted on M. Mouton's shoulder, in the hope of finding a wider opening. All was in vain. Everything had been swallowed up, and M. Boutin returned with the ebb of the tide. The sea becoming quieter, this officer had still some hope of finding the boat of the Astrolabe. He had only witnessed the loss of ours. M. de Marchainville was now a quarter of a mile from the danger, that is to say, in a sea as still as the quietest harbour. But impelled by an imprudent generosity, for all help was quite impossible under the circumstances, this rash young officer, being too high-spirited and too courageous to pause in presence of his friends' danger, flew to their help, threw himself among the breakers, and, a victim to his imprudence and disregard of his chief's orders, perished with him. M. de Langle shortly after came on board my ship, as much overcome as myself, and informed me with tears that the misfortune was even greater than I had supposed. We had always made a point, ever since leaving France, of never allowing the two brothers, M. Laborde Marchainville and M. Laborde Boutevilliers, to go on the same service. But on this one occasion he had yielded, as they desired to hunt together. And it was almost wholly on this account that we had, both of us, directed our boats in the way we did, thinking there was as little danger as there is in Brest harbour in fine weather. Several boats were at once dispatched in search of the shipwrecked crew. Rewards were offered to the natives if they saved any one, but the return of the sloops destroyed all hope. All had perished. 18 days after this catastrophe, the two frigates left the Port des Français. La Pérouse erected a monument to the memory of his unfortunate countrymen in the middle of the bay, on an island which he called the Cenotaph. It bore the following inscription: "At the entrance of this port 21 brave sailors perished. Whoever you are, mingle your tears with ours." A bottle containing an account of this deplorable accident was buried at the foot of the monument. The Port des Français, which is situated in 58 degrees 37 minutes north latitude and 139 degrees 50 minutes west longitude, presents many advantages, but also many inconveniences, foremost among them the currents of the channel. The climate is much milder than in Hudson's Bay, which is in the same latitude. The vegetation is vigorous. Pines 6 feet in girth and 140 in height are not rare. Celery, sorrel, lupine, wild pea, chicory, and mimulus are met with in every direction, as well as many pot herbs, the use of which helped to keep the crews in health. The sea supplied abundance of salmon, trout, cod, and plaice. In the woods are found black and brown bears, the lynx, ermine, weasel, minever, squirrel, marmot, beaver, fox, elk, and the wild goat. The most precious skins are those of the otter, wolf, and sea bear. But if the vegetable and animal productions of this country, says La Pérouse, are similar to those of many others, its aspect cannot be compared with them, and I doubt whether the deep valleys of the Alps and Pyrenees offer so terrible, and at the same time so picturesque, a prospect. Were it not at one of the extremities of the world, it should be visited by every one. As to the inhabitants, La Pérouse gives an account of them which is worth preserving. The Indians in their pirogues surrounded our frigates, hovering about for 3 or 4 hours before beginning to exchange a few fish or 2 or 3 otter skins. They seized every opportunity of robbing us. They tore off all the iron which could be easily carried away, and they took every precaution to elude our vigilance at night. I invited some of the principal personages on board my frigate, and loaded them with presents, and the very men I distinguished in this manner did not scruple to steal a nail or an old pair of trousers. Whenever they assumed a particularly lively and pleasant air, I was convinced that they had committed a theft, and I often pretended not to see it. The women make an opening in the thick part of the lower lip the whole length of the jaw. They wear a sort of wooden bowl without a handle, which rests on the gums, to which this split lip forms an outer cushion, in such a way that the lower part of the mouth protrudes some 2 or 3 inches. The forced stay which La Perouse had just made in Port des Français prevented his stopping elsewhere and reconnoitring the indentations of the coast, for at all hazards he was to reach China during the month of February, in order to secure the following summary for a survey of the coast of Tartary. He successively reconnoitred upon this coast, Cross Sound, where the high snow-covered mountains cease, Cook's Island Bay, Engamio Cape, low land partly submerged and containing Mount Hyacinthine, Mount Edgecombe of Cook, Norfolk Sound, where the following year the English navigator Dixon was to anchor, Ports Necker and Guibert, Cape Cheery Cow, Croyer Islands, so called after the brother of the famous geographer Delisle, companion of Cheery Cow, the San Carlos Islands, La Touche Bay, and Cape Hector. La Perouse imagined that these various coastlines were formed by a vast archipelago, and in this he was correct. They contained George III.'s Island, Prince of Wales and Queen Charlotte's Islands, Cape Hector forming the southern extremity of the latter. The season was far advanced, and too short a time remained at La Perouse's disposal to allow of his making detailed observations of these countries; but his instinct had justly led him to imagine that the series of points he had discovered indicated a group of islands, and not a continent. Beyond Cape Fleurien, which formed the extremity of an elevated island, he passed several groups which he named Sartines, and then returning, he reached Nootka Sound on the 25th of August. He afterwards visited parts of the continent which Cook had been unable to approach, and which had left a blank on his chart. This navigation was attended with a certain amount of danger on account of the currents, which rendered it impossible to make more than 3 knots an hour at a distance of 5 leagues from land. Upon the 5th of September new islets were discovered, about a league from Cape Blanco, to which the captain gave the name of Necker Islands. The fog was very thick, and more than once the fear of running upon some islet or rock, the existence of which could not be suspected, obliged the vessel to deviate from the land. Until they reached Monterey Bay the weather continued bad. At that port La Perouse found 2 Spanish vessels. At this time Monterey Bay abounded in whales, and the sea was literally covered with pelicans, which were very common upon the Californian coast. A garrison of 280 men was sufficient to keep in order a population of 50,000 Indians, wandering about this part of America. It must be admitted that these Indians were usually small and insignificant, and not endowed with that love of independence which characterizes the northern tribes, and, unlike them, they have no appreciation of art and no industry. "These Indians," says the narrative, "are very expert in the use of the bow and arrow. They killed the smallest birds in our presence. It is true that they approached them with wonderful patience, hiding themselves, gliding somehow close to their prey, and aiming at them only when within 15 paces. Their skill in the capture of larger animals is even more wonderful. We saw an Indian with a stag's head over his own, walking on all fours, appearing to graze, and carrying out the pantomime with such truth to life that our hunters would have fired at him at 30 paces had they not been prevented. By this means the natives approach quite close to a herd of deer, and then kill them with their arrows." La Perouse gave many details of the presidency of Loretto and of the Californian missions, but these are rather of historical interest, and are out of place in a work of this kind. His remarks upon the fertility of the country are more within our programme. "The harvest of maize, barley, corn, and peas," he says, "is comparable only to that of Chile. Our European husbandmen could not conceive of such abundance. The most moderate yield of corn is at the rate of from 70 and 80 to 1, and the largest from 60 to 100. Upon the 22nd of September the two frigates returned to sea, after a cordial welcome from the Spanish governor and the missionaries. They carried with them a quantity of provisions of all sorts, which would be of the greatest value to them during the long trip to be taken before reaching Macao. The portion of the ocean now to be crossed by the French was almost unknown. The Spaniards had navigated it previously, but their political jealousy prevented their publishing the discoveries and observations they had made. La Pérouse wished to steer south-west as far as 28° latitude, where some geographers had placed the island of Nuestra Señora de la Gorta, but he looked for it in vain during a long and difficult cruise, with contrary winds, which sorely tried the patience of the navigators. "We were daily reminded," he says, "by the condition of our sails and rigging, that we had been 16 months at sea. Our ropes gave way, and the sailmakers could not repair the sails, which were fairly worn out." Upon the 6th of November a small island, or rather rock, some 500 fathoms long, upon which not a single tree grew, and which was thickly covered with guano, was discovered. It was named Necker Island, and is in 166 degrees 52 minutes longitude west of Paris, and 23 degrees 34 minutes north latitude. Never had the expedition seen a more lovely sea, or a more exquisite night, when suddenly, at about 1:30 in the morning, breakers were perceived 2 cable lengths ahead of the Boussole. The sea, only broken here and there by a slight ripple, was so calm that it scarcely made any sound. The ship's course was altered immediately, but the manoeuvre took time, and when it was accomplished the vessel was but a cable's length off the rocks. "We had just escaped one of the most imminent dangers to which navigators are subject," says La Pérouse, "and I must do my crews the justice to say that less disorder and confusion in such a position would have been impossible. The slightest neglect of the execution of the manoeuvres which were necessary to carry us from the breakers would have been fatal." These rocks were unknown. It was therefore needful to determine their exact position, for the safety of succeeding navigators. La Pérouse, after fulfilling this duty, named them the Reef of the French Frigates. Upon the 14th of December the Astrolabe and the Boussole sighted the Mariana Islands. A landing was effected upon the volcanic island of Assumption. Here the lava had formed ravines and precipices, bordered by a few stunted cocoa–nut trees, alternately with tropical creepers and the furze shrubs. It was almost impossible to advance a couple of 100 yards in an hour. Landing and re–embarkation were difficult, and the few cocoa–nut shells and bananas, of a new variety, which the naturalists obtained, were not worth the risk. It was impossible to remain longer in this archipelago if China were to be reached before the vessels returned to Europe. They were to take back an account of the results of the expedition upon the American coast, and of the crossing to Macao. After taking the position of the Bashees without stopping, La Pérouse sighted the coast of China, and next day cast anchor in the roadstead of Macao. Here La Pérouse met with a small French cutter, commanded by Monsieur de Richery, midshipman, whose business it was to cruise about the eastern coast and protect French trade. The town of Macao is so well known that it is needless for us to give La Pérouse's description of it. The constant outrages and humiliations to which Europeans were daily subjected under the most despotic and cowardly government in the world aroused the indignation of the French captain, and made him heartily wish that an international expedition might put a stop to so intolerable a state of things. The furs which had been collected upon the American coasts were sold at Macao for 10,000 piastres. The sum produced should have been divided among the crews, and the head of the Swedish company undertook to ship it at Mauritius, but the unfortunate sailors themselves were never to receive the money. Leaving Macao on the 5th of February, the vessels directed their course to Manila, and after sighting the shoals of Pratas, Bolinao, Manseloc, and Marivel, wrongly placed upon D'Après' maps, they were forced to put into the port of Marivel, and wait for better winds and more favourable currents. Although Marivel is only 1 league to windward of Cavito, 3 days were consumed in reaching the latter port. "We found," says the narrative, "different houses where we could repair our sails, salt our provisions, construct 2 boats, lodge the naturalists and geographical engineers, and the governor kindly lent us his own for the establishment of our observatory. We enjoyed as much liberty as if we had been in the country, and in the market and arsenal we found the same resources as in the best European ports." Cavito, the second town of the Philippine Islands, and the capital of the province of the same name, was then but a miserable village, where only Spanish military and government officers resided; but although the town was nothing but a mass of ruins, it was none the less a port, and afforded the French every possible resource. Upon the morrow of his arrival, La Perouse, accompanied by de Langle and his principal officers, paid a visit to the governor, reaching Manila by boat. "The environs of Manila are delightful," he says. "A most beautiful river flows through it, separating into different canals, one of which leads to the famous Bay Lake, which is distant 7 leagues in the interior, surrounded by more than 100 Indian settlements in the midst of a most fertile territory. Manila, built on the shore of the bay of that name, which is more than 25 leagues in circumference, is at the mouth of a river navigable as far as the lake in which it rises. It is probably the most fortunately situated town in the whole world. Provisions are found there in the greatest profusion, and very cheap; but clothing, European cutlery, and furniture fetch an enormous price. Want of competition, the prohibitive tariffs, and commercial restrictions of every sort, tend to make the productions and manufactured goods of India and China at least as dear as in Europe; and although the various duties on imports bring to the treasury some 800,000 piastres, the colony costs the Spanish government at least 1,500,000 francs per annum, which are sent from Mexico. The immense possessions of the Spanish in America have prevented the government from bestowing much attention upon the Philippines. They are still like the possessions of great lords, which remain uncultivated, though they might provide fortunes for many families. I do not hesitate to state that a great nation with no colony but the Philippine Islands, supposing that colony to be as well governed as possible, need not envy all the European colonies in Africa and America. Upon the 9th of April, after having heard of the arrival at Macao of M. d'Entrecasteaux, who had come from Mauritius with the contrary monsoon, and received despatches from Europe by the frigate La Subtile, Messrs. Guillet, midshipman, and Le Gobien, naval officer, and a reinforcement of 8 sailors, the 2 vessels set out for the coast of China. End of Section 29.
Section 30 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2, Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second Part, Chapter 1, Part 2, French Navigators, 2c. Upon the 21st, La Perouse sighted Formosa, and at once entered the channel which separates that island from China. He discovered a very dangerous bank unknown to navigators, and carefully examined the soundings and approaches. Shortly afterwards he passed in front of the bay of the ancient Dutch fort of Zealand, where the capital of the island, Taiwan, is situated. The monsoon was unfavourable for ascending the channel, and La Perouse therefore resolved to pass to the east of the island. He rectified the position of the Pescadores Islands, a mass of rocks which assume various shapes, reconnoitred the small island of Botol Tabacochima, where no navigator had landed, coasted Kinning Island, which forms part of the kingdom of Lichen, whose inhabitants are neither Chinese nor Japanese, but appear to be of both races, and sighted Hoa Pinsu and Tiaoisu Islands. The latter form part of the Lichen archipelago, known only through the letters of Father Goubil, a Jesuit. The frigates then entered the Eastern Sea, and directed their course to the channel which divides China and Japan. La Perouse there encountered fogs as thick as those which prevail upon the coast of Labrador, with variable and violent currents. The first point of interest before entering the Sea of Japan was Quelpaert Island, first made known to Europeans by the shipwreck of the Sparrow Hawk upon its coast in 1635. La Perouse determined its southerly extremity, and surveyed it for a distance of 12 leagues. "It is scarcely possible," he says, "to find an island of pleasanter aspect. A peak of about 4,500 feet high, visible at a distance of 18 or 20 leagues, rises in the centre of the island, the land slopes gently from thence to the sea, so that the houses look like an amphitheatre. The soil seemed to be highly cultivated. By the aid of our glasses we clearly made out the divisions of the fields. They are in very small allotments, which augurs a large population. The different shades of the various cultivated patches give a very agreeable variety to the view." The explorers had ample opportunity for taking the longitude and latitude, which was the more important, as no European vessel had navigated these seas, which were only indicated upon the maps in accordance with the Chinese and Japanese maps published by the Jesuits. Upon the 25th of May the frigates entered the channel of Corea, which was minutely explored, and in which soundings were taken every half hour. As it was possible to keep close in shore, it was easy to observe some fortifications in the European style, and to note all their details. On the 27th an island was perceived which was not to be found upon any map, and which seemed to be about 20 leagues distant from the coast of Corea. It received the name of Dagelet Island. The course was now directed towards Japan, but it was very slow, on account of the contrary winds that prevailed. On the 6th of June, Cape Noto and the island of Tsushima were discovered. "Cape Noto, upon the Japanese coast," says La Perouse, "is a point on which geographers may rely. Reckoning from it to Cape Kona on the eastern coast, the position of which was determined by Captain King, the width of the northern half of the empire may be ascertained. Our observations have the greater value for geographers, as they determine the width of the Gulf of Tartary, to which I now directed my course." Upon the 11th of June La Perouse sighted Tartary. He made land precisely at the boundary between the Corea and Manchuria. The mountains appeared to be 6,000 or 7,000 feet high. A small quantity of snow was visible on the summits. No trace of inhabitants or cultivation could be seen, nor was any river's mouth found upon a length of coast extending for 40 leagues. A halt would have been desirable, to enable the naturalists and lithologists to make observations. "Up to the 14th of June the coast had run to the northeast by north. We were now at 44 degrees latitude, and had reached the degree which geographers assign for the so-called Strait of Tessoy, but we were 5 degrees farther west than the longitude given for this spot. These 5 degrees should be taken from Tartary and added to the channel which separates it from the islands north of Japan." Whilst coasting along this shore no sign of habitation had been perceived, not a pirogue left the shore. The country, although covered with magnificent trees and luxuriant vegetation, appeared to be uninhabited. On the 23rd of June the Boussole and the Astrolabe cast anchor in a bay situated in 45 degrees 13 minutes north latitude, and 135 degrees 9 minutes east longitude. It was named Ternay Bay. "We burned with impatience," says La Perouse, "to reconnoitre this land, which had occupied our imagination ever since we left France. It was the only portion of the globe which had escaped the indefatigable activity of Captain Cook, and perhaps we owe the small advantage of having first landed there to the sad event which ended his days. This roadstead was formed of 5 little creeks, separated one from the other by hillocks covered with trees of a more delicate and varied green than is to be seen in France in the brightest spring. Before our boats reached the shore, our glasses had been directed to the coast, but we perceived nothing but stags and bears quietly grazing. Our impatience to disembark increased at the sight. The ground was carpeted with plants similar to those of our climate, but more vigorous and green. Most of them were in flower. At every step we found roses, red and yellow lilies, lilies of the valley, and almost all our field flowers. The summits of the mountains were crowned with pines, and oak trees grew halfway up, decreasing in size and vigor as they neared the sea. The rivers and streams were planted with willows, birches, and maples, and skirting the larger woods we saw apple trees and azaroles in full bloom, as well as clumps of nut trees, the fruit of which was beginning to form." Upon returning from a fishing excursion the French met with a Tartar tomb. Curiosity induced them to open it, and they found in it 2 skeletons laying side by side. The heads were covered with stuff caps, the bodies were wrapped in bearskins, and from the waists hung several little Chinese coins and copper ornaments. They also found half a score of silver bracelets, an iron hatchet, a knife, and other things, amongst which was a small bag of blue nankeen filled with rice. Upon the morning of the 27th La Perouse left this solitary bay, after depositing there several medals, with an inscription giving the date of his arrival. A little further on, more than 800 cod, which were at once salted, were caught, and an immense quantity of oysters with superb mother of pearl were also obtained. After a stay in Saffron Bay, situated in 47 degrees 51 minutes north latitude and 137 degrees 25 minutes east longitude, La Perouse discovered, upon the 6th of July, an island which was no other than Saghalien. The shore here was as wooded as that of Tartary. Lofty mountains arose in the interior, the highest of which was called Laminin Peak. As huts and smoke were seen, M. de Langle and several officers landed. The inhabitants had recently fled, for the ashes of their fires were scarcely cold. Just as the French were re-embarking, after leaving some presents for the natives, a pirogue landed 7 natives, who showed no signs of fear. Amongst them, says the narrative, "were 2 old men with long white beards, dressed in stuff made from the bark of trees, very like the cotton drawers worn in Madagascar. 2 of the 7 natives had coats of padded nankeen, differing little in shape from those of the Chinese. Others wore long gowns, which were fastened by means of a waist belt and some little buttons, so that they had no need of drawers. Their heads were bare, but 1 or 2 of them wore bearskin bands. They had their forelocks and faces shaven, but the back hair kept about 8 or 10 inches long, in a different fashion from the Chinese, however, who leave only a round tuft of hair, which they call pentasec. All had sealskin boots, with the feet artistically worked à la chinois. Their weapons were bows, spears, and arrows, tipped with iron. The oldest of the natives, to whom the others showed the most respect, had his eyes in a dreadful state. He wore a shade around his head, to protect them from the sun. These natives were grave in manner and friendly." M. de Langle appointed a meeting for the morrow. La Perouse and most of his officers attended. The facts they learned about these Tartars were important, and decided La Perouse to pursue his discoveries further north. "We succeeded in making them understand," he says, "that we wished them to draw their country, and that of Manchuria. One of the old men then arose, and with the point of his spear traced the coast of Tartary westward, running nearly north and south. To the east, vis-à-vis in the same direction, he represented his island, and, placing his hand upon his breast, made us understand that he had indicated his own country. He left an opening between his island and Tartary, and, pointing to our vessels, showed us by signs that they could pass through it. At the South Island he delineated another, and left a second opening, indicating that this too was a route for our ships. His quickness in understanding us was great, but not equal to that of another islander, about 30 years of age, who, seeing that the figures traced on sand were rubbed out, took one of our pencils and some paper. He traced out his island, which he called Choca, and made a line for the little river upon the shore of which we were, placing it 2/3 of the length of the island from north to south. He then drew Manchuria, leaving, as the old man had done, a strait at the extreme end; and to our surprise he added the river Saghalien, the name of which the natives pronounce like ourselves. He placed the mouth of this river a little to the south of the northerly point of his island. We afterwards wished to ascertain whether this strait was very wide. We tried to make him understand our idea. He caught it at once, and, placing his 2 hands upright at a distance of 3 inches one from the other, he made us understand that he meant to indicate the width of the little river which formed our watering place, and then, holding them wider apart, he indicated that the second width was to represent that of the river Saghalien, and, separating them still more, he gave the breadth of the strait which divides his country from Tartary. M. de Langle and I thought it of the greatest importance to ascertain whether the island we were coasting was that to which geographers had given the name of Saghalien, without guessing its extension southwards. I ordered all hands on board, and prepared to sail in the morning. The bay in which we had anchored received the name of Langle, from the captain who discovered it and was the first to put foot on land. In another bay upon the same shore, called Estaing Bay, our boats landed close to 10 or 12 huts. They were larger than those we before had seen, and were divided into 2 rooms. That at the back contained the stove, cooking utensils, and the bench running all round. That in front was absolutely bare, and probably destined for the reception of strangers. The women fled when they saw the French land. 2 of them, however, were caught, and, whilst they were being reassured, time was found to sketch them. Their faces were peculiar but pleasant. They had small eyes and thick lips, the upper one being painted or tattooed." M. de Langle found the natives gathered about 4 boats, that were loaded with smoked fish, which they were helping to put in water. They were Manchurians, from the shores of Saghalien River. In the corner of the island was a kind of circus, planted with 15 or 20 stakes, each surmounted by the head of a bear. It was supposed, not without some show of reason, that these trophies were intended to perpetuate the memory of a victory over this wild beast. Quantities of codfish were obtained upon this coast, and at the mouth of the river a prodigious quantity of salmon was caught. After reconnoitring the bay of La Jonquière, La Perouse cast anchor in Castor's Bay. His water supply was nearly exhausted, and he had no more wood. The further he penetrated into the strait which separates Saghalien from the continent, the more the depth diminished. La Perouse, recognizing that he could not double the island of Saghalien by the north, and afraid of not being able to leave the defile in which he now found himself excepting by the Strait of Sangar, which was much further south, determined to remain only 5 days in Castor's Bay, a period which he absolutely needed to take in provisions. The observatory was set up in a small island, while the carpenters cut down wood, and the sailors filled the water barrels. "The huts of these islanders, who call themselves Orochis," says the narrative, "are surrounded by a drying ground for salmon, which were exposed to the sun upon perches, after having been smoked for 3 or 4 days at the stove which is in the centre of the hut. The women who have charge of this operation take them, as soon as they are smoked through, into the open air, where they become as hard as wood. The natives joined us in our fishing with nets or hooks, and we saw them voraciously devouring the head, gills, and sometimes the skin of raw salmon, tearing it up very cleverly. They sucked out the mucilage, much as we eat oysters. Their fish seldom reach the shore without having first paid toll, unless the catch is very large; and the women show the same eagerness to seize upon the whole fish, and in the same ravenous way devour the mucilaginous parts, which appear to be their tidbits. These people are revoltingly dirty. It would be impossible to find a race farther removed from our ideas of beauty. In height they are less than 4 foot 10, their bodies are emaciated, Their voices are weak and shrill like children's. They have projecting cheekbones, bleared and sunken eyes, large mouths, flat noses, short and almost beardless chins, and olive skins shining with oil and smoke. They allow their hair to grow long, and dress it somewhat in the European style. The women wear it loose over their shoulders, and the description we have given applies to them as well as to the men, from whom they are scarcely to be distinguished, except for a slight difference in their apparel. The women are not subject to any labor, which, as in the case of the American Indians, might have accounted for the inelegance of their appearance. All their time is occupied in cutting out and making their clothes, in drying fish and nursing their children, whom they suckle to the age of 3 or 4 years. It rather astounded me to see a child of this age, who had been shooting with bow and arrows, beating a dog, etc., throw himself upon his mother's bosom, and take the place of an infant of 5 or 6 months who was lying asleep upon her knees." The Beachies and the Orochis confirmed much of the information which La Perouse had already obtained. From them he ascertained that the northern part of Saghalien was connected with the continent merely by a sandbank, on which grew seaweed, and where there was but little water. This concurrence of testimony left no room for doubt, especially as he never found more than 6 fathoms in the canal. There remained but one point of interest to determine, and that was the survey of the southern point of Saghalien, which he had only explored as far as Langle Bay in 47 degrees 49 minutes. Upon the 2nd of August the Astrolabe and the Boussole left Casters Bay and returned southwards, successively discovering and reconnoitring Manarone Island and Langle Peak, doubling the southern point of Saghalien called Cape Crillon, which led to a strait between Okujesso and Jesso. This they named after La Perouse. Hitherto the geography of this part of the world had been most fanciful and imaginary. Sanson was of opinion that Korea was an island, and that Jesso, Okujesso, and Kamchatka existed only in imagination, whilst Delisle insisted that Jesso and Okujesso were merely an island ending at Sangar Strait, and lastly, Buach, in his Considerations Géographiques, page 105, says, "Jesso, after being placed first in the east, then in the south, and finally in the west, was at last to be found in the north." To this confusion the discoveries of the French expedition were destined to put an end. La Perouse had some intercourse with the natives of Crillon Cape, and stated that they were handsome men, far more industrious than the Orochis of Casters Bay, but less liberal in their dealings. They have, he says, "one most important article of commerce, unknown in the channel of Tartary, from which they derive their riches, namely, whale oil. Of this they collect considerable quantities. They extract it in a way which is far from economical. They cut the flesh into pieces and dry it upon a slope in the open air by exposing it to the sun. The oil which flows from it is caught in vessels made of bark or into bottles of dried sealskin." After sighting the Cape Arniva of the Dutch, the vessels coasted along the barren, treeless, uninhabited country in possession of the Dutch Company, and shortly reached the Kurile Islands. They then passed between Maricon Island and the Island of the Four Brothers, calling the strait, the finest amongst the Kurile Islands, through which they penetrated, La Boudeuse. On the 3rd of September the coast of Kamchatka was reached. This coast was uninviting enough. "There the eyes rest painfully, and often fearfully, upon enormous masses of rock, which are already covered with snow in the beginning of September, and which never appear to have had any vegetation." 3 days later Avacha Bay, or the Bay of St. Peter and St. Paul, was reached. The astronomers at once proceeded to take observations. The naturalists made the perilous and arduous ascent of a volcano, some 8 leagues inland, whilst those of the crew who were not engaged upon the vessels gave themselves up to hunting and fishing. Thanks to the welcome accorded by the governor, their pleasures were varied. We were invited, says La Perouse, "to a ball which the governor wished to give to all the women, whether from Kamtchatka or Russia. If the ball was not large, it was at least mixed. 13 females, clothed in silk, 10 of whom were natives of Kamtchatka, with large faces, small eyes, and flat noses, were seated upon benches round the room. Both they and the Russians wore silk handkerchiefs wrapped round the head, in a way similar to those worn by mulattoes. The ball opened with Russian dances, the airs for which were very lively, and like those of the Cossack dances given a short time since in Paris. These were followed by the Kamtchatka dances, which were comparable only to the convulsionists of the famous tomb of Saint Medard. The dancers of this part of Asia scarcely require legs, they make such vigorous use of the shoulders and arms. The impression made upon the spectators by the convulsive and contorted movements of the Kamtchatka dancers is painful, and is rendered more so by a pitiful cry which escapes them at intervals, and which is the sole music by which they measure their time. The exertions they made are so formidable that they are completely covered with sweat, and at the conclusion they lie upon the ground unable to move a limb. The exhalations from their bodies permeate the atmosphere with the smell of fish and oil, so strong as to be disagreeable to the unaccustomed nostrils of Europeans." The arrival of a courier from Ototsk interrupted the ball. The news he brought was pleasant for every one, but particularly for La Perouse, who learned that he was promoted. During their stay in this port, the navigators found the tomb of Louis Delisle de la Croyère, member of the Academy of Sciences, who died in Kamtchatka in 1741, upon his return from an expedition undertaken by command of the Czar for the survey of the American coast. His fellow countrymen honoured his memory by placing an engraved copper slab over his grave. They paid the same homage to Captain Clerke, Captain Cook's second in command and successor. Availle Bay, says La Perouse, "is certainly the best, most commodious, and safest to be found in any part of the world. The entrance is narrow, and forts might easily be constructed to command vessels entering it. The anchorage is excellent, the bottom muddy, and 2 large harbours, one on the eastern shore and one on the west, would hold all the vessels of the French and English navy." End of section 30. Section 31 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2, Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second Part, Chapter 1, Part 2. French Navigators, 2d. The Boussole and the Astrolabe set sail on the 29th of September, 1787. Monsieur de Lesseps, vice-consul for Russia, who had accompanied La Perouse thus far upon his expedition, was charged to return to France by land, at that time a most perilous journey, and to convey dispatches from the expedition to the government. The question now arose of finding land discovered in 1620 by the Spaniards. The 2 frigates passed south of 37 degrees 30 minutes, some 300 leagues, without finding any trace of it. Crossing the line for the 3rd time, they passed the site given by Byron as that of the Dangerous Islands, without finding them, and upon the 6th of December entered the Navigator Archipelago, the merit of discovering which belongs to Bougainville. The vessels were at once surrounded by pirogues. The natives who manned them did not give La Perouse a very favourable idea of the beauty of the inhabitants. "I saw but 2 women," he says, "and they had no delicacy of feature. The younger, who may have been 18 years of age, had a frightful ulcer upon her leg. Many of these islanders were covered with sores, which may have been the commencement of leprosy; for I noticed 2 men, whose ulcerated and swollen legs left no doubt as to their malady. They approached us fearlessly and unarmed, and appeared as peaceable as the natives of the Society or Friendly Islands." Upon the 9th of December anchor was cast off Mauna Island. Next day the weather was so promising that La Perouse resolved to land to take in water, and then set sail at once, as the anchorage was too bad to admit of a second night's stay. Every precaution having been taken, La Perouse landed, and proceeded to the spot where his sailors were obtaining water. Captain Langle penetrated to a small creek about a league from the watering place, "and this excursion, from which he returned delighted with the beauty of the village he had seen, was, as will be seen, the cause of our misfortunes." Upon the shore, meantime, a brisk trade was going on. Men and women sold hens, parrots, fruits, and pigs. At the same time a native, getting into one of the sloops, possessed himself of a hammer, and commenced dealing vigorous blows upon a sailor's back. He was speedily seized by 4 strong fellows and thrown into the sea. La Perouse penetrated into the interior, accompanied by women, old men, and children. He enjoyed a delightful excursion through a charming country, which rejoiced in the double advantage of a soil which required no culture, and a climate in which clothing was superfluous. "Bread fruits, cocoa nuts, bananas, guavas, and oranges afforded a wholesome and sufficient nourishment to the inhabitants; while chickens, pigs, and dogs, which lived upon the surplus fruits, afforded a necessary change of diet." The first visit passed over without serious danger. There were a few quarrels, it is true, but thanks to the prudence and reserve of the French, who kept on their guard, they did not amount to anything serious. La Perouse had given orders to re-embark, when Monsieur de Langle insisted upon sending for a few more casks of water. He had adopted Captain Cook's views; he thought fresh water preferable to all other things which he had on board, and as some of his crew showed signs of scurvy, he was right in thinking that every help should be given them." La Perouse, from the first, had a presentiment against consenting. But he yielded when Monsieur de Langle persisted that a captain is responsible for the health of his crew, that the spot which he named was perfectly safe, that he himself would command the expedition, and that 3 hours would suffice for the work. "Monsieur de Langle," says the narrative, "was a man of so much judgment that his representation influenced my decision more than anything else." Next day 2 boats under command of Monsieur Boutin and Monsieur Motin, conveying all the sufferers from scurvy, under charge of 6 armed guards and a captain, in all 28 men, left the Astrolabe, to be under Monsieur de Langle's orders. Monsieur de Langle was accompanied in his boat by Monsieur de Loranon and Monsieur Collinet, who were invalids, and Monsieur de Varignas, who was convalescent. Monsieur de Gobien commanded the sloop, Monsieur de la Motinière, Monsieur Lavant, and the elder Receveur, were amongst the 33 persons sent by the Boussole. The entire force amounted to 61, and those the picked men of the expedition. Monsieur de Langle ordered every one to be armed with guns, and 6 swivel guns were placed in the sloop. Monsieur de Langle and all his companions were greatly surprised, when, instead of a large and commodious bay, they found a creek filled with coral, which it was only possible to reach through a tortuous channel, where the surf broke violently. Monsieur de Langle had only seen this bay at high tide, and as soon as this new sight met his view, his first idea was to regain the former watering place. But the friendly appearance of the natives, the number of women and children he observed among them, the quantities of pigs and fruit they offered for sale, put his prudent resolutions to flight. The water casks of the 4 boats were landed quietly, the soldiers keeping order upon the shore, and forming a barrier which left a free space for the workers. But this peaceful condition of affairs did not last long. Many of the pirogues, having disposed of their wares to our vessels, returned to the shore, and, landing in the bay of our watering place, it was soon entirely filled by them. In place of the 200 natives, counting women and children, whom de Langle had found an hour and a half previously, There were now, at the end of 3 hours, 1,000 or 1,200. Monsieur de Langle's situation became more perilous every moment. He succeeded, however, seconded by Monsieur de Varignas, Monsieur Boutin, Monsieur Collier, and Gobien, in embarking the water casks. But the bay was almost dry, and he could not hope to get his boats off before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. However, followed by his detachment, he attempted it, and, leading the way with his gun and the soldiers, he forbade firing until he should give the order. He felt that he would soon be forced to fire. Already stones were flying, and the Indians who were in shallow water surrounded the sloops for a distance of at least 200 yards. The soldiers who were already in the boats tried in vain to drive them back. Monsieur de Langle was anxious to avoid beginning hostilities, and fearful of being accused of barbarity. Otherwise, he would, no doubt, have ordered a general discharge, which would effectually have scattered the multitude. But he believed he could subdue the natives without bloodshed, and he was the victim of his humanity. Very soon a storm of stones, thrown at short distances with the force of a sling, struck almost all who were in the sloop. Monsieur de Langle had only time to discharge his gun. He was thrown over, and unfortunately fell outside the sloop. He was at once massacred by more than 200 Indians, who assailed him with clubs and stones. As soon as he expired, they fastened him by one arm to the sloop, no doubt with a view to despoiling the body. The sloop of La Boussole, under Monsieur Boutin, was run aground within 4 yards of that of the Astrolabe, and parallel between them was a narrow channel not yet occupied by the Indians. By this outlet all the wounded who were fortunate enough to avoid falling into the open sea escaped by swimming. They reached our boats, which fortunately had remained afloat, and we succeeded in saving 49 out of the 61 men who had composed the expedition. Monsieur Boutin had imitated Monsieur de Langle. He would not fire, and only gave orders for a discharge after his commander's shot. Naturally, at the short distance of 4 or 5 paces, every shot killed an Indian. But there was no time to reload. Monsieur Boutin was knocked down by a stone, and fortunately fell between the 2 stranded boats. Those who had escaped by swimming towards the 2 boats had received many wounds, mostly on the head, whilst those who, less fortunate, had fallen overboard upon the side near the Indians, were killed instantaneously. The safety of 49 of the crew is due to the good order which Monsieur de Varignas was wise enough to maintain, and to the punctuality with which Monsieur Mouton, who commanded the boats of the Boussole, carried out his orders. The boat belonging to the Astrolabe was so overloaded that it grounded. The natives at once decided to harass the wounded in their retreat. They hastened in great numbers towards the reefs, within 6 feet of which the boats must necessarily pass. The little ammunition which remained was exhausted upon these savages, and the boats at last emerged from the creek." La Pérouse's first idea was naturally to avenge the death of his unfortunate companions; but Monsieur de Boutin, who, although severely wounded, retained all his faculties, begged him to desist, representing to him that if by any mishap one of the boats ran aground, the creek was so situated, being bordered with trees which afforded secure shelter to the natives, that not a Frenchman would come back alive. La Pérouse remained for 2 days upon the scene of this terrible disaster, without being able to gratify the vindictive desires of his crew. "No doubt," says La Pérouse, "it will appear incredible that during this time 5 or 6 pirogues left the shore, bringing pigs, pigeons, and cocoanuts, and offering them in exchange. I was forced to control myself, or I should have disposed of these natives summarily enough." It may readily be supposed that an event which deprived La Pérouse of a large number of officers, and of 32 of his best sailors, was calculated to upset the plans of the expedition. At the slightest approach of danger it would now be necessary to destroy one frigate in order to arm the other. But one course remained for La Pérouse, to set sail for Botany Bay, reconnoitering the various islands he passed and taking their astronomical positions. Upon the 14th of December, Oyolava, another island belonging to the same group, and which Bougainville had seen from a distance, was sighted. It was larger than Tahiti, and exceeded that island in beauty, fertility, and in the number of its inhabitants. The natives resembled those of Maouna in every particular, and quickly surrounded the two frigates, offering the multifarious productions of their island. It appeared that the French must have been the first to trade with them, for they were quite unacquainted with the use or value of iron, and preferred a single coloured bead to a hatchet or a nail 6 inches long. Some of the women had pleasant features and elegant figures. Their eyes were gentle, and their movements quiet, whilst the men were wild and fierce in appearance. Pola Island, also belonging to the Navigator archipelago, was passed upon the 17th of December. Probably the news of the massacre of the French had already reached this people, for no pirogue approached the vessels. Cocoanut Island and Schouten's Trader Island were recognized upon the 20th of December. The latter is divided by a strait, which the navigators would not have perceived had they not coasted close in shore. About a score of natives appeared, bringing the finest cocoanuts La Perouse had ever seen, with a few bananas and one small pig. These islands, which Wallis calls Boscawen and Capel Islands, and which he places 1 degree 13 minutes too far west, may also be considered part of the Navigator archipelago. La Perouse considers the natives of this group as belonging to the finest Polynesian race. Tall, vigorous, and well-formed, they are of a finer type than those of the Sandwich Islands, whose language is very similar to theirs. Under other circumstances, the captain would have proceeded to explore Oyolava and Pola Islands, but the memory of the disaster at Maouna was too recent, and he dreaded another encounter which might end in massacre. "Painful associations," he says, "met us with every succeeding island. In the Recreation Islands, east of the Navigator archipelago, Roggevein's crew had been attacked and stoned to death. At Trader Island, which was now in sight, Schouten's crew were the victims, and in the south was Maouna Island, where we ourselves had met with so shocking a calamity. These recollections affected our way of dealing with the Indians. We now punished every little theft and injustice severely. We demonstrated by force of arms that flight would not save them from our vengeance. We refused to allow them to come on board, and threatened to punish all who did so without permission with death." These remarks prove that La Perouse was right in preventing all intercourse between his crews and the natives. We cannot sufficiently praise the prudence and humanity of the commander who, in the excited condition of his men's minds, knew how to curb the desire for vengeance. From the Navigator Islands the route was directed to the Friendly Archipelago, which Cook had been unable to explore entirely. Upon the 27th of December, Vavau Island was discovered, one of the largest in the group, which had not been visited by the English navigator. As large as Tonga Tabou, it is higher, and not wanting in fresh water. La Perouse reconnoitred many of these islands, and entered into relations with the natives, who, however, did not offer sufficient provisions to make it worth his while to trade. He therefore resolved upon the 1st of January 1788 to go to Botany Bay, following a route not yet attempted by any navigator. Pilstart Island, discovered by Tasman, or rather the rock of Pilstart, for its entire length is but 1/4 of a league, presents but a steep and broken appearance, and serves only as a resting place for seabirds. On this account, La Perouse, having no reason for remaining, wished to hasten on to New Holland, but there was another power to be consulted, the wind, and by it La Perouse was detained for 3 days before Pilstart. Norfolk Island and its 2 islets were sighted upon the 13th of January. La Perouse cast anchor within easy distance of shore, intending to allow the naturalists to land and inspect the productions of the island, but the waves broke with such violence upon the beach that landing was impossible. yet Cook had landed there with the greatest facility. An entire day was passed in vain attempts, and was quite unproductive of scientific results. Next day La Perouse started afresh, and upon entering the roadstead of Botany Bay, encountered an English vessel under command of Commodore Phillip, who was engaged in constructing Port Jackson, the embryo of that powerful colony which in our day, after only a quarter of a century's growth, has attained to such a height of civilization and prosperity. Here the journal kept by La Perouse terminates. A letter, written by him from Botany Bay, upon the 5th of February, to the naval minister, informs us that he intended building 2 sloops, to replace those which had been destroyed at Maouna. All his wounded, amongst them M. Lavaux, the surgeon of the Astrolabe, who had been trepanned, were perfectly recovered. M. de Clenard had assumed command of the Astrolabe, and had been succeeded upon the Boussole by M. de Monti. In a letter of 2 days later date, giving particulars of his intended route, La Perouse says, "I shall regain the Friendly Islands, and carry out the instructions I have received with regard to the northern portion of New Caledonia, to Santa Cruz de Mendana, to the land south of the Arsacides of Surville, and to the Louisiade of Bougainville, and also ascertain, if possible, whether the latter constitutes a portion of New Guinea, or is a separate continent. At the end of July, 1788, I shall pass between New Guinea and New Holland by some other channel than the Endeavour; that is to say, if there be another. During September, and the early part of October, I propose to visit the Gulf of Carpentaria, and the eastern coast of New Holland, as far as Van Diemen's Land, so as to allow of my return to the north in time to arrive at Mauritius in the beginning of December, 1788. Not only did La Perouse fail to keep the rendezvous he himself appointed, but 2 entire years passed away, and no news whatever of his expedition were received. Although at that epoch France was passing through a terrible crisis, the interest of the public in the fate of La Perouse was so intense that it found vent in an appeal to the National Assembly from the members of the Society of Natural History in Paris. Upon the 9th of February, 1791, a decree was passed enjoining the fitting out of 2 or more armed vessels to be sent in search of La Perouse. It was argued that had shipwreck overtaken the expedition a number of the crews might still survive, and that it was only just to carry help to them as soon as possible. Men of science, naturalists, and draughtsmen were to take part in the expedition, with the view to obtaining valuable information for navigation, geography, and commerce, as well as for the arts and sciences. Such were the terms of the decree to which we have alluded. The command of the expedition was entrusted to Vice Admiral Bruni d'Entrecasteaux, who had attracted the attention of government by his conduct in India. 2 vessels, the Recherche and the Espérance, the latter under the orders of Monsieur Juan de Kermadec, ship's captain, were placed at his command. The staff of these vessels comprised many officers who later attained to high military positions. Amongst them were Rosset, Willaumez, Trobriand, La Grandière, Lignel, and Jurien. Amongst the men of science on board were La Billardière, naturalist, Bertrand and Pearson, astronomers, Ventant and Richet, naturalists, Boutin-Beaupré, hydrographer, and Juvenet, engineer. The vessels were stocked with provisions for 18 months, and a quantity of merchandise for trading purposes. Leaving Brest upon the 28th of September, they reached Teneriffe upon the 13th of October. An ascent of the famous peak followed as a matter of course. La Billardière noticed a phenomenon which had already been observed by him in Asia Minor. His figure was reflected upon the clouds below him, opposite to the sun, in every colour of the rainbow. Upon the 23rd of October, the necessary provisions having been shipped, anchor was weighed, and the start made for the Cape. During the cruise, La Billardière discovered that the phosphorescent appearance of the sea is caused by minute globular animalculae floating on the waves. The voyage to the Cape, where the vessels arrived upon the 18th of January, 1792, was barren of incident, if we except the unusual quantity of bonitos, or tunny, and other fish that were met with, and a small leakage which occurred, but was quickly remedied. At the Cape, D'Entrecasteaux found a letter from M. de Saint Felix, commanding the French forces in India, which seemed likely to upset all his plans, and exercise an unfavourable influence upon the expedition. From this communication it appeared that 2 French captains, from Batavia, had stated that Commodore Hunter, in command of the English frigate Sirius, had seen, "near the Admiralty Islands, in the Pacific Ocean, men dressed in the European style, in what he took to be French uniforms." It is clear, wrote M. de Saint Felix, "that the Commodore was convinced they were the remnants of La Perouse's company." When D'Entrecasteaux arrived at the Cape, Hunter was still in the roadstead, but within 2 hours of the arrival of the French vessels he weighed anchor. This conduct appeared very strange. The Commodore had had time to hear that the vessels just arrived were those sent in search of La Perouse, and yet he had made no communication to the commander upon the subject. But it was soon ascertained that Hunter had declared himself quite ignorant of the facts stated by M. de Saint Felix. Were they then to be regarded as unfounded? Incredible as M. de Saint Felix's communication appeared, D'Entrecasteaux could not suppose so. The naturalists had availed themselves of their stay at the Cape to make many excursions in the neighbourhood. La Billardière had penetrated as far into the interior as the short stay of the frigates in the roadstead permitted. Anchor was weighed upon the 16th of February, and D'Entrecasteaux decided upon reaching the southern seas by doubling Cape Horn, and steered for the passage between St. Paul and Amsterdam Islands. Captain Valming had discovered these islands in 1696, and they had been recognized by Cook in his last voyage. When the Recherche and the Espérance passed St. Paul Island, it was enveloped in a thick smoke, through which the summits of the mountains were visible. The forests were on fire. Upon the 21st of April the 2 vessels entered a bay upon the coast of Van Diemen's Land, which was supposed to be Adventure Bay, but which in reality was Storm Bay. The extreme point of this bay was named after D'Entrecasteaux. Wood was easily obtained there, and fish was very abundant. Amongst the magnificent trees of the country, La Billardière mentions various species of the eucalyptus, the many uses of which were then unknown. The hunting parties caught black swans and kangaroos, creatures also but little known. End of Section 31. Section 32 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2, Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second Part, Chapter 1, Part 2. French Navigators, 2e. Upon the 16th of May the vessels left the port and made for a strait, afterwards named after D'Entrecasteaux. Monsieur Creton and Monsieur Auribeau, says the narrative, were encouraged to land by the sight of fires close to the shore. They had gone but a short distance when they came upon 4 natives, attending to 3 small fires, by which they were seated. They took to flight on seeing the strangers, in spite of every friendly demonstration, leaving the lobsters and shellfish which they had been broiling. As many huts as there were fires were close by. One of the natives, in his hurry, left a small basket, full of pieces of silica, behind him. He was not afraid to return in search of it, but approached Creton with a bold air, possibly owing to his confidence in his own strength. Some of these savages were naked, and others wore only a kangaroo skin upon the shoulders. In colour they were nearly black, they had woolly hair and allowed the beard to grow." Upon leaving D'Entrecasteaux Strait, the vessels proceeded to survey the southwestern coast of New Caledonia, which La Perouse should have visited. A portion of Pine Island, which stretches to the north of that country, was the first to be recognized. The Recherche narrowly escaped destruction upon the coral reefs which surround the coast, leaving only a narrow passage between them and the main land. At the northern extremity several mountainous islands and detached rocks were perceived, which rendered the navigation extremely dangerous. The navigators, grateful for their escape, named them the Entrecasteaux Reefs and Juan Islands. The survey of this perilous coast lasted from the 16th of June to the 3rd of July. A true service was thus rendered to geographers and navigators, though it was, perhaps, the least profitable part of the voyage of discovery. As the favourable season was now approaching, D'Entrecasteaux determined to avail himself of it to reach the land of the Arsacides, which had been seen by Surville and visited some years later by Shortland, who, imagining he was making a new discovery, named it New Georgia. Upon the 9th of July, says Billardier, "towards half past 4 o'clock, we perceived, about 10 miles to the northwest, a rock called Eddystone. We took it at first, as Shortland had done, for a sailing vessel. The illusion was the greater, as in colour it much resembles the sails of a ship. A few shrubs crowned the summit. The land of the Arsacides, opposite this rock, is steep and covered with large trees." After rectifying the position of Eddystone rocks, and that of the Treasury Islands, which are 5 in number, though so close together that Bougainville took them for one island, D'Entrecasteaux coasted Bougainville Island. It is separated from Bouka Island by a narrow strait, and is covered with plantations. It appeared to be well populated. Some trade was done with the natives, but nothing would induce them to venture on board the vessels. "The colour of their skins," says La Billardier, "is nearly black. They are of medium height and wear no clothes. They are muscular and strong. Although their features are not pleasant, they are very expressive. They have large heads and broad foreheads. Their faces, especially in the lower part, are flat. They have thick chins, rather prominent cheekbones, flat noses, large mouths, and thin lips. Their ugliness is increased by the colour with which the betel nut stains their mouths. They appear very skilful in the use of bows and arrows. One of them brought a gannet, which he had just killed, on board, and the hole made by the arrow could easily be seen. These natives have bestowed particular attention upon their weapons, which are all very well finished. We could not but admire the skill with which they coated the strings of their bows with resin, in such a way that at first sight they looked like catgut. The centre was protected with a piece of bark, to lessen the wear in projecting the arrows." The survey of the western coast of these two islands was completed upon the 15th of July. Bougainville had already surveyed the eastern shore. Next day the French navigators sighted first the island to which Carteret had given the name of Sir Charles Hardy, and then the southeastern extremity of New Ireland. The two vessels cast anchor in Carteret Bay, and the crews were established upon Cocoa Island. This island is covered with evergreen trees, which, in spite of the volcanic nature of the soil, grow vigorously. The cocoanuts from which it received its name were procured with difficulty. On the other hand, it afforded the naturalists so many varieties of plants and insects as to charm Billardier. Rain fell abundantly during the stay. It was like a ceaseless torrent of tepid water. After obtaining the necessary food and water, the Recherche and Espérance set sail from Port Carteret upon the 24th of July, 1792. In so doing, the Espérance unfortunately lost an anchor, the cable having been cut by the coral reefs. The two vessels then entered St. George's Strait, which at the southern extremity is only about 42 miles in width, about half the extent assigned to it by Carteret. The currents were so rapid that the ships were carried past Man and Sandwich Islands without being able to stop. After sighting Portland Islands, low lands, 7 in number, which stretch from 2 degrees 39 minutes 44 seconds south latitude to 147 degrees 15 minutes east longitude, D'Entrecasteaux continued his route towards the Admiralty Islands, which he intended to visit. It was upon the most easterly of these islands that, according to the report received by Commodore Hunter, the natives wearing French naval uniforms had been seen. The natives appeared in crowds, says the narrative. Some ran along the shore, others, fixing their eyes upon our vessels, invited us by signs to land. The cries they uttered were intended to express their joy. At 1:30 the vessels anchored, and a boat was dispatched from each, containing articles for distribution among the natives of this small island. The frigates were so placed as to protect the boats as they neared the land, in the event of any attack by the savages, for our recollection of the treachery of the natives of the islands south of the Admiralty made us distrustful." The coast abounded in reefs. The boats could only approach within 100 yards of the shore. Numbers of the natives crowded to the beach and invited the French by signs to land. "One of the savages, distinguished by a double row of small shells upon his forehead, appeared to exercise a good deal of authority. He ordered one of the natives to jump into the water and bring us some cocoanuts. Fearing to approach strangers swimming and defenseless, he hesitated for a moment. The chief, evidently quite unaccustomed to resistance to his wishes, followed up his command by blows from his club, and compelled obedience. As soon as the islander returned to land, curiosity brought the natives around him in crowds. Each wished to participate in our presents. Pirogues were immediately launched, and many natives swam to the boats, which were shortly surrounded by quite a crowd. We were surprised that the violence of the surf upon the breakers did not intimidate them." Perhaps the French may have attempted that which the Indians accomplished. It seems probable that they would never have observed these people if the vessels, or at least a small boat, had not been wrecked in the archipelago. The only remark made by them is to the effect that the natives understood and appreciated the use of iron. D'Entrecasteaux then proceeded to reconnoitre the northern portion of the archipelago, and to trade with the natives. He did not land anywhere, and does not appear to have executed this part of his task with the minute care and attention which might have been expected of him. The Recherche and the Espérance afterwards visited the Hermit Islands, discovered in 1781 by a Spanish frigate, La Princesa. The natives, like all those they had encountered, showed a great desire to induce the strangers to land, but did not succeed in persuading them to do so. The Exchequer Islands, discovered by Bougainville, several unknown low islands, covered with luxuriant vegetation, Schouten Island, and the coast of New Guinea, were successively sighted. In the interior of the last named, a large chain of mountains was distinguished, the loftiest of which appeared at least 3,500 feet high. After coasting this large island, the Recherche and the Espérance entered Pitt Strait to reach the Moluccas. Upon the 5th of September, 1792, the French joyfully anchored in the roadstead of Amboyna. There were many sufferers from scurvy on board, and officers and crew alike needed a lengthened rest. The naturalists, astronomers, and other scientific men immediately landed, and took the necessary steps for the prosecution of their various observations. The naturalists were particularly successful in acquiring new facts. La Billardière congratulates himself upon the multiplicity of new plants and animals that he was able to obtain. "Once when upon the shore," he says, "I heard what appeared to be wind instruments, the tones now harmonious, now discordant, yet never unpleasing. These harmonious and distinct sounds appeared to come from a distance, and I imagined the natives were making music some 6 or 7 miles beyond the roadstead. But my ear deceived me, for I found that I was not 100 yards from the instrument. A bamboo cane, at least 60 feet high, was fixed vertically upon the shore. At each notch a slit had been made, about 2½ inches long and 1¼ broad. These slits made so many openings for the wind, which, passing through them, produced varied and pleasant sounds. As the notches in this cane were very numerous, the slits had been made all round, so that whichever way the wind blew it went through some of them. I can only compare the sound of this instrument to that of an harmonium." During this long stay of a month in one place, the vessels were well caulked, the sails and rigging attended to, and every precaution taken for a voyage in tropical and damp climates. A few details on the roadstead of Amboyna, and the manners and customs of the native population, will not be out of place. Amboyna roadstead, says La Billardière, "forms a channel some 13 or 14 miles in length, and about 2½ miles in breadth. It affords good anchorage, although the bottom is partly of coral. The fort, called Victory Fort, is built of bricks. The governor and some of the members of government reside there. It was at this time falling into ruins, and every discharge of cannon did evident damage. The garrison consisted of about 200 men, of which the natives of the island composed a considerable part. The remainder consisted of a few retired European soldiers and a small detachment of a Württemberg regiment. The mortality amongst officers living in the Indies makes the lives of those who have been some time in the climate precious. The Dutch company is therefore seldom true to its promise to allow them to return to Europe at the expiration of their time of service. I met with several of these unfortunate men who had been detained for more than 20 years, when, according to agreement, they ought to have been freed long before. The language of the natives of Amboyna is Malay. It is very soft and musical. The country produces spices, coffee, which is inferior to that of Reunion Island, and sago. The latter is largely cultivated in the marshy districts. The rice consumed at Amboyna is not indigenous to the soil, but still it might be successfully cultivated in the lowlands. The Dutch company, however, prohibit the growth of this article of commerce, because its sale enables them to keep back a part of the sum which they are obliged to pay for cloves furnished by the blacks. They thus prevent the increase of pay, and obtain the fruits of native labour at a moderate price. Thus the company, consulting their own interest only, discourage all industry in the population, by forcing them, as it were, to relinquish everything but the cultivation of spices. The Dutch are careful to limit the cultivation of spices within the compass of ordinary consumption. Their efforts, which are destructive of all enterprise, chime in with the nonchalant character of the natives." On the 23rd of Vendémiaire of the year 1, if we conform to the new style, as Bougainville does, the two vessels left Amboyna, amply provisioned with fowls, ducks, geese, pigs, goats, potatoes, yams, bananas, and pumpkins. Meat, however, they obtained in but small quantities, the flour was of a bad quality, and the sailors could never accustom themselves to the sago which was shipped in its stead. Bamboos, cloves, and arrack may be added to the list of shipments. "Young bamboo shoots, cut in slices, and preserved in vinegar," says La Billardière, "made an excellent store for a long voyage. These young shoots are generally very tender. They are gathered early and sold in the market as vegetables, for which they are a good substitute. They are often a yard long and half an inch thick. These young bamboo shoots are much appreciated by the Chinese, who think them similar to asparagus in flavour. We were also provided with cloves and nutmegs preserved in sugar. The shell of the nutmeg is the only edible portion. Unfortunately, ignorant preservers have chosen full-grown nutmegs. Cloves, when once as large as ordinary olives, retain too much flavour to be a pleasant sweetmeat. One must be endowed with an Indian palate to enjoy them. I might say the same of our ginger preserves. The only spirituous liquor obtainable was arrack, several casks of which were bought. Many travellers have spoken in praise of this liquor, which is, in reality, not equal to the poorest brandy." Upon leaving Amboyna, the expedition sailed for the south-west coast of Australia. Shortly afterwards, Kisser Island, The north shore of Timor, Baton Island, and the delightful Sauva Island were successively passed, and finally, upon the 16th Frimaire, the western extremity of the southwestern coast of New Holland, which was discovered by Leuwin in 1622, was sighted. The coast presented a succession of sandy dunes, in the midst of which arose pointed rocks, apparently utterly sterile. Navigation upon this unsheltered coast was extremely dangerous. The sea ran high, the wind was boisterous, and it was necessary to steer amongst the breakers. During a strong gale the Espérance was nearly driven upon the coast, when one of the officers fortunately distinguished from the mainmast an anchorage, where, he declared, the ships would be in safety. "The safety of the two ships," says the narrative, "was due to this discovery, for the Recherche, after battling as long as she could against the storm, had been forced to tack about all night amidst these perilous breakers, hoping for a change of wind which would make it possible for her to reach the open sea, and must infallibly have perished. This bay, named Le Grand, after the able seaman who first discovered it, will always recall his invaluable service to the expedition." The islets surrounding this coast were reconnoitred by the navigators. A geographical engineer, named Richer, belonging to the Recherche, landing upon the mainland to make observations, lost his way, and only reached the vessels after 2 days' absence, nearly dead of fatigue and hunger. This small archipelago concluded the discoveries of Nuits. "We were surprised," says La Billardière, "at the exactitude with which the latitude had been determined by this navigator, at a time when instruments were very imperfect. The same remark applies to nearly all Leuwin's discoveries in this region." Upon the 15th Nivose, 31 degrees 52 minutes latitude and 129 degrees 16 minutes east longitude, Captain Juan de Kermadec informed D'Entrecasteaux that his rudder was injured, that he was obliged to limit his crew to 3/4 of a bottle of water per day, that he had been forced to discontinue the distribution of anti-scorbutic drinks, and that he had only 30 casks of water remaining. The Recherche was hardly in better case. D'Entrecasteaux accordingly made for Cape Demon, after navigating for about 670 miles along a barren coast, which offered no object of interest or value. Upon the 3rd Pluviose, the vessels anchored in the Bay of Rocks, in Tempest Bay, which they had visited the preceding year. This spot was very rich in points of interest. La Billardière was amazed at the varied products of this portion of Van Diemen's Land, and was never tired of admiring the vast forests of gigantic trees, and the many unknown shrubs and plants, through which he had to force his way. During one of his numerous excursions he picked up some fine pieces of beautiful bronze red hematite, and further on some earth-containing ochre, of so bright a red as to denote the presence of iron. He soon encountered some natives, and his remarks upon this race, which is now quite extinct, are interesting enough for repetition. Moreover, they complete the particulars already given by Captain Cook. He says, "There were about 42 natives, 7 grown men, and 8 women, the others appeared to be their children. Many of them were girls already arrived at maturity, who were even more lightly clad than their mothers. They have woolly hair, and the men let their beards grow long. In the children the upper jaw projects, but in adults it is about even with the lower. No doubt these people consider it a beauty to be black, for, not being very dark to begin with, they powder the upper part of the body with coal dust. We noticed rows of spots on the skin, especially on the shoulders and breast, now in lines above 3 inches long, now in equidistant dots. These people do not appear to observe the custom which many travellers have thought to be universal amongst their tribes, of exacting the incisor teeth, for we saw no native with any missing from the upper jaw, and they all had very fine, strong teeth. These people swarm with vermin. We could not but admire the patience of a woman, whom we watched freeing her child of them. Nor could we avoid feeling shocked when she crushed the disgusting insects with her teeth and then swallowed them. Monkeys have the same habit. The young children greatly admired everything shining, and they did not hesitate to take the metal buttons off our coats. I must not omit to mention a trick played upon a sailor by a young savage. The man had collected a number of shells and left them in a bag at the foot of a rock. The native furtively removed them, and allowed the sailor to search for them vainly for some time. Then quietly replacing them, he seemed much amused at the trick he had played." End of section 32. Section 33 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2, Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 2, French Navigators, 2f. Early in the morning of the 26th Pluviose, the two vessels weighed anchor, entered D'Entrecasteaux Strait, and, on the 5th of Ventose, anchored in Adventure Bay. After a stay of 5 days, spent in taking observations, D'Entrecasteaux set sail for New Zealand, and reached its southern extremity. After an interview with the natives, too short to admit of additions being made to the many and precise observations of Captain Cook, D'Entrecasteaux started for the Friendly Islands, which La Perouse had intended visiting. He anchored in Tonga Tabou Bay. The vessels were at once surrounded by a crowd of pirogues, and literally boarded by the natives, who came to sell pigs and every variety of fruit. One of the sons of Poulao, the king Cook had known, received the navigators cordially, and scrupulously superintended the trade with the islanders. This was no easy task, for they developed surprising talents for stealing everything which came in their way. La Billardière describes rather a good joke of which he was the victim. He was followed to the provision tent by 2 natives, whom he took to be chiefs. One of them, he says, "was very anxious to choose the best fruits for me. I had placed my hat on the ground, thinking it safe there; but these 2 rogues understood their business. The one behind me was clever enough to hide my hat under his clothes, and was off before I perceived the theft. The other speedily followed. I was the more surprised at this attempt, because I should have supposed they would not have had the courage to steal so large an object, running the risk of being caught, in the enclosure to which we had admitted them. Moreover, a hat could not be a very useful article to these people, who generally go bareheaded. Their dexterity in robbing me convinced me that it was by no means their first attempt." The French entered into relations with a chief named Finau, probably the same who is mentioned as Finauo in Captain Cook's voyage, and who called him Touté. But he was only a secondary chief. The real king, supreme chief of Tonga Tabou, Vavau, and of Anamuka, was named Toubau. He visited the ships, and brought back a gun which had been stolen a day or 2 previously from a sentinel. He presented D'Entrecasteaux with 2 pieces of stuff made from the bark of the mulberry tree, so large that if opened out either would have covered the vessel. In exchange for mats and pigs he received a fine hatchet and a general's red coat, which he immediately put on. 2 days later an extraordinarily stout female, at least 50 years of age, and to whom the natives paid great respect, came on board. This was Queen Tina. She tasted everything that was offered to her, but preferred preserved bananas. The steward stood behind her chair and waited to clear away, but she saved him the trouble by appropriating the plate and napkin. King Toubau was anxious to give an entertainment to D'Entrecasteaux. The admiral was received upon landing by 2 chiefs, Finau and Omalai, and conducted by them to an extensive esplanade. Toubau arrived with his 2 daughters. They had sprinkled a quantity of cocoanut oil upon their heads, and each wore a necklace made of the pretty seeds of the Arbus peccatorius. The natives, says the narrative, arrived from all parts in great crowds. We estimated that the number amounted to at least 4,000. The seat of honour was evidently to the left of the king, for he invited D'Entrecasteaux to take his place there. The captain then offered the presents he had brought for the king, which were gratefully accepted. A piece of crimson damask excited the most vivid admiration from all the assembled natives. "Eho! Eho!" they exclaimed repeatedly, in accents of the greatest surprise. They uttered the same admiring cry when we unfolded some pieces of coloured ribbon, in which red predominated. The captain then presented a couple of goats and a pair of rabbits, of which the king promised to take every care. D'Entrecasteaux also bestowed various presents upon Toubau's son Omalai and several other chiefs. To our right, on the northeast, under a shady breadfruit tree laden with fruit, 13 musicians were seated, who sang together in different parts. 4 of the musicians played the accompaniment by striking bamboo canes, yard and a yard and a half long, upon the ground, the holder of the longest bamboo occasionally acting as conductor. These bamboo canes emitted a sound not unlike that of a tambourine, and they were arranged in the following order. The 2 medium-sized canes were in unison, the longest a tone and a half lower, and the shortest 2 tones and a half higher. The voice of the alto was heard far above all the others, although he was a little hoarse. He accompanied himself by striking with 2 little sticks upon a bamboo cane, some 6 yards long, and split throughout its entire length. 3 musicians stationed in front of the others appeared to explain the song by gestures, which had apparently been well studied, as they all acted in unison. Occasionally gracefully moving their arms, they turned towards the king, whilst sometimes they suddenly sunk their heads upon their breasts, and as suddenly tossed them back. After these entertainments, Toubau offered the captain several pieces of stuff made from the bark of the mulberry tree. He had them unrolled with great ostentation, that we might fully appreciate the value of his gift. The minister seated upon his left ordered the preparation of kava, which was soon brought in an oval-shaped wooden vase, about 3 feet long. The musicians had reserved their best pieces for this moment, for at each succeeding effort we heard applauding cries of "Mali, Mali," and it was evident that the music had an agreeable and inspiriting effect upon the natives. The kava was then offered to the various chiefs by those who had prepared it." This concert, it will be seen, was by no means equal to the splendid entertainment which had been given to Captain Cook. Queen Tina followed it up by giving a grand ball, which was preceded by a concert, fully attended by the natives, amongst whom, we may incidentally mention, were numbers of thieves, who became so bold that they ended by forcibly taking possession of a cutlass. As the blacksmith of the Recherche pursued the thieves, they turned, and seeing him alone, struck him on the head with a club. Fortunately his danger was perceived by those on board the Espérance, and a well-directed shot dispersed his assailants. Several natives were killed upon this occasion by the officers and sailors, who, not seeing exactly what had happened, treated all the islanders they met as dangerous. Fortunately, concord was soon restored, and the relations were so friendly when the time came for the French to leave, that many of the natives begged to accompany them to France. "The intelligent account which these islanders gave of the vessels which had anchored in this archipelago," says the narrative, "convinced us that La Perouse had not visited any of these islands. They remembered perfectly every occasion upon which they had seen Captain Cook, and they indicated the intervals between his visits by the crops of yams, reckoning 2 in each year." It is true that their information, as far as it related to La Perouse, was in direct contradiction to the facts which Dumont d'Urville collected 36 years later, when Tamaha was queen. "I was anxious to know," he says, "if any Europeans had visited Tonga between Cook and D'Entrecasteaux. After a few moments' reflection, she explained to me very clearly that a few years before D'Entrecasteaux's visit, 2 large vessels, like his in every respect, carrying guns and many Europeans, had anchored off Anamuka, and remained there 6 days. They showed a white flag, quite unlike the English one. The strangers had been very friendly with the natives, and had had a house on the island, and entered into trade. She related that a native who had agreed to exchange a wooden bolster for a knife, was shot by an officer because he wanted to take back his merchandise when he had been paid for it. However, the incident had not broken the peace, because in that instance the native was in the wrong." Although it is impossible to suspect Dumont d'Urville of any attempted imposition, many portions of this circumstantial account bear the impress of truth, more especially that relating to the flag, as being different to that of the English. Must we then charge D'Entrecasteaux with want of thoroughness in his work? This would be a very serious charge. Yet 2 circumstances, which we shall presently relate, appear to point to that conclusion. The natives witnessed the departure of the French with keen regret. The expedition left upon the 21st Germinal, and 2 days later the Espérance signalled Erronan, the most easterly of the islands of Santo Espiritu, discovered by Quiros in 1660. Beyond this, Anatom, Tana, with its volcano in constant eruption, and the Boutem-Beaupré Islands were passed. Carried onwards by the currents, the vessels were soon in sight of the mountains of New Caledonia, and anchored in Balade Harbour, where Captain Cook had cast anchor in 1774. The natives were acquainted with the use of iron, but they did not appear to value it as highly as others had done, probably because the stones they used instead were very hard and answered admirably for their purposes. Their first demand upon going on board was for something to eat, and their need was unmistakable, for they pointed to their manifestly empty stomachs. Captain Cook had already remarked that they managed their pirogues, which were far less ingeniously constructed than those of the Friendly Islands, unskilfully. The greater number of these natives had woolly hair, and skins almost as black as those of the inhabitants of Van Diemen's Land. Their weapons were assegais and clubs, and in addition to these, they carried at the waist a little bag full of the oval stones which they throw from their slings. After a short excursion inland, during which they visited the huts of the natives, which were shaped like beehives, the officers and naturalists prepared to re-embark. "Upon returning to our boat," says the narrative, "we found more than 700 natives, who had assembled from all directions. They began by demanding stuffs and iron in exchange for their wares, and soon some of them proved themselves arrant thieves. I will mention one of their many manoeuvres. A man offered to sell me the little bag of stones which he carried at his waist. He unfastened it, and pretended to offer it to me in one hand, whilst he held out the other for the price upon which we had agreed. But at the same moment another native, who had taken up his stand behind me, uttered a shrill scream, which made me turn my head in his direction, whereupon the rogue made off with his bag, and hid himself in the crowd. We were unwilling to punish him, although most of us carried our guns. Unfortunately, our leniency might be regarded as a proof of our weakness, and so add to the native insolence, and an incident which shortly occurred indicates this was so. Some natives were bold enough to throw stones at an officer who was only about 200 paces away from us. We were still unwilling to act harshly, as we had heard so much in their favour from Forster's narrative, and had such confidence in their goodwill, that still more evidence was required to convince us of their real character. One of them, who was enjoying a broiled bone, and busily devouring the meat which still clung to it, offered a share of his meal to a sailor named Piron. He, thinking it to be the bone of some animal, accepted it, but before eating it showed it to me. I at once recognized that it had belonged to the body of a child, of probably 14 or 15 years of age. The natives crowding round us showed us upon a living child the position of the bone, owning without hesitation that the man had been making his meal off it, and giving us to understand that it was a great delicacy. Those of our company who had remained on board could hardly credit our account of this disgusting fact. They refused to believe that a people who had been so differently described by Captain Cook and Captain Forster could be capable of so degrading a practice, but the most incredulous were soon convinced. I had retained possession of the gnawed bone, and our surgeon at once recognized it as that of a child. To make still more sure of the cannibalism of the natives, I offered it to one of them. He seized it eagerly, and tore the remaining flesh from it with his teeth. After he had done with it, I passed it to another, who still found something upon it to relish." The natives who visited the vessel committed so many thefts and became so impudent that we were forced to drive them away. Upon landing next day the French found the natives feasting. They immediately offered a share of their meal to the strangers. It proved to be human flesh, recently cooked. Many of them even came close up to the French and felt the muscles of their arms and legs, uttering the word "Karapek" with an expression of admiration and longing which was anything but reassuring. Many of the officers were assaulted and robbed with the greatest effrontery. There remained no doubt of the intentions of the natives. They even attempted to possess themselves of the hatchets the sailors had brought on shore to cut wood, and were only made to desist by being fired upon. These constantly recurring hostilities always ended in the repulse of the natives, many of whom were killed or wounded. But in spite of the repulses they met with, they let no favourable opportunity pass of recommencing their attacks. La Billardière was witness to a fact which has since been frequently observed, but was long disbelieved. He saw the natives eating steatite. This mineral substance serves to deaden the sense of hunger by filling the stomach and sustaining the viscera of the diaphragm, and although it contains no nourishment whatever, it is useful to them because they have long periods when food is scarcely procurable, as they bestow very little cultivation upon their land, which is naturally very sterile. Yet one would scarcely have expected hungry cannibals to resort to such an expedient. No news of La Perouse had been obtained during the stay in New Caledonia, but M. Jules Garnier states that a tradition exists of the appearance of two large ships, which had sent boats on shore, near the northern extremity of Pine Island. After the first alarm, says M. Jules Garnier, in a communication which appeared in the Bulletin de la Société de Géographie for November 1869, "the natives approached the strangers and fraternized with them. They were quite astonished at their riches, and their cupidity induced them to oppose the departure of the French sailors by force. But their ardour was moderated by a volley which killed a few of them. Little pleased with their reception, the French vessels proceeded to the mainland, after letting off a cannon, which the natives took to be a clap of thunder." It is strange that D'Entrecasteaux, who entered into communications with the natives of Pine Island, should have heard nothing of these events. The island is small, and its population has always been scanty. The natives must have kept secret the fact of their dealings with La Perouse. Had D'Entrecasteaux, in his navigation among the coral reefs which protect the eastern coast of New Caledonia, succeeded in entering one of the many openings he met with, he might have found some trace of the course taken by La Perouse, who was a careful navigator and anxious to emulate Cook, who had touched at several points of that coast. A whaler, whose account is quoted by Rienzi, declared that he had seen medals and a cross of St. Louis, relics of the French expedition, in possession of the natives of New Caledonia. M. Jules Garnier, during a voyage from Noumea to Canala, in March 1865, observed in the hand of one of their native escort, "an old rusty sword, in the fashion of the last century," which bore the impression of the fleur-de-lis. He could obtain no account of it from its possessor, except that he had had it a long time. There is no evidence that any member of the expedition gave a sword, still less a cross of the Order of St. Louis, to a savage. No doubt an officer had fallen in some encounter, and thus these articles had come into native hands. This hypothesis accords with M. Garnier's explanation of the contradictory accounts given by Cook and D'Entrecasteaux of the people of Bolade. According to the former, they are peaceable, honest, and friendly. According to the latter, they are robbers, traitors, and cannibals. Monsieur Jules Garnier suggests that some extraordinary event must have changed the disposition of the natives between the two visits. Most likely an encounter had taken place. The Europeans may have been driven to the use of arms. They may possibly have destroyed plantations and burnt huts. In such a case, their hostile reception of D'Entrecasteaux would be explicable. La Billardière, in his account of an excursion to the mountains forming the watershed of the northern extremity of New Caledonia, and from which the sea can be seen on either side, says, "We were followed by 3 natives, who had no doubt seen us a year previously, when we coasted the eastern shores of their island, for before they left us they spoke of 2 ships which they had seen upon that coast." La Billardière ought to have pressed the natives upon this subject. Were the vessels seen by them those of La Perouse or of D'Entrecasteaux, and was it really a year previously? From these details we see how much it is to be regretted that D'Entrecasteaux did not pursue his investigations more zealously. No doubt, had he done so, he would have found traces of his fellow countrymen. We shall shortly see that with a little perseverance he would have found some at least, if not all of them, alive. During the stay in this port, Captain Huon de Kermadec succumbed to a hectic fever from which he had long been suffering. He was succeeded in the command of the Espérance by M. Desmeny d'Auribeau. Leaving New Caledonia upon the 21st Floréal, D'Entrecasteaux sighted successively Moulin and Huon Islands, and Santa Cruz de Mendana, which is separated from New Jersey by a strait, in which the French vessels were attacked by the natives. To the southeast, D'Entrecasteaux observed an island, which he named after the Recherche, and which he might have called Discovery if he had approached it. It was Vanikoro, an islet surrounded by coral reefs, upon which La Perouse's vessels had been wrecked, and which at this time, in all probability, was inhabited by some of the unfortunate seamen. It was most unfortunate to be so near success, and yet to miss it. But the veil which hid the fate of La Perouse and his companions was not destined to be removed for a long time yet. After surveying the northern extremities of Santa Cruz, without any result so far as the object of his expedition was concerned, D'Entrecasteaux directed his course to de Surville's land of the Arsacides. He reconnoitred the northern coast, and thence reached the shores of Louisiade, which La Perouse had announced his intention of visiting when he left Salomon Island, and surveyed Cape Deliverance. Bougainville was wrong in supposing that this cape belonged to New Guinea. It is the extreme point of an island, called Rossel after one of the officers who has given an account of the expedition. After coasting along a series of low and rocky islands, which were named after the principal officers, the vessels reached Cape William, on the coast of New Guinea. They then directed their course to Dampier's Strait. After sailing along the northern coast of New Britain, several small and mountainous islands, hitherto unknown, were discovered. Upon the 17th of July a small island in the neighbourhood of the Anchorite Islands was sighted. D'Entrecasteaux had long been suffering from dysentery and scurvy, and was in extreme danger. Following the advice of his officers, he decided to take leave of the Espérance, and endeavoured to reach Waihoun more quickly. Upon the 20th of July he sunk under long and protracted sufferings. After a stay at Waihoun and Bourreau Islands, at which latter place the president overwhelmed the French with civilities, and where Bougainville was still remembered by the natives, the expedition left, under command of d'Auribeau. He also unfortunately fell ill, and the command was transferred to Rossel, under whose orders the vessels passed first Boutong, and then Salier Straits, and reached Sourabaya upon the 19th of October. Sad news here awaited the members of the expedition. Louis XVI had been beheaded. France was at war with Holland and all the European powers. Although both the Recherche and the Espérance needed many repairs, and the health of the crews needed repose, D'Auribeau was about to start for Mauritius, when he was detained by the French governor. Fearing that the news from Europe, affecting as it did the various members of the expedition so differently, might lead to disaffection in his colony, he subjected his prisoners, as he called the French, to most humiliating conditions, which they could not escape. Irritation and hatred were rampant, when it occurred to D'Auribeau to unfurl the white flag. However, the greater part of the officers and men of science, amongst them Billardier, obstinately refused to respect the conditions imposed, and being arrested by order of the Dutch authorities, were distributed throughout the different parts of the colony. After the death of D'Auribeau, which occurred upon the 21st of August, 1794, Rossel became head of the expedition. He undertook to convey all documents of every kind collected during the voyage to France, but being taken prisoner by an English frigate, he was deprived of his property, in defiance of justice; and when France obtained the objects of natural history of which she had been robbed, the expression is not too strong when we recall the instructions given by the French government with regard to Captain Cook's expedition, they were in so bad a condition that they had lost much of their value. Thus ended this unfortunate expedition. Although its principal object had not been attained, it had at least resulted in some geographical discoveries. It had completed or rectified those made by preceding navigators, and to it, especially to the exertions of La Billardière, are due the acquisition of an immense number of facts in natural history. End of Section 33.
Section 34 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second Part, Chapter 1, Part 3. French Navigators, 3a. Captain Marchand's Voyage, the Marquesas, Discovery of Nuka Hiva, Manners and Customs of the Inhabitants, Revolution Islands, the Coast of America and Tchinkitané Port, Cook Strait, Stay at the Sandwich Islands, Macao, Disappointment, Return to France, Discoveries made by Bass and Flinders upon the Australian coast, Captain Baudin's Expedition, Endracht and de Witt Islands, Stay at Timor, Survey of Van Diemen's Land, Separation between the Géographe and the Naturaliste, Stay at Port Jackson, Convicts, Agricultural Wealth of New South Wales, Return of the Naturaliste to France, Cruise of the Géographe and of the Casuarina to the islands of Nuyts, Edels, Endracht, and de Witt, second stay at Timor, return to France. Etienne Marchand, a captain in the French service, returning to France from Bengal in 1788, met with the English Captain Portlock in the roadstead of St. Helena. Their conversation naturally fell upon commerce, and the value of various articles of trade. Like a sensible man, Marchand allowed his companion to talk, and only put in a few words himself now and again, and thus drew from Portlock the interesting information that furs, and more especially otter skins, which could be obtained for a mere trifle upon the eastern coast of North America, realized an enormous price in China, whilst at the same time a cargo brought from the Celestial Empire would return a large profit in Europe. Upon arriving in France, Marchand communicated what he had learned to his shipowners, Messieurs Beau of Marseilles, and they at once resolved to act upon the knowledge he had obtained. Navigation in the Pacific Ocean required a ship of special strength and excellent. Messieurs Beau ordered the construction of a vessel of 300 tons burden, plated with copper, and provided with every necessary for defence in case of attack, and for repairs in the event of accident, and also with everything likely to promote trade and to ensure the health of the crews during a voyage of 3 or 4 years. Two captains, Messieurs Masse and Prosper Chanal, were associated with Marchand in the command of the expedition, and the rest of the party consisted of 3 lieutenants, 2 surgeons, 3 volunteers, and a crew of 39 seamen. 4 cannon, 2 howitzers, 4 swivel guns with needful ammunition, etc., formed the equipment. Although the vessel was only to reach Cape Horn at the beginning of winter, the Solide left Marseilles upon the 14th of December, 1790. After a short stay at Praia, Cape Verde Islands, Marchand proceeded to Staten Island, which he reached upon the 1st of April, 1791. He then doubled Tierra del Fuego and entered the Pacific. His intention was to proceed immediately to the northwestern coast of America, but at the beginning of May the water on board was already so tainted that he required a fresh supply. Under these circumstances the captain decided to reach the Marquesas Island of Mendoza, which are situated at south latitude 6 degrees and near 141 degrees west of the Paris meridian. The situation of these islands, says Fleuriot, who published an interesting account of this voyage, was the more suitable for his purpose, because, with a view to escaping the calms often met with in too easterly a course, he had resolved to cross the line at 142 degrees west longitude. This group of islands had been discovered in 1595 by Mendoza, and visited by Cook in 1774. Magdalena Island, the most southerly of the group, was reached upon the 12th of June. The captain and his associate Chanal had calculated with such precision that the Solide anchored off the Mendoza Islands after a cruise of 73 days from the time of leaving Staten Island, without having noticed any land whatever. Constant astronomical observations alone ensured the safety of the vessel in a sea where the currents were unequal, and it was quite impossible to regulate the course of the ship by any ordinary calculations. Marchand made for San Pedro, which lay on the west. He soon recognized Dominica, Santa Cristina, and Hood Island, the most northerly of the group, and finally anchored in Madre de Dios Bay, where he was enthusiastically welcomed by the natives, crying "Tayo, Tayo." Finding it impossible to obtain the number of pigs he required at this port, the captain decided upon visiting the remaining bays of Santa Cristina Island, which he found better populated, more fertile, and more picturesque than that of Madre de Dios. The stay of the English in the Marquesas Island had been too short to allow of accurate observations of the manners and customs of the inhabitants. We will therefore make a few extracts from the description given by Etienne Marchand. "These natives are tall, strong, and active. Their complexion is clear brown, but many differ little in this respect from the lower orders in Europe. The climate renders clothing unnecessary, but they tattoo their entire bodies so regularly, each arm and leg, for example, exactly like its fellow, that the effect is by no means bad. The way of arranging the hair varies, and fashion is as despotic in the Marquesas as in other countries. Some wear necklaces of red beads, others a string of small pieces of light wood. Although both men and women have their ears pierced, earrings are not usually worn. But a young native girl has been seen strutting about, wearing as a neck ornament the rusty iron shaving dish which she has stolen from the ship's barber, whilst a man was equally proud of sporting the ramrod of Captain Marchand's gun, which he had placed in the orifice of his ear, letting part of it hang down." Cook affirms that these islanders, like the Tahitans, were acquainted with kaba. Certain it is that they called the brandy which was offered them on the Solide by the name of the pepper plant. It appeared that they did not indulge to excess in this liquor, for none of them were ever seen in a state of drunkenness. The English did not mention in their account of the natives an act of civility, which Captain Chanal thought worthy of special record. It consisted in offering to a friend a piece of food which had been already chewed, that he might have no trouble but that of swallowing it. We may easily imagine that the French, in spite of their appreciation of the good will conveyed in this action, were little likely to avail themselves of it. To Marchand we also owe the curious observation that their huts are raised upon flat stones, and that the stilts which they use indicate that Santa Cristina is subject to inundations. In the exhibition at the Trocadero, one of these stilts, extremely well made and carved, was exhibited; and Monsieur Ami, whose thorough knowledge of everything relating to Oceania is well known, has written an essay upon this singular object. Beyond the usual occupations of fishing, the construction of their weapons, pirogues, and domestic implements, the natives of Santa Cristina pass their time in singing, dancing, and amusing themselves. The common expression of "killing time" seems to have been invented to mark the uselessness of the actions which make up their lives. During the earlier days of the stay in Madre de Dios Bay, Marchand had observed something which led him to the discovery of a group of islands hitherto unknown to the older navigators or to Cook. Upon a clear evening at sunset he noticed a spot upon the horizon which had the appearance of a lofty peak. As this appeared several nights in succession, he concluded that it was land, and finding it not mentioned upon any of the charts, it seemed probable that it was some unknown island. Marchand determined to satisfy himself upon this point, and leaving Santa Cristina upon the 20th of June, he had the satisfaction of discovering a group of small islands in the northwest, which were situated in 7 degrees of latitude. He gave his own name to the most important of them. The natives were evidently of the same race as that which peopled the Marquesas. Shortly afterwards several other islands were discovered, including Bow Island, which is identical with Nuka Hiva, the Deux Frères, and Masse and Chanal Islands. This group, since united by geographers to that of the Marquesas, received the name of Revolution Islands. The course was then directed to the American coast. It was too late in the season to attempt to reach William Sound or Cook's River on the 6th parallel. Marchand accordingly resolved upon making for Engano Cape and entering the Norfolk Bay of Dixon, which is identical with the Guadaloupe Bay of the Spaniards. Upon the 7th of August Engano Cape was sighted, and after 5 days of calm, anchor was cast in Guadaloupe Bay. There had not been a single case of scurvy on board, after 242 days' navigation, 10 of which only were passed in port, at Praia and Madre de Dios, and after traversing some 5,800 leagues of sea. This was certainly a wonderful fact, due to the provision of the ship owners, who had spared nothing that could conduce to the health of the crews, and also to the care with which the captains had observed the sanitary measures commended to them by experience. During his stay in this port, which the natives called Tchinkitané, Marchand bought a number of otter skins, 100 of which were of the very first quality. The natives are ugly, stunted, but well proportioned. They have round flat faces, small sunken bleared eyes, and prominent cheekbones, which do not add to their beauty. It is difficult to define the colour of their skins, so carefully is it disguised under a thick coating of grease, and the black and red substances which they rub in. Their hair is coarse, thick, and bushy, covered with ochre, down, and all the filth accumulated by time and neglect, and adds not a little to their unprepossessing appearance. The women, though not so black as the men, are even more ugly. They are short and thick set, their feet turn inwards, and their incredibly filthy habits make them repulsive. The coquetry which is innate in the female mind induces them to add to their natural charms by the use of a labial ornament, as ugly as it is inconvenient, of which we have already spoken in our account of Captain Cook's stay in these waters. By means of an incision just below the lower lip, they make an opening parallel to that of the mouth, into which they insert an iron or wooden skewer, and from time to time they gradually increased the size of the instrument, in accordance with advancing age. Finally, they introduced a piece of wood, made for the purpose, to the size and shape of the bowl of an ordinary tablespoon. This ornament, weighing upon the projecting part, naturally forces down the lower lip upon the chin, and develops the beauty of a large, gaping mouth, in shape not unlike an oven, revealing a row of dirty, yellow teeth. This bowl is removable at pleasure, and when it is absent the opening of the lower lip presents the appearance of a second mouth, which is a little smaller than the natural one, and in some cases has been known to be 3 inches in length. The Solide left Tchinkitané upon the 21st of August, and steered to the southeast, in the hope of coming upon Queen Charlotte's Islands, which had been discovered in 1786 by La Pérouse. These islands extend over a distance of nearly 70 leagues. Upon the 23rd, Etienne Marchand sighted Manteau Bay (Dixon's Cloak Bay), which was carefully surveyed by Captain Chenal. Next day the vessels entered Cook Strait, and began to trade with the Indians for furs. The navigators were immensely astonished at seeing 2 enormous paintings, evidently of great age, and some gigantic sculptures, which, although not bearing the very smallest comparison to the chef d'oeuvre of Greece, testified none the less to artistic tastes little to be expected from the miserable population. The lands which form Cook Strait and Bay are low and covered with furs. The soil, composed of the remains of plants and broken rocks, does not appear to have much depth, and the productions are similar to those of Tchinkitané. The population may be estimated at 400. Not unlike Europeans in height and figure, they are less hideous than the Tchinkitaneans. This stay in Cloak Bay was not as productive of trade in furs as Marchand had expected, and he therefore decided to send an expedition under Captain Chenal to the more southerly islands. The object of the expedition was the survey of the regions which had hitherto been unvisited. Dixon was the only navigator who had crossed these waters, and none of his crew had landed. It is therefore not astonishing that many of his assertions were either rectified or denied after this more careful exploration. After sighting Nootka Sound, Berkeley Bay was reached, but just as the Solide was about to enter it, a 3-masted ship was seen approaching the harbour from the south, which was precisely what Marchand had intended doing. This decided the French navigator to proceed immediately to the coast of China, and dispose of his merchandise before the vessel he now saw should have time to reach it and compete with him. The best route to follow was that of the Sandwich Islands, and upon the 5th of October the heights of Mauna Loa and Mauna Koa were made out by the French. They seemed quite free from snow, which was contrary to the description given of them by Captain King. So soon as Owhyee Island was in sight, Marchand wisely decided to conduct all his trade on board. He obtained pigs, fowls, cocoanuts, bananas, and various fruits from this island, and was delighted at finding amongst them pumpkins and watermelons, no doubt from the seeds sown by Captain Cook. 4 days were passed in trade, then the route to China was resumed, and in due course Tinian Island, one of the Mariannas, was sighted. Commodore Anson's glowing description of this island will be recalled. Byron, as we have already mentioned, was quite astonished at the different aspect it presented to him. But the fact is, some 50 years earlier Tinian was flourishing and counted 30,000 inhabitants, and the victorious Spaniards had since introduced an epidemic which had decimated the population, whilst the miserable survivors had been torn from their country and sent to Guam as slaves. Marchand did not land at Tinian, which, according to the accounts of every navigator who had visited it since Byron, had relapsed into barbarism, but made for the southern extremity of Formosa. Reaching Macao upon the 28th of November, he heard news which disconcerted him. The Chinese government had just passed a law prohibiting the introduction of furs into the ports of the empire under most severe penalties. Was this the result of some unknown clause in a secret treaty with Russia, or was it due to the cupidity and avarice of a few mandarins? In either case it was impossible to infringe the law. Marchand wrote to Messrs. Beau's agents in Canton, but the same prohibition held good in that town also, and it was useless to think of reaching Whampoa, where he would have to pay a duty, amounting to at least 6,000 piastres. The only course open to Marchand was to go to Mauritius, and thence return to Marseilles. It is unnecessary to describe the return voyage, which was accomplished without any unusual incidents. What were the scientific results of this expedition? Nothing to speak of, from a geographical point of view. They may be enumerated as follows: the discovery of that portion of the Marquesas Island which had escaped the notice of Captain Cook and his predecessors, a more thorough examination of the country, and the manners and customs of the natives of Santa Cristina in the same group, of Tchinkitané and Cloak Bays, and of Queen Charlotte's Islands off the American coast. Small as these results might appear for an official expedition, they were not unsatisfactory for a vessel equipped by private enterprise. Moreover, Captain Marchand and his colleagues had turned new discoveries to such good account, and studied the narratives of earlier voyages so carefully, that they carried out the plan of their expedition more precisely than many experienced navigators might have done, and, in their turn, they rendered valuable assistance to their successors by the accuracy of their charts and drawings. Circumstances were to prove less favourable for the publication of an account of a scientific expedition undertaken some years later under the auspices of the French government, having for its object the survey of the Australian coast. Although the results of the voyage made by Nicolas Baudin were most abundant, they seem up to this date to have been little recognised, and scientific dictionaries and biographies say as little as possible of his expedition. From the time of Tasman's discovery of the western coast of New Holland, much had been done towards exploring this immense continent. Cook had carefully surveyed the eastern coast, discovering Endeavour Strait, and had urged upon his government the great advantages which would accrue from the founding of a colony in Botany Bay. In 1788, Philip, with his band of convicts, had laid the foundation of Port Jackson and of English power in its fifth continent of the world. In 1795 and 1796, Flinders, a midshipman, and Surgeon Bass, with a small vessel called the Tom Thumb, had explored 20 miles of the River George, and made a careful survey of a long stretch of coast. In 1797, Bass discovered a large harbour which he named Western Port on account of its situation. His provisions were now exhausted, says Desborough Cooley, and in spite of his earnest wish to make an accurate and minute survey of his new discoveries, he was obliged to retrace his steps. He was only provided with provisions for 6 weeks; still, by aid of fish and sea birds, which he obtained in abundance, he succeeded in extending his voyage for another 5 weeks, although he had taken on board 2 convicts whom he had picked up. This voyage of 600 miles in an open boat is one of the most remarkable on record. It was not undertaken from necessity, but with the view of exploring unknown and dangerous shores. In 1798, Bass, accompanied by Flinders, discovered the strait which now bears his name, and which divides Tasmania from New Holland; and in a schooner of some 25 tons burden he made the tour of Van Diemen's Land. These brave adventurers collected facts, and made observations of the rivers and ports of this country, which were of great use in the future colonization of the continent. Bass and Jackson were both enthusiastically received at Port Jackson. Upon his return to England, Flinders received command of the Investigator, with the rank of naval lieutenant. This vessel was especially equipped for a voyage of discovery upon the Australian coast. The south and northwestern shores, the Gulf of Carpentaria, and Torres Straits were to be explored. End of Section 34. Section 35 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 3. French Navigators, 3b. Public attention in France had been attracted to New Holland by the narratives published by Cook and d'Entrecasteaux. This wonderful continent, with its strange unknown animals, and forests of gigantic eucalyptus, alternating with barren plains producing nothing but prickly plants, was long to present all but invincible obstacles to the explorer. The French Institute was the mouthpiece of popular opinion, in demanding from the government the organization of an expedition to the southern continent. As a result of their representations, 24 scientific men were selected to participate in the voyage. No previous expedition had been so fortunate in the number of scientific men attached to the staff. Astronomers, geographers, mineralogists, botanists, zoologists, draftsmen, and gardeners all mustered 4 or 5 strong. Foremost amongst them we may mention Leschenault de la Tour, François Péron, and Bourg de Saint-Vincent. Officers and sailors had been carefully selected. Among the first were François-André Baudin, Peyreux de Melay, Hyacinthe de Bougainville, Charles Baudin, Emmanuel Amelon, Pierre Milius, Mongat, Duval d'Ailly, Henri de Freycinet, all of whom in after life rose to be admirals or vice-admirals. Le Bas Sainte Croix, Pierre Guillaume Guiquel, Jacques-Philippe Monguery, Jacques de Saint-Cricq, Louis de Freycinet, all future naval captains. The narrative says, the plans for the expedition were such as to guarantee its success, and the attainment of the results so eagerly desired. All the experiences of preceding navigators in the latitudes through which we were to pass, all that theories and reasoning could suggest, had been called into requisition. Most accurate calculations of the variable winds, monsoons, and currents had been made, and the misfortunes which overtook us were in every case due to our deviation from our valuable instructions. The third vessel of lesser draught was equipped at the Mauritius. The navigators were then to proceed to Van Diemen's Land, d'Entrecasteaux, Bass, and Bank Straits, and thence, having determined the situation of the Hunter Islands, to pass behind St. Peter and St. Francis Islands, and survey the country behind them, in the hope of finding the strait supposed to be connected with the Gulf of Carpentaria, and to divide New Holland into 2 parts. This survey accomplished, Louvain, Edels, and Endracht Islands were next to be visited, Swan River to be followed as far as possible, and a survey taken of Rottnest Island and the coast near it. From thence the expedition was to proceed to Shark Bay, to determine various points in De Witt Land, and, leaving the coast at North-West Cape, to go to Timor in the Moluccas for a well-earned rest. After allowing sufficient time for the crews to recover from their fatigue, the coast of New Guinea was to be surveyed, with a view to ascertaining whether it was broken up into islands by various straits. The further portion of Gulf of Carpentaria was to be explored. Various districts in Arnhem Land were to be reconnoitred, and from thence the expedition was to proceed to Mauritius, on its way to Europe. A more splendid programme was impossible, and it was clearly traceable to the able mind which had laid down the route taken by La Pérouse and d'Entrecasteaux. If the expedition was skilfully conducted, the results could not fail to be considerable. The Géographe, a corvette of 30 guns, and the Naturaliste, a large transport ship, were equipped at Havre for the expedition. Nothing had been forgotten. The provisions were abundant and of good quality. Each vessel was provided with all kinds of scientific instruments by the best makers, a library of the most trustworthy authorities, passports couched in the most flattering terms and signed by every government in Europe, an unlimited credit in all the towns of Asia and Africa. In short, every possible measure was taken to ensure the success of this important expedition. Upon the 19th of October, 1800, the two vessels left Havre amidst the acclamations of an immense multitude. A short stay was made at Port Santa Cruz in Teneriffe, and thence they proceeded without stopping to Mauritius, where several officers were left who were too ill to proceed, when the expedition set sail upon the 25th of April, 1801. This was not an encouraging beginning, and discontent was rife when it was ascertained that the allowance of fresh bread was to be limited to half a pound weekly, and that the usual ration of wine was to be replaced by 3/6 of a bottle of the inferior tafia of Mauritius, whilst biscuits and salt meats were to be the staple food. This ill-advised economy resulted in the illnesses of the crew and the discontent of many of the scientific staff. The length of the voyage from France to Mauritius, and the long stay in that island, had consumed much valuable time, and the favourable season was on the wane. Baudin, fearing to attempt to reach Van Diemen's Land, decided to commence his exploration upon the north-west coast of New Holland. He forgot that he would thus maintain a southerly course, so that his advance would coincide with that of the season. The coast of New Holland was discovered upon the 27th of May. It was low, barren, and sandy. Geography Bay, Naturalist Cape, Depuch Creek, and Piquet Point were successively sighted and named. In the last named spot the naturalists landed and reaped a rich harvest of plants and shells. Meantime, however, the violence of the waves carried away the two vessels, and 25 of the crew were forced to spend several days on shore, unable to obtain any but brackish water. They could not succeed in killing any sort of game, and their only nourishment was a species of samphire, containing a quantity of carbonate of soda and acid juice. A sloop which had been driven on shore by the force of the waves had to be abandoned, together with guns, sabres, cartridges, cables, tackles, and many other valuable articles. But the worst part of this last misfortune, says the narrative, was the loss of Vasse of Dieppe, one of the most able of the crew of the Naturaliste. Swept away by the waves 3 times in his efforts to re-embark, he was finally swallowed up without the possibility of assistance being rendered to him, or even the fact of his death being ascertained, so violent were the waves and so dark the night. The foul weather continued. The wind blew in hurricanes, fine rain fell uninterruptedly, and the Naturaliste was lost to view in a thick fog which prevailed until Timor was reached. Upon reaching Rottnest Island, which he had named as a place of rendezvous to Captain Hamilton in case of separation, Baudin, to the surprise of every one, gave orders to make for Shark's Bay, upon the coast of Endracht Island. The coast of this part of New Holland is a succession of low and almost level, sandy, barren lands, with grey or reddish soil, intercepted here and there by slight ravines. The coast is almost perpendicular, and is protected by inaccessible reefs. It well deserves the name of the Iron Coast, which was bestowed upon it by the able hydrographer Boulanger. From Dirk Hartog Island, where Endracht Land commences, Dore Islands, Bernier Islands, where troops of kangaroos were met with, and Dampier roadstead, were successively sighted, as far as Shark's Bay, which was thoroughly explored. Upon leaving Endracht Land, which offers no attractions, De Witt Land, extending from the north-west cape to Arnhem Land, over 10 degrees of latitude and 15 of longitude, was thoroughly surveyed. Much the same incidents and dangers were met with by the explorers, as they successively named Hermit and Forester Islands, the latter with volcanic soil. The Basse-Terre in Geography Channel, lowlands which were avoided with difficulty, with Bedon and Lacepede Islands, Capes Borda and Molion, Champagny d'Arcole, Freycinet, Lucas, and other islands, were seen and named. Amidst these numberless islands, said the narrative, there was little to please the navigators. The sun shines unprotected by any clouds, and except during the nocturnal storms, there is no movement even of the water. Man appears to have fled from this ungrateful soil, for no trace of his presence is to be seen. It is difficult for the traveller, who turns in despair from the inhospitable islands of this forsaken coast, where dangers of every sort assail him, and no provisions are to be had, to reflect that this barren country adjoins groups of Asiatic islands, upon which nature has lavished her treasures and delights with a liberal hand. The discovery of the Bonaparte archipelago completed the survey of this miserable region. It is situated between 13 degrees 15 minutes south latitude and 123 degrees 30 minutes longitude west of Paris. The wretched food upon which we had lived since we left Mauritius had tried the strongest constitutions. The ravages of scurvy had been severely felt, our store of water was very low, and there was no possibility of replenishing it in this miserable region. The time approached for the return of the monsoon, and its accompanying storms must be avoided on the coast. Above all, we must procure a boat to enable us to rejoin the Naturaliste. Moved by all these considerations, the captain decided to direct his course to Timor Island, and he anchored there upon the 22nd of August in the roadstead of Coupang. It is unnecessary to enter into details of the reception accorded to the navigators. Hospitality and kindness are ever valuable to the recipients, but there is a sameness in an account of them which is wearisome to the reader. We need only dwell upon the sore need of rest for the suffering crew. 10 of those who landed were in the worst stage of scurvy, and many others had the swollen and inflamed gums which precede the attack of this scourge of seamen. Unfortunately, although the scurvy yielded to the remedies applied, it was succeeded by dysentery, which in a few days laid low 18 men. At length, upon the 21st of September, the Naturaliste appeared. Her captain had patiently awaited the arrival of the Géographe in Shark's Bay, that being the rendezvous appointed by Baudin, but which he had failed to keep. The officers availed themselves of this stay thoroughly to survey the shores of Rottnest Island, and to explore the Swan River and Albrolhos or Houtman Rocks. 2 Dutch inscriptions, scratched upon tin plates, had been discovered by Captain Hamlin upon Dirk Hartog Island. One recorded the passage, upon the 25th of October 1616, of the ship Eendracht from Amsterdam, and the other the stay of the Geelvink in this port in 1697, under command of Captain Vlaming. The result of the examinations made by the officers of the Naturaliste was as follows. The so-called Shark's Bay extends from Cape Cuvier on the north to Freycinet Gulf. The eastern coast is all part of the mainland, and the western consists of the islet of Cox, Vernier, Dour, and Dirk Hartog Islands, and a small portion of the mainland. The peninsula of Péron occupies the centre of this extensive bay, and to the east and west are the harbours of Hamelin and Henri Freycinet. Unfortunately, even the sickness among their unfortunate crews did but restore temporary concord between Captain Baudin and his staff. He himself had been attacked by a fever, and for a few hours it was supposed that he was dead. Upon his recovery 8 days later, however, he did not hesitate to place one of his officers, Monsieur Piquet, ensign, under arrest. All the members of his staff disapproved of this action, and offered repeatedly many flattering tokens of their esteem and regard to the disgraced officer. As Monsieur Piquet was made lieutenant upon his return to France, it would appear that he was not in fault. Captain Baudin had deviated from the instructions given him by the Institute. He now proceeded to Van Diemen's Land, leaving Timor upon the 13th of November 1801. The French found themselves in sight of the southern coast of this island exactly 2 months later. The ravages of disease continued on board, and the number of victims was considerable. The two ships at length reached D'Entrecasteaux Strait, which had escaped the notice of Tasman, Furneaux, Cook, MaryAnn, Hunter, and Bligh, and the discovery of which was the result of a mistake which might have had dangerous consequences. The vessels had anchored in this spot for the sake of obtaining water, and several boats were sent in search of it. "At 9:30," says Péron, "we were at the mouth of Swan River. This spot appeared to me to exceed in beauty and picturesque effect anything that I had hitherto met with. 7 mountain ranges rise one above the other, forming the background of the harbour, whilst on the right and left lofty hills shut it in and present the appearance of a number of rounded capes and romantic creeks. Vegetation is most luxuriant. The shores abound in hardy trees, growing so densely that it is almost impossible to penetrate into the forest. Flocks of parrakeets and cockatoos, of most brilliant plumage, hover above them, while the blue-ringed tomtits sport beneath their branches. The sea was almost calm, and scarcely ruffled by the passage of the innumerable black swans continuously passing to and fro. All who went in search of a watering place were not equally pleased with their reception by the natives. Captain Hamlin, in company with Messieurs Leschenant and Petit, and several officers and sailors, had encountered some natives, to whom he offered various presents. As they were about to re-embark, the French were assailed by a shower of stones, one of which wounded Captain Hamlin severely. The natives brandished their assegais and made many threatening gestures, but could not provoke the strangers to retaliate by a single shot, a most rare example of moderation and humanity. The geographical observations made by Admiral d'Entrecasteaux in Van Diemen's Land are so wonderfully correct, said the narrative, that it would be scarcely possible to imagine anything more perfect of their kind. Their principal author, M. Beauton Beaupré, has indeed fully merited the esteem of his fellow countrymen and the gratitude of all navigators. In every case where investigation was possible, this skilful engineer made sure of every point. His survey of the Strait of d'Entrecasteaux, and the numberless bays and channels which comprised in it, was especially thorough. Unfortunately, his explorations did not extend to that portion of Van Diemen's Land which lies north-east of the strait, and which was only superficially examined by the French boats. It was to this portion of the coast that the hydrographers more particularly directed their attention, in the hope that by adding the results of their observations to that of their fellow countrymen, they might gain a thorough knowledge of the coast. This undertaking, which was to complete the results of d'Entrecasteaux's exertions, detained the navigators until the 6th of February. The details and incidents of such exploration are always alike, and offer little to interest the general reader. For this reason we shall not dwell upon them, in spite of their importance, except when they contain anecdotes of interest. The naturaliste and géographe next proceeded to the exploration of Banks and Bass's Straits. Upon the morning of the 6th of March we coasted the islets of Taillefer and Schouten Island at a good distance. Towards midday we found ourselves opposite Forester's Cape, and our skilful geographer, M. Boulanger, embarked in the long-boat, commanded by M. Marourat, to survey the coast. The ship was to follow a route parallel with that of the boat, of which it was never to lose sight for a moment, but M. Boulanger had scarcely been gone a quarter of an hour when Captain Baudin, without any apparent reason, tacked round and gained the more open sea. The boat was lost to sight, and the coast was not neared again until night was approaching. A strong breeze had arisen, which, increasing every moment, added to the uncertainty of our movements. Night fell, and the coast upon which we had abandoned our unhappy comrades was hidden from our sight. The 3 following days were vainly spent in the endeavour to find the missing boats. This calm narration would appear to veil strong indignation against Captain Baudin. What can have been his motive for forsaking his sailors and 2 of his ablest officers? This is a problem which the most attentive perusal of Péron's narrative fails to elucidate. To enter the Straits of Banks and Bass was to tread in the footsteps of the latter and of Flinders, who had made these waters the special field of their discoveries. But when, upon the 29th of March, 1802, the Géographe commenced coasting the south-western shore of New Holland, one portion of it only was known, that which extends from Cape Lewin to St. Peter and St. Francis Islands. The land stretching from the eastern boundary of Neutzland to Port Weston had never yet been trodden by an European foot. All the importance of this cruise is apparent when we reflect that it was undertaken to decide whether New Holland consisted of one island only, and whether any large rivers flowed into the sea from it. Latreille Island, Mount Tabor Cape, Cape Folard, Descartes Bay, Bouffler Cape, Estaing Bay, Rivoli Bay, Mongo Cape, were all successively sighted and named. An extraordinary take of dolphins had delighted the crew, when a sail was seen upon the horizon. It was of course supposed that it was the Naturaliste, from which the Géographe had been separated by violent storms since the night of the 7th to 8th March. As the vessel was making rapid way, she was soon abreast the Géographe. She carried the English colours. It was the Investigator, under the command of Captain Flinders, 8 months from Europe, sent for the completion of the survey of New Holland. Flinders had been engaged for 3 months in the exploration of the coast. He, too, had suffered from storms and tempests in Bass's Strait. During one of the latter he had lost a boat, containing 8 men and his chief officer. The Géographe visited in succession Cape Crête, the peninsula of Fleurien, which is about 20 miles in extent, the Gulf of St. Vincent, so called by Flinders, Kangaroo Island, Althorpe Islands, Spencer Gulf, upon the western coast of which is Port Lincoln, the finest and safest harbour in New Holland, and the islands of St. Francis and St. Peter. Certainly Captain Baudin, in order to render this hydrographical survey complete, should have followed out his instructions, and penetrated beyond St. Peter and St. Francis Islands. The weather, however, was too unpropitious, and this exploration was reserved for a future expedition. Scurvy, meantime, made fearful ravages amongst the adventurers. More than half the crew were incapable of service. 2 only of the helmsmen were in a fit condition for duty. How could anything else be expected in a vessel which was not provided with either wine or brandy, but was provisioned only with fetid water, biscuits infested with maggots, and putrid meats, the mere smell of which was injurious? Winter, too, had set in the southern hemisphere, and the crews were in sore need of rest. The nearest harbour was Port Jackson, and the shortest passage thither was by Bass's Strait. Baudin, who always appears to have disliked following a beaten track, thought differently, and gave orders for doubling the southern extremity of Van Diemen's Land. Upon the 20th of May anchor was cast in Adventure Bay. The sick who could be moved were carried on shore, where water was plentiful. But the stormy waters were no longer passable. A thick fog prevailed, and only the sound of the waves breaking upon the shore saved the vessels from running aground. The number of sick increased. The ocean claimed a fresh victim each succeeding day. Upon the 4th of June there were only 6 men equal to their work, and the tempest increased in fury, yet the Géographe escaped destruction once more. End of section 35. Section 36 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 3. French Navigators, 3c. Upon the 17th of June a vessel was signalled, and from her captain the navigators learned that the Naturaliste, after waiting vainly for her consort at Port Jackson, had gone in search of her, that the abandoned boat had been rescued by an English vessel, and the crew had been received upon the Naturaliste. The Géographe was awaited with eager impatience at Port Jackson, where help of every kind was prepared for her. The Géographe was for 3 days within reach of Port Jackson, and yet unable to enter the harbour, for want of able-bodied seamen to work her. An English sloop, with a pilot, and the necessary men for working the vessel, was, however, sent to the rescue. The entrance to Port Jackson is only 2 miles in width, but it widens until it forms a large harbour containing water enough for the largest ships, and space enough to accommodate all comers in perfect safety. 1,000 ships of the line might easily anchor there, according to Commodore Phillips's report. Towards the centre of this magnificent port, and upon its southern coast, the town of Sydney is situated. Built upon 2 adjacent hills, and watered by a small river which runs through it, this rising town presents a pleasant and picturesque appearance. The eye is at once struck by the fortifications and the hospital, which is large enough to contain 200 or 300 sick, and was brought from England in pieces by Commodore Phillips. Immense warehouses for the reception of the cargoes of the largest vessels are built upon the shore. Ships of all kinds were being constructed in the yards from the wood of the country. With a sentiment of respect which almost amounts to veneration, the sloop in which Monsieur Bass made the discovery of the strait which separates Tasmania from New Holland is preserved. Snuff-boxes made of the wood of her keel are valued as relics by their possessors, and the governor of the fort could think of no more acceptable present for Captain Baudin than a piece of the wood of this famous vessel, mounted in silver, upon which the chief details of the discovery of Bass's Straits were engraved. Equally worthy of admiration were the prison, capable of lodging 200 prisoners, the wine and provision warehouses, the exercising ground overlooked by the governor's house, the barracks, observatory, and the English church, of which the foundations were at this time but just laid. The great change in the conduct and condition of the convicts was not less interesting. We found new cause for surprise in the population of the colony. A more worthy subject for the reflection of a philosopher or statesman never existed. No brighter example of the influence of social institutions can be imagined, than that afforded on the distant shores of which we were speaking. Here are to be found the formidable ruffians who in a civilized country were the terror of their government. Transported to these foreign shores, ejected from European society, and placed from their first arrival between the certainty of punishment on the one hand, and the hope of a better fate in store for them upon the other, surrounded by a surveillance as benevolent as it is active, they are absolutely forced to relinquish their anti-social habits. The majority, after expiating their crimes by hard labour, received the rank of citizenship. Interested themselves in the maintenance of order and justice for the sake of the preservation of such property as they have accumulated, many of them having become husbands and fathers, the closest of all ties bind them to their present situation. The same revolution, brought about by the same means, takes place in the lives of the women and wretched girls. By degrees accustomed to more correct principles of conduct, they in time become the mothers of hard-working and honest families. The welcome accorded to the French at Port Jackson was in the highest degree satisfactory. Every possible facility for the prosecution of their researches was afforded to the naturalists, while the military authorities and private inhabitants vied with each other in offering provisions and help of every kind. Many were the successful excursions in the neighbourhood, and the naturalists delighted in examining the famous vineyards of Rose Hill, to which the finest plants from the Cape, the Canary Islands, Madeira, Xeres, and Bordeaux had been transported. When questioned, the vine dressers said the plants sprout more vigorously here than anywhere else, but the first breath of wind from the northwest is enough to destroy everything, buds, flowers, and leaves alike, withering beneath its scorching heat. Somewhat later, the culture of the vine, transported to a more favourable locality, increased greatly, and although it has as yet not attained to any remarkable growth, furnishes a wine which is pleasant to the taste and very alcoholic. The Blue Mountains, which for a long time bounded European research, are 30 miles beyond Sydney. Lieutenant Dawes and Captain Tench Patterson, who explored Hawkesbury River, the Nile of New Holland, Hacking, Bass, and Beraye, had alike failed to scale them. Already the thinning of the trees in the neighbouring forests and the excellence of the grass had rendered New South Wales an excellent pasturage. Cattle and sheep had been largely imported. They multiplied so quickly that in state pastures alone there were no less than 1,800 head of cattle within a short time of our stay at Port Jackson. Of these, 514 were bulls, 121 oxen, and 1,165 cows. The increase and growth of these animals was so rapid that in less than 11 months the number of oxen and cows had reached from 1,856 to 2,450, which would be at the rate of increase per annum of 650 head, or 1/3 of the entire number. Carrying this calculation on at the same rate for a period of 30 years, or even reducing the increase by 1/2, it is clear that New South Wales would be teeming throughout its length and breadth with cattle. Sheep farming has had even greater success. The increase of flocks upon these distant shores is so prolific that Captain Macarthur, one of the richest landowners of New South Wales, does not hesitate to assert, in a pamphlet published for that purpose, that in 20 years New Holland alone will be able to supply England with all the wool which is now imported from neighbouring countries, and the price of which amounts yearly to £1,800,000 sterling. We know now how very little exaggeration there was in these calculations, although at that time they appeared most wonderful. It is interesting to read of the growth of this industry, and the impression produced by it, in the earlier stages, upon the French navigators. The crew had many of them recovered their health, but the number of able sailors was still so small that it was necessary to send the Naturaliste back to France, after selecting the most healthy of the crew. She was replaced by a vessel of 30 tons burden, called the Casuarina, the command of which was entrusted to Louis de Freycinet. The slight build and low draught of this vessel made it valuable for coasting purposes. The Naturaliste, says Péron, with the records of the expedition and the results of the observations made during the 2 voyages, also took away with it more than 40,000 animals of different kinds, collected from the various countries which had been visited during the 2 years. 32 huge cases contained these collections, certainly the richest ever brought together in Europe, which when exhibited in the house occupied by myself and M. Belfin, excited the admiration of all the English visitors, especially of the celebrated naturalist Patterson. The Géographique and the Casuarina left Port Jackson upon the 18th of November 1802. On this new trip the explorers surveyed King Island, Hunter Island, and the northwestern portion of Van Diemen's Land, thus completing the geography of the coast of this huge island. From the 27th of December 1802 till the 15th of February 1803, Captain Baudin was engaged in reconnoitring the Kangaroo Islands upon the southwestern coast of Australia, with the two gulfs opposite to them. "It was indeed strange," says Péron, "to observe the monotonous and sterile character of the different portions of New Holland, the greater on account of its contrast to that of the neighbouring countries. On the north west we had been charmed by the fertile islands of the Timor archipelago, with their lofty mountains, rivers, streams, and forests; yet scarcely 48 hours had passed since we left the desert shores of De Witt Land. Again, on the south, the wonderful vegetation and smiling slopes of Van Diemen's Land had excited our admiration, and yet more recently we had been delighted with the verdure and fertility of King Island. The scene changes, we reach the shore of New Holland, and are once more face to face with the desolation, the description of which must already have wearied the reader as much as it surprised the philosopher and oppressed the explorer. The engineers who accompanied the Casuarina for the survey of Spencer Gulf, and the peninsula which divides it from the Gulf of St. Vincent, were obliged to abridge the prosecution of their discoveries in Lincoln Port, and content themselves with a thorough survey which enabled them to decide positively that no great river discharges itself into the ocean in this region. The time for their return to Kangaroo Island had arrived, but in spite of their conviction that if they delayed they would be left behind, they did not hasten their movements sufficiently, and upon reaching the rendezvous found that the captain of the Géographe had already started, without concerning himself in the least about the Casuarina, although her stock of provisions was very inadequate. Baudin decided to continue the exploration of the coast and the survey of St. Francis Archipelago alone, a most important undertaking, as no navigator had examined its islands separately since its first discovery by Peter Nuyts in 1627. Flinders had really just made this exploration, but Baudin was not aware of this, and fancied himself the first European who had entered these waters since their discovery. When the Géographe reached King George's Harbour upon the 6th of February, the Casuarina had already arrived there, but in such a damaged condition that her captain had been obliged to run her aground. King George's Sound, discovered in 1791 by Vancouver, is of great importance, as being the only point throughout an extent of coast equal to the distance between Paris and St. Petersburg, where it is possible to rely upon obtaining sweet water at all seasons of the year. In spite of its advantages in this respect, the surrounding country is very barren. M. Boulanger, in his journal, says, "The aspect of the country inland at this point is perfectly horrible. Even birds are scarce. It is a silent desert." In one of the recesses of this bay, known as Oyster Harbour, a naturalist, named M. Faure, discovered a large river named after the French, the mouth of which was as wide as the Seine at Paris. He undertook to ascend it, and thus penetrated as far as possible into the interior of the country. About 2 leagues from the entrance of the river, his further progress was arrested by 2 embankments, solidly constructed of stones, connected with a small island, and forming an impassable obstacle. This barrier was pierced by several openings, most of them above the low tide level, and much wider upon the side facing the sea than upon the other. By these openings the fish which entered the river at high tide could easily pass through, but could not return, and were consequently imprisoned in a sort of reservoir, where the natives could catch them at their leisure. M. Faure found no less than 5 of these erections in the space of less than a third of a mile, a most singular proof of the ingenuity of the barbarous natives of the country, who in other respects appear upon the level of brutes. In King George's Harbour, one of the officers attached to the Géographe, named M. Ransonnet, more fortunate than Vancouver and D'Entrecasteaux, had an interview with the natives. This was the first time a European had been able to approach them. Monsieur Ransonnet says, "We had scarcely appeared when 8 natives, who, upon our first appearance on the coast, had vainly called to us by cries and gestures, appeared suddenly together. After a while 3 of them, who were no doubt women, went away again. The remaining 5, first throwing their assegais to a distance, to convince us, probably, of their pacific intentions, assisted us in landing. At my suggestion, the sailors offered them various presents, which they received with an air of satisfaction, but without enthusiasm. Whether from apathy or as a mark of confidence, they returned the presents to us with a pleased expression, and upon our once more presenting them with the same things, they left them upon the ground or surrounding rocks. They were accompanied by many large and handsome dogs. I did all I could to induce them to part with one. I offered them all I had, but their refusal was persistent. They probably employed them in hunting the kangaroo, which with the fish that I had seen them pierce with their assegais formed their staple food. They drank some coffee, and ate some salt beef and biscuits, but refused the bacon we offered, and left it behind them upon the stones without touching it. These natives are tall, thin, and very active. They have long hair, black eyebrows, short flat noses, sunken eyes, large mouths with projecting lips, and fine and very white teeth. The inside of their mouths seemed as black as the outside of their bodies. The 3 who appeared the oldest among them, and who might have been from 40 to 50 years of age, had large black beards. Their teeth appeared to have been filed, and the cartilage of the nose pierced. Their hair was trimmed and curled naturally. The other 2, whose ages we took to be from 16 to 18, were not tattooed at all. Their long hair was gathered into a chignon, powdered with red dust, similar to that which the elder ones had rubbed over their bodies. They were all naked, and wore no ornament excepting a large waistband composed of a number of small fringed strips of kangaroo skin. They talked volubly, and sang in snatches, but always in the same key, and accompanied their song with the same gestures. In spite of the friendly feeling which continued to exist between us, they never allowed us to approach the spot where the other natives, probably their wives, were hidden. After a stay of 12 days in King George's Harbour, the explorers again put to sea. They rectified and completed the maps drawn by D'Entrecasteaux and Vancouver of Lesson, Edel, and Endrant Islands, which were in turn visited and surveyed between the 7th and the 26th of March. Thence Baudin proceeded to De Witt Land, which was almost unknown when he visited it the first time. He hoped to succeed better than De Witt, Vianen, Dampier, and St. Alouarn, who had all been unsuccessful in their efforts to explore it, but the breakers, reefs, and sandbanks rendered navigation extremely perilous. A new source of danger shortly afterwards arose in the singular illusion of the mirage. The effect, says the narrative, was to make the Géographe appear to be surrounded by reefs, although at the time she was a full league away from them, and every one on board the Casuarina imagined her to be in the most imminent danger. Only when it became too exaggerated to be real was the magic of the illusion dispelled. Upon the 3rd of May the 2 vessels once more cast anchor in Coupang Port, Timor Island. 1 month later, after revictualling, Captain Baudin set sail for De Witt Land, where he now hoped to find the winds favourable for an advance to the east. From thence he proceeded to Mauritius, where he died upon the 16th of September 1803. It appears probable that the precarious state of his health had some influence upon his conduct of this expedition, and possibly his staff would have had less reason to complain of him if he had been in full possession of all his faculties. This, however, is a question for psychologists to decide. The Géographe entered Lorient roadstead upon the 23rd of March, and 3 days later the vast collection of natural curiosities was landed. The narrative says, besides an immense number of cases containing minerals, dried plants, fish, reptiles, and zoophytes, preserved in brandy, stuffed or dissected quadrupeds and birds, we had 70 large cases filled with vegetables in their natural state, comprising nearly 200 species of useful plants, and about 600 varieties of seed. In addition to all this, at least 100 living animals. We cannot better complete our account of the results of this expedition than by giving an extract from the report laid before the government by the Institute, relating more particularly to the zoological collection made by MM. Péron and Lesueur. "It comprises more than 100,000 specimens of large and small animals. Many important new species are already recognized, and there still remain, according to the statement made by the professor at the museum, upwards of 2,500 to be classified." When we reflect that Cook's second voyage, the most successful undertaken up to this period, had produced only 250 specimens, that the united voyages of Carteret, Wallis, Furneaux, Meares, and even Vancouver had not accumulated so many, and when we admit that the same statement applies to all succeeding French expeditions, it is evident that MM. Péron and Lesueur introduced more new animals to Europe than any other modern travellers put together. Moreover, the geographical and hydrographical results were considerable. The English government has always refused to acknowledge them, and Desborough Cooley, in his History of Voyages, subordinates Baudin's discoveries to those of Flinders. It was even suggested that Flinders was detained prisoner at Mauritius for 6 years and a half, in order to allow French authors time to consult his maps and arrange the details of their voyages accordingly. This accusation is too absurd to need refutation. The two navigators, French and English, have each fairly earned a place in the history of the discovery of the Australian coasts, and it is unnecessary to praise one at the expense of the other. In the preface to the second edition of his Voyage de la Corvette Australis, which was revised and corrected by Louis de Freycinet, Péron has given each his due meed of praise, and to his able work we refer all readers who are interested in the question. End of Section 36.
Section 37 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, African Explorers. A. Shaw in Algeria and Tunis. Horneman in Fezzan. Adamson at Senegal. Houghton in Senegambia. Mungo Park and his 2 voyages to the Djoliba or Niger. Sego. Timbuktu. Sparman and Lavaillant at the Cape, at Natal, and in the interior. Lacerda in Mozambique and at Cazembe. Bruce in Abyssinia. Sources of the Blue Nile. Tzana Lake. Brown's journey in Darfur. An Englishman named Thomas Shaw, a chaplain in Algeria, had profited by his 12 years' stay in Barbary to gather together a rich collection of natural curiosities, medals, inscriptions, and various objects of interest. Although he himself never visited the southern portions of Algeria, he availed himself of the facts he was able to obtain from well-informed travellers, who imparted to him a mass of information concerning the little-known and scarcely visited country. He published a book in 2 large 4 volumes, which embraced the whole of ancient Numidia. It was rather the work of a learned man than an account of a traveller, and it must be admitted that the learning is occasionally ill-directed. But in spite of its shortcomings as a geographical history, it had a large value at the time of its publication, and no one could have been better situated than Shaw for collecting such an enormous mass of material. The following extract may give an idea of the style of the work. The chief manufacture of the Kabyles and Arabs is the making of hikes, as they call their blankets. The women alone are employed in this work. Like Andromache and Penelope of old, they do not use the shuttle, but weave every thread of the woof with the fingers. The usual size of a hike is 6 yards long and 5 or 6 feet broad, serving the Kabyle and Arab as a complete dress during the day and as a covering for the bed at night. It is a loose but troublesome garment, as it is often disarranged and slips down, so that the person who wears it is every moment obliged to tuck it up and rearrange it. This shows the great use there is of a girdle whenever men are in active employment, and explains the force of the scripture injunction of having our loins girdled. The method of wearing this garment, with the use it is at times put to as bed covering, makes it probable that it is similar to, if not identical with, the peplus of the ancients. It is likewise probable that the loose garment flung over the shoulder, the toga of the Romans, was of this kind, as the drapery of statues is arranged very much in the same manner as the Arab hike. It is unnecessary to linger over this work, which has little interest for us. We shall do better to turn our attention to the journey of Frederick Conrad Horneman to Fezzan. This young German offered his services to the African Society of London, and, having satisfied the authorities of his knowledge of medicine and acquaintance with the Arabic language, he was engaged and furnished with letters of introduction, safe conducts, and unlimited credit. Leaving London in July 1797, he went first to Paris. Lalande introduced him to the Institute, and presented him with his Mémoires sur l'Afrique, and Broussonet gave him an introduction to a Turk from whom he obtained letters of recommendation to certain Cairo merchants who carried on business in the interior of Africa. During his stay at Cairo, Horneman devoted himself to perfecting his knowledge of Arabic and studying the manners and customs of the natives. We must not omit to mention that the traveller had been presented by Monge and Berthollet to Napoleon Bonaparte, who was then in command of the French forces in Egypt. From him he received a cordial welcome, and Bonaparte placed all the resources of the country at his service. As the safer method of travelling, Horneman resolved to disguise himself as a Mohammedan merchant. He quickly learned a few prayers, and adopted a style of dress likely to impose upon unsuspecting people. He then started, accompanied by a fellow countryman named Joseph Frendenburg, who had been a Mussulman for more than 12 years, had already made 3 pilgrimages to Mecca, and was perfectly familiar with the various Turkish and Arabic dialects. He was to act as Horneman's interpreter. On the 5th of September 1798, the traveller left Cairo with a caravan, and visited the famous oasis of Jupiter Ammon, or Siwa, situated in the desert on the east of Egypt. It is a small independent state, which acknowledges the Sultan, but is exempt from paying tribute. The town of Siwa is surrounded by several villages, at a distance of a mile or 2. It is built upon a rock, in which the inhabitants have hollowed recesses for their dwellings. The streets are so narrow and intricate that a stranger cannot possibly find his way among them. The oasis is of considerable extent. The most fertile portion comprises a well-watered valley, about 50 miles in circumference, which is productive of corn and edible vegetables. Dates of an excellent flavour are its most valuable export. Horneman was anxious to explore some ruins which he had noticed, for he could obtain little information from the natives. But every time he penetrated to any distance in the ruins, he was followed by a number of the inhabitants who prevented him from examining anything in detail. One of the Arabs said to him, "You must still be a Christian at heart, or you would not so often visit the works of the infidels." This remark put a speedy end to Horneman's further explorations. As far as his superficial examination enabled him to judge, it was really the oasis of Ammon, and the ruins appeared to him to be of Egyptian origin. The immense number of catacombs in the neighbourhood of the town, especially on the hill overlooking it, indicate a dense population in ancient times. The traveller endeavoured vainly to obtain a perfect head from one of these burial places. Amongst the skulls he procured, he found no certain proof that they had been filled with resin. He met with many fragments of clothing, but they were all in such a state of decay that it was impossible to decide upon their origin or use. After a stay of 8 days in this place, Horneman crossed the mountains which surrounded the oasis of Siwa and directed his steps towards Sciata. So far no misfortune had interrupted his progress, but at Sciata he was denounced as a Christian and a spy. Horneman cleverly saved his life by boldly reading out a passage in the Koran which he had in his possession. Unfortunately, his interpreter, expecting that his baggage would be searched, had burned the collection of fragments of mummies, the botanical specimens, the journal containing the account of the journey, and all the books. This loss was quite irreparable. A little further on, the caravan reached Augila, a town mentioned by Herodotus, who places it some 10 days' journey from the oasis of Ammon. This accords with the testimony given by Horneman, who reached it in 9 days' forced march. At Augila a number of merchants from Benghazi, Merote, and Mokamba had joined the caravan, amounting altogether to no less than 120 persons. After a long journey over a sandy desert, the caravan entered a country interspersed with hills and ravines, where they found trees and grass at intervals. This was the desert of Haruch. It was necessary to cross it in order to reach Temissa, a town of little note, built on a hill and surrounded by a wall. At Zuila the Fezzan country was entered. The usual ceremonies, with interminable compliments and congratulations, were repeated at the entrance to every town. The Arabs appear to lay great stress upon these salutations, little trustworthy as they are, and travellers constantly express surprise at their frequent recurrence. Upon the 17th of November, the caravan halted at Murzuk, the capital of Fezzan. It was the end of the journey. Horneman says that the greatest length of the cultivated portion of Fezzan is about 300 miles from north to south, but to this must be added the mountainous region of Haruch on the east, and the various deserts north and west. The climate is never pleasant. In summer the heat is terrible, and when the wind blows from the south it is all but insupportable, even to the natives, and in winter the north wind is so cold that they are obliged to have recourse to fires. The produce of the country consists principally of dates and vegetables. Murzuk is the chief market. There are collected the products of Cairo, Benghazi, Tripoli, Ghadames, Gat, and the Soudan. Among the articles of commerce are male and female slaves, ostrich feathers, skins of wild beasts, and gold dust or nuggets. Bornu produces copper, Cairo silks, calicoes, woolen garments, imitation coral, bracelets, and Indian manufactures. Firearms, sabres, and knives are imported by the merchants of Tripoli and Ghadames. The Fezzan country is ruled by a sultan descended from the sheriffs, whose power is limitless, but who nevertheless pays a tribute of $4,000 to the Bey of Tripoli. Horneman, without giving the grounds of his calculation, informs us that the population amounts to 75,000 inhabitants, all of whom profess Mohammedanism. Horneman's narrative gives a few more details of the manners and customs of the people. He ends his report to the African Society by saying that he proposes visiting Fezzan again in the hope of obtaining new facts. We learn, further, that Frendenburg, Horneman's faithful associate, died at Murzuk. Attacked by a violent fever, Horneman was forced to remain much longer than he desired in that town. While still only partially recovered, he went to Tripoli for change and rest, hoping there to meet with Europeans. Upon the 1st of December, 1799, he returned to Murzuk, and left it finally with a caravan upon the 7th of April, 1800. He was irresistibly attracted towards Bornu, and perished in that country which was to claim so many victims. During the 18th century, Africa was literally besieged by travellers. Explorers endeavoured to penetrate into it from every side. More than one succeeded in reaching the interior, only to meet with repulse or death. The discovery of the secrets of this mysterious continent was reserved for our own age, when the unexpected fertility of its resources has astonished the civilized world. The facts relating to the coast of Senegal needed confirmation, but the French superiority was no longer undisputed. The English, with their earnest and enterprising character, were convinced of its importance in the development of their commerce, and determined upon its exploration. But before proceeding to the narrative of the adventures of Major Houghton and Mungo Park, we will devote a small space to the record of the work done by the French naturalist, Michel Adanson. Devoted from early youth to the study of natural history, Adanson wished to become famous by the discovery of new species. It was hopeless to dream of obtaining them in Europe, and in spite of oppression, Adanson selected Senegal as the field of his labours. He says, in a manuscript letter, that he chose it because it was the most difficult to explore of all European settlements, and, being the hottest, most unhealthy, and most dangerous, was the least known by naturalists. Certainly a choice founded upon such reasoning gave proof of rare courage and ambition. It is true that Adanson was by no means the first naturalist to encounter similar dangers, but he was the first to undertake them with so much enthusiasm, at his own cost, and without hope of reward. Upon his return he had not sufficient money to pay for the publication of his account of the discoveries he had made. Embarking upon the 3rd of March, 1749, on board the Chevalier Marin, commanded by D'Après de Mannevillette, he touched at Santa Cruz, Teneriffe, and disembarked at the mouth of the Senegal, which he took to be the Niger of ancient geographers. During nearly 5 years he was engaged in exploring the colony in every direction, visiting in turn Podor, Portudal, Albreda, and the mouth of the Gambia. With unceasing perseverance he collected a rich harvest of facts in the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms. To him is due the first exact account of a gigantic tree called the baobab, which is often called Adansonia after him, of the habits of the grasshoppers, which form the chief food of certain wild tribes, of the white ants, and the dwellings they construct, and of certain kinds of oyster, which attach themselves to trees at the mouth of the Gambia. He says, "The natives have not the difficulty one might anticipate in catching them, they simply cut off the bough to which they cling. They often cluster to the number of over 200 on one branch, and if there are several branches, they form a bunch of oysters such as a man could scarcely carry." In spite of the interest of these and similar discoveries, there are few new facts for the geographer to glean. A few words about the Yolofs and Mandingos comprise all there is to learn. If we followed Adanson throughout his explorations, we should gain little fresh information. The same cannot be said of the expedition of which we are about to give some account. Major Houghton, captain in the 69th regiment, and English governor of the fort of Goree, had been familiar from his youth, part of which was passed with the English embassy in Morocco, with the manners and customs of the Moors and the negroes of Senegambia. In 1790 he proposed to the African Society to explore the course of the Niger, penetrate as far as Timbuktu and Hussa, and return by way of the Sahara. The carrying out of this bold plan met with but one obstacle, but that was almost sufficient to upset it. Houghton left England upon the 16th of October, 1790, and anchored in Gillifree harbour at the mouth of the Gambia, upon the 10th of November. Well received by the King of Barra, he followed the course of the Gambia to a distance of 300 leagues, traversed the remainder of Senegambia, and reached Gondakonda in Yanvi. Walkner, in his History of Voyages, says, "He purchased a negro, a horse, and 5 asses, and prepared to proceed with the merchandise which was to pay his expenses to Mendana, the capital of the little kingdom of Woolly." Fortunately, his slight knowledge of the Mandingo language enabled him to understand a negress who was speaking of a plot against him. The merchants trading on the river, imagining commerce to be his sole objective, and fearing that he might compete with them, had determined upon his death. In order to avoid the threatened danger, he thought it wise to deviate from the usual route, and accordingly crossed the river with his asses and reached the northern shore in the kingdom of Cantor. Houghton then crossed the river a second time, and entered the kingdom of Woolly. He at once sent a messenger to the king, bearing presents and asking for protection. He was cordially received, and the traveller was welcomed to Mendana, the capital, which he describes as an important town situated in the midst of a fertile country, in which many herds of cattle graze. Houghton was justified in anticipating a successful issue to his voyage. Everything appeared to presage it, when an event occurred which was the first blow to his hopes. A hut next to that in which he slept took fire, and the whole town was soon in flames. His interpreter, who had made several attempts to rob him, seized this opportunity and fled with a horse and 3 asses. Still the King of Woolli continued his protection of the traveller, and loaded him with presents, precious not on account of their value, but as signs of the goodwill which they demonstrated. This friend of Europeans was named Jatta. Humane, intelligent, and good-hearted, he wished the English to establish a factory in his kingdom. Houghton, in a letter to his wife, says: "Captain Littleton, during a stay of 4 years here, has amassed a considerable fortune. He possesses several ships which trade up and down the river. At any time one can obtain, for the merest trifle, gold, ivory, wax, and slaves. Poultry, sheep, eggs, butter, milk, honey, and fish are extremely abundant, and for £10 sterling a large family might be maintained in luxury. The soil is dry, the air very healthy, and the King of Woolli told me that no white man had ever died at Fataconda." Houghton then followed the Faleme river as far as Kakuyo, which in D'Anville's map is called Kakulon, and, whilst in Bambouk, gleaned a few facts about the Djoliba river, which runs through the interior of the Soudan. The direction of this river he ascertained to be southward as far as Djenné, then west by east to Timbuktu, facts which were later confirmed by Mungo Park. The traveller was cordially received by the King of Bambouk, who provided him with a guide to Timbuktu, and with cowries to pay his expenses during the journey. It was hoped that Houghton would reach the Niger without accident, when a note, written in pencil and half effaced, reached Dr. Laidley. It was dated from Simbik, and stated that the traveller had been robbed of his baggage, but that he was prosecuting his journey to Timbuktu. This was followed by accounts from various sources, which gave rise to a suspicion that Houghton had been assassinated in Bambara. His fate was uncertain until it was discovered by Mungo Park. Walknier says: "Simbing, where Houghton wrote the last words ever received from him, is a little walled town on the frontier of the kingdom of Ludamar. Here he was abandoned by his negro servants, who were unwilling to accompany him to the country of the Moors. Still he continued his route, and after surmounting many obstacles, he advanced to the north, and endeavoured to cross the kingdom of Ludamar. Finally he reached Yaouri, and made the acquaintance of several merchants, on their way to sell salt at Tishet, a town situated near the marshes of the Great Desert, and 6 days' journey north of Yaouri. Then, by bribing the merchants with a gun and a little tobacco, he persuaded them to conduct him to Tishet. All this would lead us to suppose that the Moors deceived him, either as to the route he should have followed, or as to the state of the country between Yaouri and Timbuktu. After 2 days' march, Houghton, finding himself deceived, wished to return to Yaouri. The Moors robbed him of all he possessed, and fled. He was forced to reach Yaouri on foot. Did he die of hunger, or was he assassinated by the Moors? This has never been rightly determined, but the spot where he perished was pointed out to Mungo Park. End of section 37.